Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed.
commencement of our sitting, let us be still. Please take your seats. Okay, members, the next item of business are motions to approve 3 statutory rules, all of which relate to health protection regulations. There will be a single debate on all 3 motions. I will ask the clerk to read the first motion, then call on the Minister to move it. The Minister will then commence the debate on the motions as listed on the order paper. When all who wish to speak have done so, I shall put the question on the first motion. The second motion will then be read into the record, and I will call the Minister to move that. The question will then be put on that motion. The process will be repeated for the remaining statutory rule. If that's clear then, members, I shall proceed. Clerk, please read the motion.
That the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 Amendment Number 16 Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 be approved. Thank
you, and I call the Health Minister to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today the House is considering 3...
Sorry, Minister, if you just move the motion.
Oh, moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I call the Minister to open the debate on all of the 3 motions. Thank you, Minister.
Apologies, Speaker, just too keen. Today the House is considering 3 very specific statutory rules which were introduced following the decisions of the Executive taken on the 27th of September and the 7th of October. SR 2021-276, the Health Protection Coronavirus Regulations 2021 Amendment Number 16 regulation, was made on the 30th of September. Secondly, SR 2021 Number 283, Health Protection Regulation Amendment Number 17, regulation was made on the 11th of October. And the third amendment, SR 2021 Number 274, the Health Protection Coronavirus Wearing of Face Coverings Amendment Number 6, was made on the 30th of September. Mr. Speaker, I would like to begin by reminding members that it is the Executive Office that holds the lead responsibility and operationally manages the processes leading to executive decisions on the ongoing need for restrictions and the requirement to amend the regulations. Again, I'm disappointed that once again it has been left to me to bring forward these amendments. The past 19 months have been unprecedented, and the Executive has sought to balance individual and societal liberty with public health requirements in the face of a protracted global pandemic. The Executive weighs up the totality of the effect each restriction can have in combination with other restrictions in reducing the rate of COVID-19 in Northern Ireland. However, any relation to the restrictions will be associated with an increased risk of virus transmission, as has been the case through the epidemic. Mr. Speaker, returning to the amendments in question today, and firstly Amendment number 16 to the Health Protection Coronavirus Regulations, which was made on the 30th of September. This amendment was made following the Executive Agreement at its meeting on the 27th of September to remove the legal requirements to socially distance in retail and indoor visitor attractions. Venues are asked to follow public health guidance to continue to utilise all other available mitigations, such as hand sanitising, good ventilation and using one-way systems where possible. The wearing of face covering remains a legal requirement in these settings. The Executive also decided to remove the requirement to socially distance in indoor seated venues, such as theatres, concert halls and cinemas, during a performance, rehearsal or recording, and advised that additional alternative mitigation measures should be utilised. Secondly, Amendment number 17 to the Health Protection Regulations was made on the 11th of October. Amendment 17 immediately extended the operation of the principal regulations to the 24th of March 2022. Further changes brought in this amendment came into operation on the 14th of October. It removed the limit on the number of people who can attend an indoor gathering at a private dwelling, effectively limiting indoor gatherings at private dwellings to 30 people from any number of households. It removed the maximum number who can stay overnight at tourist accommodation, and it removed the requirement to be seated at an event in a concert hall, theatre or conference hall or other indoor venues being used for that purpose. And lastly, it amended the requirements for visitors and attendee information in the context of large ticketed events in response to feedback from the industry. The previous wording was drafted with hospitality in mind, as large venues were not open. Excuse me. The amendments enabled operators of ticketed events with fixed start times to collect the details of a lead booker rather than every ticket holder. That removes the need to record time of arrival and removes the requirement for premise owners to collect this information, as this was duplicating the requirement that is placed on the organisers. Mr. Speaker, now turning to Amendment number 6 to the wearing of face covering regulations, which commenced at 6 p.m. on the 30th of September. This was a technical amendment in the wearing of face covering regulations, which arose as a result of Amendment number 4 to the coronavirus restrictions. It clarifies that a person is exempt from the requirement to wear a face covering in a relevant place while actively consuming food and drink, including intoxicating liquor, and at all other times face coverings should be worn in indoor venues such as theatres, concert halls or cinemas. A person may remove their face covering when seated at a table in hospitality venues such as a bar, cafe or restaurant, and no change was made in this regard. However, in larger venues such as concert halls, theatres, cinemas and conference facilities, face coverings must be worn at all times while seated and can only be removed when the person is actively eating. Mr. Speaker, I commend the regulations to the Assembly.
Thank the Minister for that. And can I call Colm Gildernew, the Chairperson of the Health Committee?
I'll make some very brief remarks as Chair, and then some equally brief remarks then in terms of as my role as part of Sinn Féin spokesperson for health. We're now over 20 months into this pandemic, and as restrictions continue to be eased, we all hope that we are heading back to some form of normality in our daily lives. However, we are still faced with the fact that there remains a stubbornly high number of daily cases of COVID, which has remained consistent over the past couple of months and which continues to place immense pressure on what was already overstretched and overworked health service and health workers. Unfortunately, we are seeing the total number of deaths continue to rise, and our thoughts and sympathies are very much with those who have lost loved ones over the past number of weeks and indeed throughout the entire period of this pandemic. That is why it is so important that we continue to follow the current rules and guidelines. And again, I would like to encourage anyone who hasn't yet had their vaccine and is eligible to please go and get their vaccine. I also welcome the rollout of the booster jab, and I hope that this booster jab campaign will again lessen the impact of the virus and save lives. The committee was briefed on these regulations at its meetings on the 14th and 21st of October. As the Minister has outlined, these rules are the outcome of executive agreements over the past number of weeks and include a number of restrictions being eased. I have mentioned in the last number of debates on coronavirus regulations that members continue to voice their frustration at the lack of evidence provided to the committee to enable them to consider how the Department advised the Executive and of the probable impact that the easing of these restrictions would have on the transmission of the virus. The committee was disappointed that it was unable to see the evidence and the modelling for these specific restrictions. During the briefing, members also highlighted the issue of monitoring of rules and guidelines and how the Department were capturing adherence to the rules and guidance. The committee wants, above all, to see that learning from the past 20 months has been captured, communicated and understood, and that this learning is being used by the Department of Health to inform the Executive on future decisions. The committee agreed to recommend that these health protection regulations be approved by the Assembly. And if I may, Ceann Comhairle, I want to make a few brief remarks just as MLA. And just in relation to the issue of evidence, and just for the record, I do want to state that our search for evidence, in terms of certainly us within Sinn Féin, our search for evidence is in order to provide better information and to learn from what we're doing. It is not to question the fact that evidence didn't exist for some of the very draconian restrictions that had to be put in place, and I want that to be made very, very clear. These are a complex and an interlocking set of restrictions, and often the easings are similarly complex and interlocking. And therefore, it's difficult for us to get an understanding of which measures are potentially driving increased transmission, or which measures are most effective at stopping that transmission. And I think we have to today recognise the context of the pressures that are on the health service, and that is the imperative. As well as saving lives and protecting people's health, we also need to consider how much our health service can take, to be quite honest, and we are seeing severe stress across the system, and yet we remain with stubbornly high levels of COVID-19. So I think it's crucial that we get better at collecting data specific to here. We have a differences in our system here. I don't think we can be relying on data being extrapolated from elsewhere. I think it's imperative that we put in place monitoring systems so that we can track properly and pick apart which measures are working, which are not working so effectively, and what we can do better in the future.
Thank you. And I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I welcome the amendments before the House today and commend the Minister and the wider Executive for their endeavours in charting a course back to normality. In relation to Amendment 16, members across the House will know my love for the arts, and indeed I must declare an interest here as someone who is married to a playwright and someone who has a role within a production company as documented within the Register of Members' Interests. The arts across its various forms of expression has so badly been impacted by the pandemic, and many of those in the industry rely on performance, on ticket sales, on commission, to simply make ends meet. There is no great fortune for many who pursue a career in the arts. Rather, their career is chosen by a love of performance, of art, of expression. We in Northern Ireland have such a rich heritage in the role of the arts, music and other various forms of performance. Ruby Murray from Belfast's Donegal Road, Dungiven Seamus Heaney, bangers like Gary Lightbody. Only a few names, but what a legacy we have for world-class literature, music, dramatic performance and all forms of artistic expression. Mr Speaker, the artists of 2021 who we want to see make the same impact as these names need to be performing to capacity audiences in the various fantastic arenas and venues that we have across the province. So they need to be able to develop their craft but also make a living. Furthermore, for the survival of venues, the SSE, the Theatre at the Mill, my own constituency, the MAC, the Lyric, the Ardoin, all examples, need to be able to fill their auditoriums to keep the lights on. So this amendment and the decision to remove social distancing requirements for persons seated at a performance, recording or rehearsal allows this to happen. Indeed, through amendment number 16, the removal of the need to be seated, we are returning to viability and the experience of pre-pandemic arts, and that is most welcome. Mr Speaker, on Amendment 17, the removal of the limit of those meeting indoors in private households will no doubt be something that those of us planning family get-togethers at Christmas will appreciate. Yes, of course, we do need to be sensible and follow the guidance provided with the persistent COVID rates as they are across Northern Ireland. But in those exceptional moments and circumstances, having this flexibility within the law is most welcome. These are steps towards normality, Mr Speaker, and that is only a good thing. Mr Speaker, the removal of the maximum number who can stay overnight in a tourist accommodation is a timely boost for the sector. We all will have had representations from businesses operating across the province, from providers in this industry, and businesses operating at maximum occupancy were wiped out overnight. We know this, and again, we see that industry, just like the arts, has been decimated. And those in self-caring venues that are in many cases family-owned and essential for family incomes, removing this threshold on numbers will allow the full economic benefit for these businesses to be derived once more. It is essential to our wider economic recovery too, with the tourism offering essential to Northern Ireland plc. I note the amendment also removes the need for visitor and attendee information to be recorded, and this too is welcome change. Mr Speaker, in relation to Amendment 6 around the use of face coverings, this is a very welcome clarification that a person is exempt from the requirement to wear a face covering in a relevant place while actively consuming food and drink, including intoxicating liquor. One of the criticisms, Mr Speaker, I have heard when out and about within South Antrim is that there has been some confusion around the rules. People do want to abide by the law, and yet for some they are unsure as to what the current law is and what is to be expected. Given the number of changes we have had in the last number of months, that confusion is completely understandable. So it is sensible to provide this clarity on face coverings at this stage. I do want to take a moment just to commend the health officials who have been charged with drafting the emergency legislation. I have no doubt that this has been an incredibly challenging work in highly unusual circumstances, and I'm sure not many of us have been queuing up to thank them. So I do want to take that opportunity to do that just now and to say thank you to those officials for that very difficult work. And coming back to the motion in front of us, Mr Speaker, hospitality venues will particularly welcome Amendment 6. Despite the best efforts of so many to inform, we need as much awareness around rules as possible. And I pay tribute to the work of Hospitality Ulster and the work that they have done to raise awareness among the public of the rules pertaining to the industry. And I'm sure members across this House will join me in condemning the outright the abuse that Colin Neil has received. And whether you're in a role such as Colin's, lobbying and representing the hospitality sector, whether you're waiting on tables in a local pub, no one should face threats or abuse for simply obeying the law and for following health guidance. Mr Speaker, the Executive has now unveiled its winter plan, and I welcome the pathway through the next number of months that the Executive has set out. This will be a difficult period for our country and for our health service. We are already hearing the scary statistics on waiting times within our EDs, and it's only November. It is incumbent on all of us to do our bit to alleviate the pressures that may come, and we all have the power to help by following the regulations and guidance that are in place to keep us safe for the wider public safety. In summary, I urge all to avail of the overwhelmingly safe and successful vaccination still available. If you do have a reservation, please speak to a healthcare professional. We can now all easily access not just a first, second or booster dose of vaccine from a community pharmacy and lateral flow tests across a range of pharmacies. The news that research is showing that these lateral flow tests to be incredibly accurate is comforting, and this is another tool that we can use to help protect those around us, along with those common sense actions of keeping a distance where possible and using face covering when necessary, and remembering that guidance around hand hygiene also. I do hope that everyone does play that role, that small part that they have to play. If not for ourselves, and then for others, including our healthcare workforce, who continue to work in the most challenging times we have ever had. Finally, my thoughts, Mr Speaker, are with those who have lost family and friends to COVID-19 at this time. And I want to, this morning, support these motions before the House. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Justin McNulty.
Gura Mayagut, Can Corla. 90% of our people are vaccinated, and that creates a space for cautious optimism. And we have to say well done to the healthcare teams and the volunteers who ensured that was able to happen. Nightlife venues have reopened, and that's an indicator of a return to normality. Only 52.5% of 16 and 17-year-olds are vaccinated, and the uptake needs to be higher in young people. We need to do the right thing to keep them. They need to do the right thing to keep themselves, their families, and our communities safe. And we are behind in the rollout in terms of the booster jab. I would like the Health Minister will probably enlighten us in terms of why that is the case here. Every winter, seasonal pressures are felt across the NHS, and this year will be no different. It's important that everyone who has been invited for a vaccine booster takes that offer up, and those who have not yet been vaccinated come forward to receive theirs. That collective action will be vital in allowing our NHS to cope with additional seasonal pressures and ensure that non-COVID patients get the care that they are so desperately in need of and are so desperately waiting over the winter months. As regulations are amended and restrictions are eased, it is of course a case for excitement for many. The public are happy that they once again can return to nightclubs, as I said. Young people have been deprived for too long, and I feel for them in terms of that big part of their life being taken away for so long. And I see the excitement on their faces at the weekend and the press reports of the young people out having fun and socialising, which has been deprived from them for so long. It was heartwarming to observe that. And as Mrs Cameron has alluded to, the arts sector are opening up again. I'm a big fan of the arts sector as well. I'm really, really excited about the Slade Drama Festival being able to operate and run in 2022. And there's been so many negatives associated with lockdown, and my local community, the Slade Drama Festival, the Slade community prepared a poetry book, Room to Rhyme, based on the poetry recitals of people who during lockdown did poetry recitals on Facebook, and it lifted the community, it lifted people, it give people a sense of hope. People like Sean Coyne, Aman Garvey, Eamon Malley, a former commentator on this place, Liam Hannaway, Una Walsh, and they create a tremendous sense of optimism. And now they've turned that into a book with a great event in the Slade last weekend, and the proceeds of that book are being dedicated to Rural Health Partnership, who are helping people deal with mental health challenges. So really, really positive story around the lockdown. But moving on, rarely a day does go by without another horror story on the state of our health service. This year's winter pressures have arrived earlier than normal, and are affecting services across the board. Our healthcare staff are crying out for help, and they know what's to come in terms of a potential winter of discontent. We're still recording over 1,000 new cases of the virus daily, and people are literally dying. We're hearing about the challenges being faced by our emergency departments and the threat of closure of some of those emergency departments. Everyone in this House should recognise the need for vaccine certifications while we're in this situation. To me, it's a no-brainer. Anything that can encourage more people to get vaccinated, to lessen the demands on our health service, to shorten the waiting lists, it's a no-brainer. Why is there opposition to it? The SLP has been absolutely clear from the start on the pressing need for the vaccine certification. Vaccine certifications are a proven alternative that will allow us to prevent another lockdown. Who could be against that? And thereby protecting our health service from overrun. Who could be against that? The evidence from other jurisdictions is clear. The introduction of vaccine certification encourages vaccine uptake, particularly in younger age groups. Surely this is not too much to ask in the interests of keeping the public, their families and their staff safe. Our proposals for vaccine certifications were blocked by the Executive, by the DUP and Sinn Féin, who instead left the matter at the hands of individual businesses. Now, some businesses are stepping up and taking responsibility, and I believe the Belfast City Market this year at Christmas, in order to attend that, you must have a vaccine certification. So why is there opposition in this House to vaccine certification? In order to keep our healthcare staff safe, in order to keep families and community safe in order to lessen the waiting lists, reduce the waiting times for people waiting to get operations, to get cancer treatment. Why is there opposition to that? What is the problem here? It's important that today everyone is absolutely clear. This decision not to employ vaccine certification here abdicates.
Sorry, Mr. McNulty, you make a very, very valid point as a standalone argument, but you're well off the scope of the regulations in front of this House this morning. I'd ask you to return to the motion in front of you.
Apologies, Count Corla. It's something I just feel personally strong about. I know that others will have a different view, but I just feel anything that reduces pressures on our health service and keeps people alive, I think there should be no opposition to that. I support the regulations and implement, and I look forward to hearing all the people's contributions. Gurmaya, Count Corla.
Gurmaya, Ms. McNulty, thank you for that. And I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ulster Unionist Party welcome and support any guidance or regulation that is put in place to protect the health of the people of Northern Ireland and to ease the intolerable burden being experienced by our health and social care system at the present time. We have every confidence that the evidence and advice being offered to the Executive by our experts that enables the Executive to make informed decisions. This pandemic has not gone away. We're simply in the stage now of trying to manage it and to provide the public with an opportunity to return to some form of normality. But with that comes a responsibility on the public. The public have to assist that process and ensure that that return to normality is allowed to proceed. And how the public can do that is by increasing the number of people who have received the vaccination. Absolutely imperative that people consider that, make a choice and get vaccinated, and take the opportunity when it comes along to receive the booster injection. And also, it's easy to forget the simple messages that we were all given at the start of this pandemic, the simple things like wearing a face covering, social distancing, hand hygiene. All those things are still relevant because the virus is out there seeking every opportunity to infect every one of us. So we have a responsibility on ourselves to protect ourselves, but also to protect those people around us. So in relation to what's in front of us this morning, the Ulster Unionist Party welcomes and fully supports him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And thank you. And I call Paula Bradshaw.
Mr. Speaker, and I rise to support the motions before us today. As Amendment 6 of the face covering regulations is technical, I don't intend to take much time on it, but what I would say is that our entire guidance around face coverings is now bordering on farce, particularly with the reopening of nightclubs without any real mitigations. It is now common to see people, including staff in shops and elsewhere, simply not wearing face coverings, and of course the non-wearing face coverings indoors is permitted in some instances, and increasingly so. Debate has now moved as to whether face coverings should be required only while standing on public transport, but effectively only while seated at a wedding dance. No one can say there is scientific advice on such specific requirements, and it removes people's faith in the whole thing. Ultimately, we have to make a decision, Mr. Speaker. If we are keeping face coverings in the regulations and thus in law, we need to enforce those regulations and put in place other mitigations where they cannot meaningfully be applied, rather than constantly be seen to pare back on the requirements. Alternatively, we need to accept that we are now solely on guidance. After all, so many people are now not wearing them at all. As Amendment 16, this was specifically to allow for the resumption of theatre and drama. I welcome that theatre and drama can now resume, particularly my constituency in South Belfast. It has been a particularly long wait for them to be able to welcome back their patrons. And again, I would very much welcome the responsible attitudes shown by many theatres with which I have been in contact. Essentially, most are opting either to reopen at full capacity subject to checking for vaccination or recent negative test, or alternatively to open at below full capacity in terms similar to hospitality. So, for example, with face coverings required while moving about. I find this very impressive, and I did attend a show recently and felt that mitigations had clearly been put in place to ensure those there that they were at low risk. Mr Speaker, we have also seen Amendment 17, which is a curious one, designed to stop significant gatherings in private homes, such as, and this is the example always given, for whatever reason, for raves. There is a fairly open acceptance here, as I have indicated in previous contributions in this chamber, that really the regulations in private dwellings were not particularly enforceable. We did waste too much time on specifics, which were never going to be checked. In committee, I raised, in response to each of the amendments we are discussing here today, the issue of communications. Here it is evident that Scotland is the leader among the jurisdictions in the UK and Ireland. Their messaging is clear and succinct. We are still talking about the latest communication plan, which is being updated to reflect the feedback from the attitudinal study that I welcome the Department of Health had conducted, but we need to see the outworkings of that sooner, and particularly in relation to targeting those in younger age groups where we're seeing the majority of cases at present. We also need to ensure that there is awareness, even if they feel that they're not vulnerable, that the chain of infection, particularly via their own households, can soon see the virus reaching someone who is an elderly grandparent, a parent with an underlying condition, and so on. So moving on, Mr Speaker, to the issue of I want to put on record my party's opposition to the reopening of high-risk indoor venues without any mitigations that are regulated and enforced, be they spacing requirements, ventilation, vaccination or negative test checks. Coupled with that, for example, I was sent a photograph this morning of the queue outside one of the venues in South Belfast, where there were scores of who looked like students or certainly young people queuing to get into a venue, and it was very dispiriting because we are seeing the same students, young people who are not being able to get taught properly in their university classes because the establishments are worried about the close proximity of them, but we're seeing them standing shoulder to shoulder with virtual strangers. To have these sorts of checks not in place is a major error, and it will see infection rates rise and ultimately hospitalisation rise as well, and we will see so much more pressure on our health and social care staff. To put that additional pressure on them when we are warning that we are already heading into a very, very tough winter is particularly concerning. And I'll leave it there, Mr Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Jim Allister.
Mr Speaker, as society moves to open up, and these regulations, I suppose, typify those steps which are being taken, I think there is a corresponding concern in respect of those who feel vulnerable to COVID as to whether or not and why it is our booster programme has fallen behind. I think many of us were amazed at the efficiency and achievements of the original vaccination programme. It truly was a remarkable feat. But suddenly, when it comes to booster, which we are told is necessary 6 months after the last vaccination, suddenly we are dragging far behind. The figures have been quoted of only 28%, less than half of some other devolved regions. So since the Minister is here, I would like him to use the opportunity to explain to the House why the booster programme is lagging behind, what steps are intended to make up that lost ground, and what the time frame is in that regard, because I think there is a particular concern amongst many about the booster programme. Could I also maybe, testing your patience a little, Mr Speaker, invite the Minister to comment, if he can, because there's been some controversy, not least today, about the fact that the medical director in the Northern Trust, for example, has said that patients visiting hospital should be entitled to ask the attending staff whether or not they're vaccinated. Is that the department's policy? And what is the compulsion, if any, on the nursing and medical staff to answer such a question? And if they don't answer such a question, are there consequences? I think we're opening out in those remarks from the medical director a whole new controversy. And I think if the Minister can clearly spell out what is the department's stance on those issues, it would be of particular interest and assistance. So I think on those 2 points, I would very much like to hear from the Minister within the ambit of this debate. Thank you.
That would be stretching. Okay. I call Jerry Carroll.
Speaker, and I want to start by expressing my sympathies to everyone who have passed away from COVID. Unfortunately, thousands of people, and including sadly my own grandmother, Claire, who died last week. Our nanny, as we knew her, was in hospital, waiting on a care package, waiting on a long time, and unfortunately picked up COVID, transferred the matter, and died later. I think the fact that our health and care services and system is overstretched meant that communication broke down or didn't happen, and I wouldn't for a second blame those health workers. I do blame an underfunded system, and I'm concerned that others will be impacted by this case, similar to our grandmother. And my family and I would obviously like to thank those staff in the COVID centre and no matter who cared for her, and I am worried about the winter for many people going ahead. Turning to the regulations, I have raised concerns in the committee, Mr Speaker, over the lack of forthcoming evidence to guide the lifting of regulations, especially those pertaining to the removal of social distancing requirement for people at performance venues. I'm concerned there has been a lack of projected modelling as to what the cases will be and what will happen if X or Y regulation is lifted. We're being met with daily warnings about the health service reaching crisis point this winter, so I'm very concerned that there is a plan to plough ahead without knowing or having some baseline as to what the cases will be if those decisions are made, regulations are lifted. The regulation also allowing food ordering, I don't believe has been put through the same rigorous checks as well. Despite the fact, Mr Speaker, that hospitality workers are integral to these venues operating, I am concerned that once again these decisions are being made without any consideration about how frontline workers are being impacted by them. So I'm very worried about this winter, very concerned about the spread in cases, not just amongst the elderly and vulnerable, but people right across our community and amongst those who aren't vaccinated and those facing the possibility of long COVID as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And no other members indicating to speak, so now I call the Minister for Health, Robin Swan. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. But before I start my remarks on closing this debate, can I pass on, I think, this House's condolences to Mr Carroll on the loss of his grandmother. I know it's never easy to lose a loved one, but a grandparent is often a special relationship that many members have. So, Mr Carroll, can you pass on our condolences to your family? Mr Speaker, I welcome today's debate on the number 2 amendments to the Health Protection Coronavirus Regulations, and I want to thank members for their contributions. And I'll now turn to some of the points from members made during the debate. Mr Speaker, I was deliberate in my opening comments in regards to this, in regards to how these regulations are the culmination of executive decisions, and I still feel the frustration and annoyance that comes from the Health Committee and how they have to review, look at and actually mitigate the direction of travel of these regulations without the full evidence that actually goes to the executive. We can give our input from a health point of view, and that's published, as is published on the department's website in regards to our papers, modelling, our TTP projection, our outbreak reports as well. So I understand where the chair is coming from, I understand where his members are coming from, and that's why I hope as we get through this process, Mr Speaker, I think the last amendment we're talking about here today was actually one that was made on the 9th of October, so it's not that we've caught up on the debate of the regulations, but there is a shorter time gap in regards to changes that are being made and that actually being enacted. And moving on to that, can I thank the Vice Chair of the committee, Ms Cameron, for actually thanking and acknowledging the drafters. Mr Speaker, there's a small team of drafters working within my department who have been supplemented every now and again from other departments in regards to how these regulations are drafted, how they're changed and how they're challenged. And I think, to put it into perspective, we're the team that I have in the Department of Health, when we look at other jurisdictions that have large teams working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, multiple shifts, to do the same thing that we expect a small dedicated team within my department to do. I want to again reiterate what Ms Cameron has said and acknowledging the work that they have done, not only in the ability to turn these regulations out in time, but also the challenge that they are often left with when actually putting some of the executives' conversations or executives' will into legislation. Of a 5-party executive, as has been heard in the debate here today, even it's not easy at times changing that conversation into legislation that can then be easily understood and communicated, as was Ms Bradshaw's point. In regards to Mr McNulty's contribution, he's no longer in the chamber, but just in regards to the balance, and he spoke about the cautious optimism, but I would encourage also in that messaging that we don't lose the benefits that we are making, the optimism that is there, by falling into a level of complacency where people drop their guard and begin to act as if this virus is away. Mr McNulty did start to talk about domestic certification. Mr Speaker, through you, can I just say, yesterday we launched the domestic COVID certificate app, which is part of the Executive's autumn and winter forward planning, that facility is there should it be needed. I would encourage anyone who has been vaccinated and is eligible to do it actually to download it and have it, because should the Executive make a decision at some point in time where we actually utilise it here in Northern Ireland, it would be a big advantage that people already have it. It will also take off the workload, but it will also utilise and be able to be used in the other jurisdictions across the common travel area where that proof of certificate or proof of vaccination is actually needed as well. Mr Chambers talked about the responsibilities that we still ask for the general public to actually make in supporting us. And the messaging hasn't changed greatly. You know, it's get the vaccine when it has been offered, wear a face covering in crowded or indoor settings, wash your hands regularly, cover your nose and your mouth, self-isolate and take a PCR test if you have symptoms, take regular tests if you don't have symptoms but are mixing closely with other people, reduce the risk of spreading the virus, meet outside if you can, open windows when indoors, keep your distance from people not in your group, and work from home where practicable, or do a mixture of home and office-based working. So, Mr Speaker, there's still a number of challenges that are there, and I think Ms Bradshaw highlighted part of the challenge, and that's when it comes to communication, when we start to ease regulation and move some parts from regulation actually into guidance. The part of face coverings, and as I've said in my opening statements, face coverings are still in regulation here in many places and many settings. I would like to see more enforcement. I would like to see more compliance. But the struggle that we have always had from a Department of Health point of view, that enforcement power, that enforcement ability does not lie with us. You know, we rely on other departments, other should it be local government, actually should it be PSNI, actually making those educated enforcement guidance, having conversations with people, no matter where they may be, that face coverings are still a critical tool in our utilisation for those who can use them. And I will acknowledge there are people in our society who face coverings are not applicable to or easily used. In regards to Mr Alistair's contribution, Mr Speaker, and you indulged him slightly, so with the same indulgence, so I'll answer some of his points. In regards to the Booster programme, can I say I'm slightly disappointed in where we are, and I think the member is right to strongly acknowledge where we got off to with our Booster programme in the first place. I've engaged with our CMO and our vaccination team last week. I engaged with a number of actors that are I suppose, key to the rollout of our Booster programme yesterday as well, to see exactly where we are. And I think while we've been able to support our GPs with additional vaccinators in some scenarios where they've been doing large vaccination campaigns, one of the things that didn't keep up was actually inputting the data onto our vaccine management system. So we've now asked PHA to look at how we can actually enhance that administration side, so that when people actually get vaccines, and get the booster, they do get their numbers actually put on and their information put onto the system, which is driving our dashboard, which drives the public knowledge as well about how many have been supplied. The House will be aware as well, Mr Speaker, the community pharmacy stepped in yesterday in regards to supplying booster programmes as well, so they are now acting on that behalf as well. So there's a dual track currently between GPs who will call you forward, community pharmacy where you can take your booking if you're eligible, and the eligibility criteria is those over 50 and having been six months from their second vaccine.
Just to thank the Minister for his remarks. And would the Minister also consider that, and I do welcome the fact that community pharmacy are now involved, and I think that there is further scope to employ the volunteer vaccinator cohort to take pressure off GPs who are so stretched in trying to provide appointments. But does the Minister also recognise that there is some confusion now around where people can go to get the booster vaccine, but not only that, but indeed first, second and third vaccines? And with so many moving parts, it has become confusing for some people.
And I do get that, and that's what I say. Those people who come forward to the PHA as volunteer vaccinators through that payment system, most of them have been deployed actually, and the SSE had actually a large number of administrators as well, and it's about how we now utilise them through PHA to support our GPs as well. So they are coming forward and they are being used. But the member is right in regards to what is now available, because we are still bringing forward people for their first vaccines and second vaccines. We're still looking in the region of 400 to 500 people a day coming forward for their first vaccines, available through community pharmacy. Second vaccines depend where you got your first vaccine. If it was a GP, community pharmacy or a trust facility, you can forward to get it there. The third vaccine that the member talks about is for those people who are immunosuppressed, and that's really just it's a strange terminology. It's a third vaccine, it's not a booster, but in technicality it's a third vaccine, which is the same. But in regards to that third vaccine, we've just shy of 10,000 people who have come forward for a third vaccine who aren't included in our booster statistics. So it does start to get, I suppose, complicated in that messaging. But what I will say, for anybody who is wanting a vaccine, should it be first, second, third or booster, the availability is there. When it comes to those people who are now over 50 and eligible for the booster programme, we're back to that twin track approach. It's either your GP or community pharmacy. So go forward, get your vaccines, because we've over 190,000 vaccines deployed to our GP practices. They have to be used in 3 weeks. So when I think it was Dr. Alan Stout said yesterday that he hopes to see that increase over the next couple of weeks, so do I. But we're making every effort that we can to make sure we get the full performance of our vaccine programme back on track to deliver our booster programme as well. And it's by working with all the partners across the programme.
Thank you for that clarification and recognition that there is indeed the capacity, the scope for confusion, given it's so complex. Given that you have stated that you're disappointed where we're at present, could there be consideration given to reopening some of those walk-in centres to provide a kind of put it onto a fast-track start?
When we met yesterday, everything was on the table, Chair. And that's what I'll say. So we're looking at where we could go. I want to see where community pharmacy and GPs actually can start to deliver what they've said to do. And look, let's not take away for the programme that community pharmacy and GPs have delivered at the very start before we moved into the mass vaccination programmes. One of the things we do need to be conscious of as well, Speaker, is you can't get a booster until you're 6 months out from your second vaccine. So it is about a time delay as to where our vaccine programme started to who is now eligible. So it's just not a matter of opening mass vaccination centres for everybody to come forward for their booster programme. We are doing further communications on that, Mr Speaker, to make sure people are clear about who is eligible and where they can go. In regards to Mr Allister's last comments, I didn't hear the comment he referred to, but I did see Tom Black in front of the Irish News who had said something similar. It wouldn't been anything that had even been discussed within the department, nor raised with me before I saw it on the front page of the Irish News this morning, and it wouldn't be a direction of travel that I would be comfortable or intend going down, where we would actually challenge our health professionals to prove if they were vaccinated or not before we actually treated patients or they treated patients. So it's not something that I was aware of, not something we've had conversation on, or not something I've definitely made a decision on. Mr Speaker, I hope that I've answered as many members' queries and questions as possible. And on closing this debate, I would remind members that the choices we make now will be crucial and ensuring that the virus doesn't begin to spread once more. So as we continue to remove the remaining restrictions in place, our society moves closer to a return to normal life. So by making safer choices, following public health advice and complying with the regulations, we can all do our part to help lower the spread of COVID-19. Mr Speaker, I commend the regulations to the Assembly.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you all the members for their contributions. The question is that the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulations NI 2021, Amendment number 16, Regulations NI 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We will now move on to the second motion on the health protection regulations, which have already been debated, and I will ask the clerk to read the motion.
That the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulations Northern Ireland 2021, Amendment number 17, Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
Thank you, and I call the Minister of Health to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. And the question is that the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulations NI 2021, Amendment number 17, Regulations NI 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We will now move on to the third motion on the health protection regulations, which has already been debated. And I will ask the clerk again to read the motion.
That the Health Protection Coronavirus Wearing of Face Coverings Amendment number 6, Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
Thank you, and I call the Minister of Health to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you, and the question is that the Health Protection Coronavirus Wearing of Face Coverings Amendment number 6, Regulations NI 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Could members please take your ease for a moment or two before we move on to the next item on the order paper? Thank you.
Rising energy costs, and I will ask the clerk to read the motion, please.
That this Assembly recognises the rising cost of energy, expresses concern at the effect these rising costs are having on those low incomes, acknowledges that the increased cost of living, combined with the financial pressures arising from the end of furlough and the removal of the £20 universal credit weekly uplift will leave many potentially unable to heat their homes this winter, and calls on the Minister of Finance, the Minister for the Economy and the Minister for Communities to work together to create a means-tested winter energy emergency fund to help those in need.
Thank you, and I call Steve Aiken to formally move the motion, please.
So moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open debate on the motion.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As I rise to propose our motion, we are all mindful of the very real and the palpable fear that many of our most vulnerable, as well as many who until recently thought they were just about managing with the challenges of emerging from COVID, are facing about the rising costs of energy. Be it gas prices, electricity or the escalating cost of heating oil, there is likely to be very little respite from the impact of the global hike in energy. That some local electricity companies have raised their prices 4 times this year alone gives far too many people the hard choice of whether they heat their homes or feed their families. For those at risk, there is also the equally worrying concern of going into unsustainable debt, seeking credit from whatever source they can, and the impact on health, social well-being, children's welfare, education of a third or more of our population, makes this a cross-cutting issue for the whole of the Northern Ireland Executive, but in particular from the Finance, Communities and Economy Ministers. It is a crisis that has been well foretold, coupled with the failure to address the existing challenges of fuel and energy poverty. I would also like to put on record and thank many of our Ulster Unionist Party Council colleagues for also raising these issues across council chambers across and throughout Northern Ireland. That the combination of gas realpolitik from Russia, a prolonged period of diminished wind energy, the restart of the Chinese manufacturing economy, and more locally, the inadequacies of our own energy sector and its lack of robustness and resilience have created an energy storm. That is without doubt. It is a storm stretching across the Western world, and particularly within Europe, where gas and electricity prices have risen inexorably. And despite the United Kingdom having the lowest gas per therm price, there is a shortage of supply of both gas and electricity. The 100% rise in gas prices, with electricity prices escalating by a third in this autumn, even before the winters hit, should have been causing alarm bells to go off across all of the Executive. That our utility regulator, as early as this summer, highlighted the upwards trend in gas futures, again showed that this information was available. It just, unfortunately, hasn't been acted upon. That Northern Ireland is the most impacted part of these islands by fuel poverty is well recognised. With a fuel poverty rate above that of the rest of our nation, with a greater reliance on oil for heating, and a very limited choice in electricity providers, and at best an intemperate climate, we have a real problem. We have to deal with the immediate problem, and in the longer term, we need to look at how we deal with this situation. But we do need to take action now. It cannot be put off. Yesterday, we had the Finance Minister outline the October monitoring round, with quite rightly an emphasis on healthcare. We also had what I could only determine as an unseemly spat between several parties around universal credit and bringing forward schemes to fill that gap. There is obviously a disconnect between what is said in the privacy of the Executive and in public, but there can be no disconnect in dealing with fuel and energy poverty. We know from research that cold kills. 3 years ago, it was reported that there were 1,500 excess winter deaths in Northern Ireland, directly attributable to living in cold, damp homes. Add on the tangential impact of COVID, the greater energy costs and the social dislocation and disruption caused by the pandemic, that figure may regrettably be much higher this year. Furthermore, the knock-on impact on our A&Es, our heavily pressurised hospitals and the well-being of many of our elderly and young people means that the impact across all of our society will be hard felt. We can and must do better. We are asking this Assembly to support us on a two-pronged approach, an approach that deals with the immediate challenge and then sets in place a properly thought-through future fuel poverty action plan. We may have to provide support to around 180,000 to 200,000 households this winter. I say that again. We may have to provide support to 180,000 to 200,000 households this winter. If we accept that around £200 as an emergency winter fuel allowance is needed, that would need our executive to find round about £40 million. That, looking at our latest monitoring round, we haven't identified yet. That this is a problem across all of our nations is recognised, but we need to make a provision for this funding here in Northern Ireland, either through making clear that we will accept a future pressure into 22-23, coupled with the rigorous removal of less important programmes. We should have the flex in our budgets to do this. And if we're serious about supporting our most vulnerable, we should do this. The maths are clear. With our baseline budget of £12 billion, the approximately £40 million needed to give an emergency energy fund represents around 0.4% of our annual spending. Surely, with some joined-up thinking, this could be allocated. The Ministers of Finance, Economy and Communities could and should combine to work together to create a means-tested winter energy emergency fund to help those in need. We can ask for all parties in the Executive to critically examine their real pressures and make it some grown-up choices. It will cause pain to some departments, but what is more important? It would also help deal with the immediate challenge. It would also show to a very sceptical population that our Executive is capable of working together and cooperatively, doing what is best for our most vulnerable people. In the longer term, we have to accept that as we transition away from fossil fuels, Northern Ireland's housing stock is not fit for purpose. We need to closely examine how we can prevent continuing fuel poverty. We need again, through the Finance Minister, to change the building regulations to stipulate housing improvements. We also need to look at incentives to promote micro-generation and encouraging the change away from the monopolistic stranglehold that Sony and NIE, aka EirGrid and ESB, have on our grid. The Economy Minister must focus efforts on the future of our energy supplies, on security, continuity, affordability and access. Part of that discussion must be on whether our current setup can be made fit for purpose. By any objective assessment, it is not. And we also need the Community Minister to properly identify those at risk, allocate future funding for continued energy relief, and to work cooperatively with the other departments to create a sustainable future programme. We are approaching another election, and when we emerge eventually, we must ensure that addressing fuel poverty is a key part of any programme for government. It must be in the PFG. Mr Deputy Speaker, we look forward to hearing from the rest of the contributors today, and I commend our motion to you and to this House. Thank you.
Agus na círam ar John O'Dowd, chun cainte call John O'Dowd.
Last your apologies. I rise to support the intent of the motion, and indeed we'll be voting for the motion today. But listening to Mr Aiken, I can't help but feel that he's either deliberately ignoring the scale of the problem, or he has no realisation of the scale of the problem. And I suspect he does have a realisation of the scale of the problem. So if he understands the scale of the problem, surely he has to understand, and his colleagues have to understand, that it's beyond the financial capacity of the Executive to deal with the looming energy crisis that's coming down the track at us, and indeed is here, and will continue by most observers in this field right up until the spring of 2022. You've given us a figure of £40 million, which the Executive needs to find, and we've got into the habit now of when we're looking to fund something, we refer to the amount of money the Executive has, and we find the most smallest decimal point we can find and say, well, that's 0.4%. Last week, another party was looking 0.5%. Next week, another party will be looking 1%. The executive, and I don't care if the finance minister is from the Ulster Unionist Party, from the DUP, from the SDLP, or it's Jim Allister, I don't care who it is. They can no longer subsidise Tory austerity and deal with events on a global scale, such as the energy crisis. So while the intent of the motion is honourable, is good, I think it doesn't recognise the scale of the problem. Because not only does this impact on those who have lost universal credit, whether they were working on obtaining universal credit or not working when they were dealing or taking in universal credit, the scale of the energy rise impacts on families with two incomes coming in. Both parents working, or many people in the home working now are going to be hit with energy rises that they never thought possible. It's estimated that an average family home is around £600 a year to heat on gas. It's now estimated that with the increases that are here, it'll be over £1,000 a year to heat. £1,000 a year to heat. That doesn't take into account your rising food costs, your rising costs of putting diesel, petrol, whatever it may be, into your car, putting clothes on your children's back, putting food on the table. All those things are coming down the track at families out there. And I suspect many families believe that maybe they'll be cushioned against this because they are working. But you have to be on a good wage to be able to say, right, well, my energy is going up by 50%, or sorry, 100%, I'll be able to absorb that. It's impossible. So when we talk about tackling this, I don't think £40 million does it. Last year, through COVID, I think the executive received around £200 million, something like that, to tackle fuel poverty as a result of COVID and those things. That's the scale we're talking about. So it's not 0.4% of the budget. It's much, much more. So I think what this Assembly should be doing today, along with the Welsh Assembly and the Scottish Parliament, sending out a very clear message to Westminster that this is on a scale that none of the local devolved institutions can deal with. And this is not Tory bashing. I like a good Tory bash, so I do, but this is not Tory bashing. There is no devolved institution can deal with this. This is a central government problem. It's a Westminster issue, and it's been caused by, rising fuel prices. But there's a serious question as to whether our fuel to heat people's homes, to keep people well, should be sold on stock markets in the first place. It should never be a commodity that people invest in, make huge profits out of, and some may lose out of. But somebody's making money out of this. You can be assured of that, and making lots of money out of it. So while I'll be supporting the motion today, I don't think it's ambitious enough, and the message from this Assembly should be, Westminster, it's time to open up the purse strings.
And I call Paul Frew.
Much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I rise to take part in this debate. And can I first of all thank the members for bringing it forward. The member bringing it forward know I'm passionate about energy. Some would say, and he might say, I'm an anorak when it comes to energy. But why am I so passionate about energy? Simply because energy policy is a life or death policy. There are very few policies that we would grapple with in this Assembly that is so serious, fundamentally serious, that affects, and I agree with the last contributor, John O'Dowd, when he says this will affect every single person living in this country. I'd also agree with John O'Dowd with regards to the scale and the financial scale of the problem. But where I part from his belief is that we just can't as an Assembly, shirk our responsibility and say this has to come from our sovereign government. This problem has to be solved by our sovereign government. There is a short-term issue here and a long-term policy issue which we have failed to grapple with for many, many years. We have hundreds of excess winter deaths every single year. That's why it's life and death. And it's incumbent on this Assembly and this Executive and the Communities Minister, whose remit includes fuel poverty, to ensure that the most vulnerable in our society survive this winter. That is how stark this problem is. And whilst it is a global problem, geopolitically driven by Russia and China for various different reasons, and the shortage of stock and gas, which has risen prices, which affects us predominantly more because of our mix with regards to generating energy. It's a local problem in the fact that people or neighbours that we live beside every day may not survive the winter. It's as stark as that. And if we can't do something here in short term, like we did last year with regards to COVID, then we will fail those people and their families. Yes, I will, yeah.
I just want to clarify my point. The Executive can do something. My point is it can't do enough. So it does need financial support.
Members, an extra minute.
And I thank the member for clarifying that and getting me the extra minute. But he's 100% right. He is 100% right. Yes, I will, although I'll not get an extra minute.
The member does talk about the importance of us doing something. Can you clarify your understanding of what happened at the Executive, whereby the Communities Minister did put in a bid for the uplift for the universal credit, which has also been taken away by the Tories, but we're to play our part here to try and care for those people who need that support, the most vulnerable in our society, as you mentioned to. Can you clarify what your understanding is of what happened at the Executive, who actually supported that bid and who was opposed to it?
I'm loath to get into a debate that's been having a very ugly debate between these two parties with regards to who's to blame for universal credit. But let me tell you this, both parties are playing politics in this. Because what we knew out of the committee was that even if the £55 million had been granted, there was no ability to draw that money down. There had to be a further bid in January. So both of these parties are playing politics with people's lives, the most vulnerable people's lives. And it's ugly, and it's wrong, and you need to catch grip of yourself. Yes, I will, yeah.
Also recognise that when officials briefed us in the committee, they also pointed to the fact that it would take several months to develop the IT system to deliver the UC uplift.
The point I make, and I thank the member for making it. So stop playing politics with the most vulnerable people's lives, and let's get to the matter at hand, which is rising energy costs that will affect people's lives and will kill people this winter. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is a very serious issue. It's a very serious issue in the short term because people will die. So we need something that's parachuted down. It could be a very blunt instrument. I suspect it will be, given the short-termism that we need to actually affect this change. But we need to get people the support and the money, the financial necessity that they will require to pay for fuel to heat their homes this winter. But there's also a long-term aspect, because it might not only be rising costs that kill people, it might be blackouts, it might be no electricity at all. And that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the fault and the blame for that lies squarely and fully at the door of EirGrid, who have not planned appropriately, with all the knowledge and capacity they have, for the generation of electricity this winter, next winter, the winter after that, and the winter after that. People will die because of rising costs. People will die because of potential blackouts. And that is unforgivable. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you. I guess next item, Sir Mark Durkan on Canchai call. Mark Durkan.
I rise in support of the motion before us today. I do recognise that rising energy costs is a global issue. In the context of the COVID pandemic and its economic fallout, these are indeed unprecedented challenges outside of any administration's control. However, the weakened and significantly disadvantaged position in which we find ourselves here is not. According to the latest data from the Living Costs and Food Survey, 11% of all weekly household expenditure in the north is on energy. That equates to an average household energy spend of £58 per week, the highest anywhere on these islands. And of course we know that many low-income households are spending way more than 11% on energy. So it will come as no surprise that the north has among the highest levels of fuel poverty in all of Europe. These issues pre-existed the current crisis, yet the efforts to address them have not gone far enough. Instead, citizens here have been set at an even further disadvantage compared to their counterparts elsewhere, as we are the only region here without a warm home discount scheme, a scheme which offers a £140 discount on gas or electricity bills for eligible claimants paid directly to suppliers, and has been described as a lifeline by fuel poverty experts, a lifeline which households here have been left without. For an area with the lowest disposable income, battling high costs is a recipe for disaster. Now households here have been hit with the double whammy, the end of furlough and the cruel cut to universal credit. The inability of the Executive to mitigate against this economic reality only serves to deepen rates of poverty. As the Fuel Poverty Coalition puts it, the increases in energy costs on top of these challenges will lead to a perfect storm this winter. I would agree with that assessment. People here were already feeling the brunt of Tory austerity, and the removal of the £20 universal credit uplift, which just about allowed families to keep their heads above water in recent months, has left low-income households worse off at a time of greatest need. These will be the same people most adversely impacted by the heavy energy increases. Customers are still adjusting to the previous hike in gas prices announced in October, so it's beyond me how they're expected to meet the costs of a 50% increase by December, never mind a 20% increase in the electricity predicted for January. The price of energy has continually risen, and the situation shows no signs of slowing down. These forecasted rises will leave thousands, hundreds of thousands, struggling to heat their homes, access hot water and keep the lights on. The rise is completely unsustainable and will be the breaking point for so many. I can't comprehend the fact that in 2021, MLAs are standing in this chamber begging ministers to take action so that families aren't forced to choose between putting food on their table or heating their homes in the run-up to Christmas. See, Christmas isn't even worth thinking about at this stage. We need a long-term strategy from the Economy Minister to address these issues, and I would ask that he sets his sights towards incentivising and increasing the use of renewable energies. The development of any future energy strategy must have... Certainly.
I think the member for Giving Wen is quite right that we have to look at the energy strategy for the way forward, and that's the long-term plan. But we need more than wind power, because when the wind stops blowing, as it did in the summer, we are in very dire straits with regard to our generation mix. So when we talk about renewable energy, it has to be more than just wind. Thank you.
I thank the members.
You have an extra minute.
I thank the member for his intervention and concur with what he has said. But the development of any future energy strategy must have net zero emissions targets at its core. While slashing the planet's carbon emissions, we can also slash prices and pass cost savings on to consumers. However, in the here and now, Executive Ministers must work together to establish protections for the most vulnerable this winter. I appreciate the focus of this motion is limited to assisting low-income households, and many more are affected, as Mr O'Dowd has said. I'm sorry, Mr Allen, I've limited time here, but I would like to see the Economy Minister explore the potential inclusion of small businesses in any emergency energy proposals going forward. They too have borne the brunt of the pandemic's economic fallout and have been hit hard by the impact of rising energy costs. While household costs here, believe it or not, are actually capped, businesses aren't afforded any safeguards. We can't afford to see local businesses that have weathered the storm of COVID being forced to close up shop as a result of soaring energy prices. Businesses going bust means jobs being lost, thus contributing to the ever-going poverty cycle. We can do better, and we must do better than that. I would implore the Communities Minister to work alongside her executive colleagues to establish an emergency energy winter fund for struggling households to mitigate against the rising costs of living, and I do understand a bid has already been made and discussions have begun with the utility regulator in regard to a fuel support package, but we need to see this matter progressed urgently and not held out as a carrot to be stripped away at the 11th hour. Too many opportunities have been missed.
Ask the member to draw his remarks.
We can't afford to deny
please.
families much needed support this winter. I'll ask Ceann Comhairle just to draw my remarks to a close. An emergency energy scheme is needed now, but I'd implore the Executive to consider implementing a cross-sector fuel poverty task force as recommended by the Fuel Poverty Coalition.
I now call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you very much. Mr Speaker, the timing of this debate could indeed not be more urgent. Our energy crisis has emphasised the need for real, meaningful and permanent change. Sadly, the record high prices will plunge thousands, as others have said, of households into fuel poverty this winter, with costs increasing at incredible rates in many areas, a crisis sparked by a number of factors, but ultimately due to rising global demand for unsustainable energy. Prices have skyrocketed after the pandemic as demand rebounded quicker than expected. The rise in energy prices that we are seeing will happen time and time again while we continue to rely on fossil fuels as our dominant energy system. We are, in effect, in a perfect storm, but it has been brewing for some time. People are desperate, facing rising energy prices, cuts to welfare and a long, cold winter. Even before this pandemic, over 160,000 households in Northern Ireland live in fuel poverty. With no end to high prices in sight, we need to address this issue now. It is one we must deal with. The removal, as others have said, of universal credit uplift couldn't have come at a more crucial or critical time. A report by citizens' organisations have demonstrated that some of the poorest households in Northern Ireland could lose up to £40 a week. Over 300,000 people in Northern Ireland already live on the breadline. The Northern Ireland Poverty Bulletin reported that 1 in 4 children live in poverty. Taking away universal credit uplift will only plunge another 11,000 children into poverty and misery. We cannot just pay lip service to fuel poverty, to food poverty, to clothing poverty, period poverty. We need to address all of these issues on behalf of our constituents, the constituents who can no longer afford the bare essentials. No one should be forced to choose between eating or heating. It's an absolute failure of government policy, whether at Westminster or here, and it entrenches pre-existing inequalities. Some of our most disadvantaged are suffering in silence. Children from cold homes are twice as likely to suffer from respiratory problems as those living in warm homes. We need urgent action to maintain and support people in vulnerable circumstances. But we also need long-term solutions. We need to fully fund energy programmes. We need to insulate and retrofit homes to make them energy efficient. We need to change the energy price framework, which currently charges the highest rates to those who have the least and use the least energy. We have to make progress towards tackling fuel poverty. I don't believe that we have done enough. Unprecedented price rises threaten to wipe out all of the good that has been done and puts pressure on vulnerable households. Funding has to be put aside to ensure people can heat their homes. We need to invest in greener energy and sustainable insulated housing. Our most disadvantaged live in poorly insulated homes, and people will suffer from the rising costs of energy. Cold homes cost £50 per month more to heat, and many people are at breaking point. That's why my party's Green New Deal focuses on sustainable energy and ending fuel poverty, why it recognises that we have to build a secure and thriving green economy that delivers for everyone. Mr Speaker, the decisions that we take now will determine whether this is a crisis when we support vulnerable households or a catastrophe that we will let them fall into. We have an opportunity to reimagine our communities, but this must involve all-encompassing cross-departmental schemes. An example of this currently being showcased in London with the release of the Future Neighbourhoods Plan 2030. It puts long-term emphasis on the restructuring of the economy, ending inequalities through a Green New Deal and focusing on disadvantaged residents who have been disproportionately affected by fuel poverty. It's practical examples like that departments here need to grasp. Unemployment or the COVID pandemic, these effects will be seen hard and long through this winter. An emergency fund would go some way to reducing fuel poverty, but it's a drop in the ocean compared to what is needed. It's time to put long-term emphasis on restructuring our economy, ending dependency on unreliable and climate-destroying fossil fuels. Finally, Mr Speaker, a question to the Minister who is not here today, our Economy Minister. Where is our energy strategy?
Again, Sir Cahill Boylan, Hon Canchai, now called Cahill Boylan.
Garmargaret, and I welcome the opportunity to speak in the debate, and it's quite interesting because we're hearing some members going, we're living in unprecedented times, and we're hearing other members talking about, and I know Mr Frew's passionate about energy and knows the subject inside out, so I'm not going to profess to know that issue. But what I will say is this, and I agree with my colleague, because when my colleague was speaking about where some of the answers lie in all this, I saw the proposer of the motion nodding his head, because when he talked about the 40 million isn't going to wash here, folks. The interventions that we will need to address these issues lies outside of this place. And Mr Durkin, when he got up, the first word he used was unprecedented times, and then he proceeded to go off the executive. I have no doubt the executive will do their bit and as best they can. But
I thank the member for giving way. I'm not sure how closely he was listening. I did recognise in my introductory remarks that the rising energy costs is a global issue and unprecedented challenges outside of any administration's control. But I do think, and the member, I'm sure, will accept that there is more that the executive can do. There's more that the executive must do through joint working to tackle this crisis.
And help people.
I appreciate the member, but what we're saying is we all know it's a global crisis. But in any of the proposals to the motion on the floor, the pandemic has not been to the fore, which it should be. Because if you read any of the statements, it's always about unforeseen energy rises. If you talk to the other industries right across the economic sector, if you talk to the building trade, the prices are rising, no matter what it's wood, cement, no matter what it is in the construction industry, those costs are growing. And what I'm saying to you, it is a global crisis right across the board. But I do believe that some of these answers lies within, and the onus lies within Westminster, because other governments across the world and across Europe are tackling it. They are engaging with energy companies. They are trying their best. So the responsibility does lie there as well. And I will be supporting the motion. And I know that a lot of people have been on. We know that people have suffered. And we know they continue to suffer. And they face many, many challenges arising from this pandemic. So we all recognise the hardships that COVID has visited upon our peoples. The reality is that as we have plotted our way through COVID and on the road to some form of normality, what that may be, we have to see. But we've seen costs rise right across the economic sector. We have all seen energy prices skyrocket over the course of this year, but this issue is not just specific to here in the north. Energy costs have risen across the world, which is in part due to our over-reliance in fossil fuels, weather conditions which make it harder to generate renewable energy, and of course the demand for energy as we recover from this pandemic. Local suppliers have raised their wholesale energy prices as a result of the worldwide demand for energy. In North, the wholesale gas prices has risen by 150% between August and October. All local suppliers have raised their prices. Budget Energy has hiked electricity costs by 18%. Firmus Energy has increased gas prices by 35% in the 10 towns network. SSE Electricity has increased prices by 21.8%. And Click Energy has increased its prices by 16%. Further prices are expected to continue into the winter, and it is likely to be spring of 2022 when those prices will stabilise. While this is a global problem impacting people right across the world, the increased costs at the same time as the Tory government's decision to cut the £20 universal credit and tax credits and raise national insurance contributions. The combination of all these factors will not only increase the number of people experiencing fuel poverty, as highlighted by the motion itself, but the number of people falling into poverty overall. Workers and families in the north have the lowest earnings and disposable incomes across these islands and are therefore more vulnerable to further rising costs. The Consumer Council families in the north are more exposed to fuel poverty than elsewhere due to our population having these lower wages and disposable incomes. The scale of the energy crisis, like many have said, is unprecedented, and an energy fund alone would not be enough to help workers and families on low and middle incomes, which will all be affected by these rising costs. And like I said, governments across the world have taken measures and steps. The scale of the energy crisis cannot be resolved by the funding block, the funding of the block grant alone. So I believe the onus does lie with the British government. There are certainly measures that the Executive can take, and in supporting the motion, I hope that we can come.
I ask the member to draw his remarks to a close.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, that's me.
Agus na siadam Sir Nicola Brogan han cancha. I now call Nicola Brogan.
It's clear that we are in the middle of a cost of living crisis. Ordinary families and workers are struggling to make ends meet. And as members right across the House have said, energy costs have skyrocketed over the course of this year. And then add that to rising costs of food, increased costs of the petrol pumps, inflation and the cost of unsubsidised childcare. Families right across the board are struggling to get by. Despite this, the British Chancellor delivered a budget last week that offered no direct support for families facing these bills. The Tory government last week once again demonstrated that they are wedded to the rich, with cuts to taxes for the banks. Meanwhile, ordinary workers and families will pay more national insurance, and our families here, who are most in need, have had their universal credit cut by the British government. It's unfair, and it will potentially leave many families unable to heat their homes this winter. I'm Sinn Féin spokesperson on children and young people, so I want to look into how this could potentially affect children and young people and the likely consequences and impact of unaffordable energy costs on children and young people are really concerning. According to research, for those living in insufficiently heated homes, there is a 30% greater risk of hospital admission for infants, and for children there is a significantly greater risk of health problems, particularly respiratory illness, and then for adolescents there's an increased risk of mental health problems. These are obviously hugely concerning, and it's why we need the British government to step up and face up to its responsibilities, just as governments right across Europe have done. We're asking them really to introduce a significant measure to tackle rising energy prices. Sure, go ahead.
Listen to the member, and obviously she has raised a valid issue in relation to insulation. Maybe she should have a word with her colleagues and ask why persistently over the last number of years her party has resisted any moves, any changes to the Housing Executive. We're waiting on this new dawn for the Housing Executive from the current Minister, but it was denied by previous Sinn Féin representatives, and that ultimately has led to a crisis in housing of which she and her colleagues are responsible for.
Agus the moment you brush again, well, extra moment.
And I thank the member for his intervention. Today we're discussing the rise of energy costs and how that's affecting everyone throughout the north, but that point was on children and young people, and that specifically, I'll leave that to the Minister to respond maybe. I suppose meaningful solutions to a crisis of this scale requires intervention at the highest level. And as has been said already, this Assembly has limited powers and a restricted budget, both of which are determined by Westminster. Westminster does have the power and resources to deliver solutions on the scale required to meet this crisis, and that's why our amendment that we put forward that's why we did put forward an amendment which was focused on meaningful financial interventions that the British Government should deliver upon, rather than talking about the already overstretched budgets within the departments here. The motion in front of us does recognise the role that the British Government and its adoption of its policies has played in driving this crisis. So, as mentioned before, with the end of the furlough and the removal of £20 a week from universal credit, which has impacted on some of our most vulnerable households and struggling businesses. But the motion doesn't call upon the British Government to reverse these decisions, which I think it should. So I will support the motion, but I think it could have went further to call on more support from the British Government. Garmiagat.
Thank you. I now call Andy Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I've listened intently to the comments of members around this House. Some of them point to it's beyond our capacity within our budget to address these issues, these cost of living issues that have been rightly pointed out, the cost of living issues that are squeezing families right across all of our constituencies. The cost of living issues, as my committee colleague pointed out, is life and death. And I'm sure his colleagues in the DUP are the poorer for him not being in the Department for Economy and bringing forward his passion in relation to the energy crisis that we face in that regard. I've listened to him intently in our committee, and it's clear he has a vast knowledge in that area, and I'm sure he's feeding that into his current minister. In terms of the fund that is proposed in the motion, yes, it is a short-term solution, similarly to that short-term solution that the COVID heating fund provided in the context of the COVID pandemic. It is short-term. We do need long-term meaningful solutions to address this issue that are facing all our constituents right across Northern Ireland. That is why we as a party have called repeatedly for the establishment of a fuel poverty task force. And I'm sure people are listening to this saying, not another task force, not another body, not another quango. But what would that task force do? Well, I've spoken, I've liaised with many of our subject matter experts in the fuel industry, in the charities who day and daily are having to top up our constituents' meters, their gas meters, their electric meters. They're having to provide financial and welfare support for them because they can't afford to heat their homes. They're having to choose between heating and eating. That Fuel Poverty Task Force would support the Department for Communities to develop solutions to support those constituents facing fuel poverty at this present time. But also, importantly, it would also help develop long-term solutions to help prevent many, many more individuals and families right across Northern Ireland from falling into fuel poverty. We've also heard remarks in relation to the Housing Executive, but I've heard little be away. I've heard about reports. We've had we've had the Cavity Wall report. But where is the long-term meaningful outcome in respect of that? And perhaps the Minister might be able to update this House today in terms of the long-term action plan to properly insulate our housing executive homes. Also, perhaps the Minister might be able to provide an update on her departmental proposals to utilise the £14 million fund. And I know it's only a drop in the ocean in comparison to what we would need, but there's a £14 million fund derived from the UK vulnerable households. Is the Minister going to bid to her colleague, the Finance Minister, for the entirety of that £14 million? What are those proposals going to look like? Are they going to be one-off payments? How will those one-off payments be measured as to the impact for those individuals on the ground? I'll leave my remarks there. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I now call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm going to rise actually and say that this is not an unexpected rise in fuel costs. I have to admit that 30+ years ago, when I sat in my geography class in Queen's University, Dr. Nick Betts predicted that around this time in this century that we would see a rising increase in the cost of energy because we would have to be moving away from fossil fuels. Man should be given an award for predictions. But I can confirm on behalf of the Alliance Party that we will be supporting this motion and thank the members, of course, for bringing this to the floor of the House. The rising cost of energy is not going to impact every household. It is is impacting every household. The cost of home heating oil, gas, electric and, let's not forget, car fuel is rising, and predictions are that the cost is only going to continue to rise before the end of this calendar year. That's months away. And as we know, this is happening at the same time as the wider cost of living costs are also increasing. What a way to come out of the pandemic. The impact of the loss of universal credit £20 per week uplift has not yet been fully felt in many households because of the Spend Local cards. Many of my constituents have used their Spend Local £100 to pay for heat for their home and to top up their electricity metre as much as they can in advance of winter. This means that for many families, the Spend Local has masked the impact of the COVID uplift removal. For most, November will be the month that energy costs will hit the worst. So what can we do? The motion, of course, calls on joint departmental working by asking Ministers of Finance, Economy and Communities to work together to create a means-tested winter energy emergency fund to help those in need. I believe that we should never allow any citizen to sit in a cold home. Older people, children and people with disabilities and all others should never in a first world society sit freezing or foundered in their homes. Have to say, by the way, that the increasing cost of energy is also impacting our public services. Schools are paying more for this energy. Our hospitals will be paying more for this energy. So we have to do something about this. And I'll be honest, Minister, I know you're here today to respond to this motion. We've just had the October monitoring round, and no money has been allocated for a winter emergency fund. So what can we do? People who are cold want solutions, not finger pointing. So what do we do in the short term? Of course, we should write to the UK Government. Of course, we should write to the UK Government and we should be asking them for support, financial support. I also believe that we should be challenging the regulator more and challenging the energy providers more. But I will do.
On the point of the regulator, would you agree with me that our regulator is probably underfunded and undercapacitated and should be given more support to regulate the people and the organisations who are to blame for some of these issues and could well be the cause of blackouts this winter?
Members, next a minute.
Thank you. A stronger regulator would certainly do that, so I do agree with the member. But let's address the short-term impact of the energy increases. I know Bryson has won the fuel bank research tender, but I assume this won't get into delivery for this winter. I also know that National Energy Action NI and Advice NI have put in a bid for emergency energy support for people across Northern Ireland who have no resources to pay for home heating. This would be people, for instance, if they approach you, for instance, about a food bank voucher, then we might be able to offer them a home heating voucher. But I don't know what's happening with that bid. That bid could provide a solution to a means-tested winter energy fund. People there already on the ground ready to help us. And as Mr Allen has said from the Ulster Unionists, if the Minister could perhaps clarify what is happening with that £14 million. Will there be a fuel poverty funding pot? And I would really love to hear what's going to happen with that. And I would, of course, support the Minister if she is putting forward a bid for that total amount. But if we are to deal in the short term with fuel poverty caused by rising energy cost, the solution is money. We have to be honest about that, and we all know it's in tight supply at the moment. So, money we need now, but in the medium term, we need more consideration in the 3-year budget plan for things like insulation, retrofitting, investment in alternative sustainable fuels. We need to look at energy options such as solar and wind, and we need education for the public. We know that we have already, in the year 20 to 21, generated energy. 45% of our energy was generated from renewables. So we have the opportunity to do that. We also need to improve our planning process so that those solar and wind farms actually can get through the system quicker. In the long term, and I appreciate what Mr Frew has said earlier, it's not all down to wind. Where do we live? We live on an island. We have tidal, and we're not investing in that at all. So we need to invest in the long term in offshore, because that is where our solutions are. Wind and tidal offshore and energy storage. In the week that we are in, and while COP is happening, we must not keep nasal gaving and having to take knee-jerk reactions to rising fuel prices and fuel poverty. We need to plan and to take actions to deal with poverty and fuel poverty. How about this? New decade, new approach. We had a citizens' assembly. Why don't we give the citizens' assembly the ability to come up with an energy strategy? That could be our task force. That could be the people who bring us forward and say this is how we need to pull ourselves out of constant and rising fuel energy crisis.
Would ask the member to draw remarks to a close.
I'm afraid I'm finished. Thank you.
And I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise in support of this motion today. For those in our society who are on the lowest incomes, struggling to make their budget stretch and provide for their families, this coming winter is shaping up to be like no other. Unprecedented gas price hikes announced last month have coincided with the increasing cost of home heating oil, which has been incremental but significant. The utility regulator has also warned that gas bills could jump by another 50% in December, with costs for electricity also set to rise considerably. So we're also facing further price rises next year. And when is this going to end? We can talk about a worldwide squeeze on gas and energy supplies and the various factors like a cold winter in Europe last year, increased demand from China, the impact of the pandemic and so on, but none of that will bring any comfort or solace to those that will have to choose yet again between heating and eating or making more sacrifices for the sake of their family. Our people need action from government, and the executive can and must do more to introduce measures that will ease the pressure on those with very limited incomes. But we should never have reached this point. For over 10 years, the Green Party have been calling for a Green New Deal for Northern Ireland, which would involve a radical overhaul of our energy system and mass retrofitting to improve the energy efficiency of our homes. We need to address energy insecurity, and that's both at an international level and a local level. We have warned against reliance on fossil fuels, and we specifically identified the recovery period from the pandemic as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to change and build back better. The calls have not been met with meaningful action by the executive, though. And I repeat again, like others have, where is the energy strategy that we were promised last year? Where is our fuel poverty strategy? We have been waiting for nearly a decade. When are we going to implement passive house standards as a minimum in building regulations so that all new homes require less energy and retain more heat? Where is the extensive retrofitting programme for older houses so that we can stop having people pumping money into heating their street rather than themselves? When are we going to see the huge investment in home heating transition from oil and gas boilers to electric to ground source and air source heat pumps? But it needs to be joined up. A heat pump in a poorly insulated home is like using a teapot with cracks in it. As my colleague said, I will indeed give way, yep.
I think the member for giving way, she raises very valid points about the way forward around heat pumps and other things. But everything that would look to be a solution at this point will increase electricity demand, heat pumps, electric vehicles and everything that goes with it. So then we need to get the generation mix correct. Would the member agree with me that wind won't cut it on its own? So we are, as the colleague across the way alluded to, the island philosophy, that hydro and tidal is probably the way to go.
Members, an extra minute.
Thank you, and I thank the member for his intervention, and I completely agree. We also need to look at the CFD as well, and how pricing is set, and whether it's set for Northern Ireland or whether it's set within the rest of the UK and within the Republic of Ireland too. And I would certainly welcome any information from the Executive on where they're at with that, or indeed his party colleague as the Economy Minister within the energy strategy that we are waiting for. So I do completely agree, but it does need to be a coherent approach. I will.
For giving way, she talks about a coherent approach. Would she agree? Because a colleague and I have 4 projects in the North Coast, all gone, because of opposition to either wind or tidal from people who believe that the environment was going to be damaged. How do we get a balance? Because in this debate, one's saying wind, tidal, oh great, wonderful. Then when we go to produce them, 4 companies in the North Coast are now out of business.
Thank the member for his intervention, and he's correct, a balance is needed, but we can't just keep destroying the environment for the sake of business, or not for businesses, for projects that could be placed elsewhere. And Mr Frew made a point, we need to invest in offshore and in tidal and in hydro as well as a mix. So the National Energy Action NI pointed out that every winter thousands of people are faced with living in properties which are dangerous or unfit for colder seasons. And 22% of households in Northern Ireland still live in fuel poverty. They live below the poverty line and have much higher bills due to poor levels of energy efficiency. An analysis suggests that during winter months, families in cold, leaky homes are facing bills on average £50 a month difference between those who are in well-insulated homes. And the 2019-2020 UK Fuel Poverty Monitor found that the pandemic had created difficult conditions for fuel-poor households, driven by an increase in energy use due to more people spending more time at home and a reduction in income, as many jobs were either lost or people were placed on furlough. So it's time for the Executive to step up and tackle these issues head-on. It is not simply okay to say that we're at the mercy of the market, because we only leave it to the market if we choose to do so. If regulation is required, then ministers should instruct their departments to develop legislative proposals. The Executive must set the standard and the example through implementing the required changes in, say, our social housing stock, not in 10 years' time, but now. And in the short term,
draw remarks to a close,
I will indeed. They must provide financial assistance to those hardest hit by the energy crisis. Intervention is an option. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Sir Jerry Carroll on count. I call Jerry Carroll.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I raise to support the motion, and the first thing to be said is that these increases are an absolute disgrace. I'm very concerned about how this will impact on people in my constituency and beyond, people from all areas, people who are pensioners, people who are in work, people who are faced with further pay freezes, people who are on benefits, including legacy benefits, people who will be impacted by the withdrawal of the universal credit uplift. This will have a real impact, a negative impact on these people's lives. This year, people are paying £1,000 more energy than they were last year for those costs. The cost to heat homes, to be able to get washed, has shot up dramatically, but people's pay or benefits haven't. They've actually went in the opposite direction. So I'm extremely worried about how people will get by this winter. This is an unprecedented increase and an unprecedented crisis. 42% of households are already impacted by fuel poverty. This is going to shoot up again and even further. The Executive needs to ensure that people are protected this winter, Deputy Speaker, as a bare minimum. They need to ensure there's a protective financial blanket around people to make sure they aren't thrown to the wolves. And people may say, how should this be paid for? I think it's a fair question. But to be honest, I don't think that organisations that have made huge profits on the back of people should be subsidised. I think the profits of these organisations should be tackled and that money used to introduce a payment scheme. Already I've asked what power Stormont has to do this, and some may say they're limited. But they do. Stormont does have power over welfare, so protection payments need to be put in place. If the Executive cannot implement protection for people to prevent them from being stuck at home in the coldest winter, then most people will be quite rightly asking, what are their priorities and what are they at? There needs to be a rapid and widespread winter fuel poverty scheme, and it needs to be implemented urgently. Where is the emergency meeting of the Executive on this issue? Where is the fuel poverty strategy? And I think there's been some talk about global causes, but there's some measures that the Executive can implement to protect people. A price cap, the utility regulator and the Department for the Economy need to enforce a stoppage on unregulated energy companies profiting on the back of these price hikes, especially during such an unprecedented period. We simply cannot expect rising energy costs to be passed on to the public at a time of widespread hardship, while at the same time energy companies are set to make millions in profits. Those with the deepest pockets should pay. Emergency fuel poverty fund should be implemented. Unregulated energy companies need to commit to donating profits into an emergency fuel poverty fund, as suggested by some here and the Fuel Poverty Coalition and the regulator. Emergency financial support needs implemented. Additional funding needs to be directed towards increasing the winter fuel payment, cold weather payment, warm home schemes and so on, as suggested by NEA and the Nevin Economic Research Institute. Windfall tax needs to be implemented. Stormont needs to call on Westminster to implement a windfall tax on the profits that have been made by energy companies this year and put it towards developing a green economy and just transition. I think when I hear about global causes, it can be used as an excuse, but I think what to say this latest increase shows once again how unreliable the market is. There's been an idea that you need to inject more competition into the energy market in recent years. However, this present crisis, the UK government's preferred option to let smaller energy companies fail and to persuade larger energy companies to take on the customers or their former rivals with the help of state-backed loans, proves in practice that competition is built on fantasy. So in the short term, we need to see these companies taken into public ownership to ensure that profiteering doesn't occur and that people aren't subject to the whims and decisions of shareholders, chief executives and profiteers. Then, sure.
I also agree that it would need to have a look at countries such as Russia, where I believe there will be a communist state and they ride on the back of the benefits of capitalism. Maybe it's time that they decided to look at their economics as to how they actually help the rest of the world.
The next minute for the member.
Well, if the member wants a history lesson in Russia, it's certainly not communist, certainly not socialist. It's a capitalist country, just like Britain, just like all these other organisations. So the DUP have a weird obsession with Russia and China, but I don't think I have time to go into that and divulge that, dissect that today. But it is very much a capitalist country, which I believe is still your party's strange philosophy, given why capitalism can't even protect people during a pandemic, never mind when prices are shooting up. So I don't know what you're shouting, but let me finish. I think we need to have, Deputy Speaker, a just transition away from these types of energy resources. Fossil fuels are burning the planet, but we know they're also burning a hole in people's pockets. Thank you.
Agus ní siarm sir eire in the bubble on Fragger agus to suas le cúig womatin Jago Gadaira. And I call the Minister for Communities, and you will have up to 15 minutes to respond, Minister.
Thanks very much, and thank you to all of the contributors for the debate and obviously the opportunity to speak on the motion. I know obviously in terms of the wider crisis and the longer term strategy just doesn't rest with me. It's an issue that the Executive have to address as a whole. And obviously this was an item of discussion at the last Executive meeting in terms of looking at all of these issues and obviously having a dedicated discussion urgently going forward. So this has been discussed ahead even before this debate within the Executive as well, but obviously I'm glad to have the opportunity as Minister for Communities to come and speak to the motion today. So I'm acutely aware obviously of the impact of the recent and ongoing announcements around energy price rises will have on low-income households, and as was stated, across all households, because this will impact on every household and family across the north. And it is fair to say that this is coming at a time that coincides with the end of the furlough scheme, and obviously that cut to universal credit by the British Government. And it really is, some would say, perfect, but the imperfect storm for those who are going to be impacted by all of these. This has been correctly described as a fuel crisis, and a crisis that does require an urgent response. I therefore recognise the urgency of the situation and the need for us as an Executive to act quickly to support vulnerable households, many of whom have already had concerns about how to pay their bills long before the current situation came to light. My department already offers a range of support to assist households that are in fuel poverty, and this includes schemes to help improve the energy efficiency of their homes. We work with the Housing Executive and local councils to offer the Affordable Warmth Scheme to low-income owner-occupiers and households in the private rented sector with an income of under £23,000. And that previously, up until a few months ago, was a lower income threshold. We have increased the income threshold to allow more families in under that scheme. The scheme also includes multiple measures such as cavity wall insulation, insulation of gas or oil, boiler replacement and the replacement of windows. There is also the boiler replacement scheme, which provides a grant of up to £1,000 towards the cost of replacing an old and inefficient boiler over 15 years old. This is open to owner-occupiers with a household income of less than £40,000. As well as seeking to reduce fuel consumption through energy-efficient homes, my department offers vital financial support to vulnerable households through the social security system. The Winter Fuel Payment Scheme was introduced in January 1998 to help alleviate the fuel poverty by providing financial help specifically to older people towards their winter fuel bills. Most winter fuel payments will be paid automatically to qualifying claimants during November and December, with all payments made by the 14th of January 2022. The winter fuel payment ranges in payments from £100 to £300 depending on individual circumstances of the claimant. Last year, 283,537 winter fuel payments were made here at a total value of £50.6 million. And there was also the additional winter fuel payment last year of £44.6 million to an additional 223,000, and those payments were made also. The Social Fund Cold Weather Payment provides a one-off payment of £25 to elderly, disabled and those with children under the age of 5 in periods of severe weather, which is automatically triggered once the relevant temperature criteria are met. People who find themselves in crisis situation, those, for example, who are unable to pay their fuel bills due to increasing costs, may be able to apply for short-term help through my department's discretionary support scheme. A person doesn't have to be claiming benefits in order to qualify for help, and if they meet the eligibility criteria, then they can apply for an interest-free loan or non-repayable grant. And anyone who thinks that they might qualify can refer to NI Direct website for information. And many of you know that I've also recently had appointed an independent group to look at the discretionary support scheme, to look at how we can enhance that scheme. And I know that they'll be making recommendations to me soon. Any changes obviously will need legislation, and I'm hoping that I can progress that as soon as possible as well. My department has also been running social supermarket pilot programmes since 2017 at 5 sites across the north, in Derry, Strabane, Coleraine, Lisburn and West Belfast. Those operate on a membership basis and provide members who are experiencing food poverty with access to food alongside tailored wraparound support to address the causes of poverty, and the wraparound support currently includes fuel poverty support where it's needed. Work is underway to design the rollout of social supermarket models in all council areas through a co-design process, and we're currently engaging with local government on that initiative. In terms of the current crisis, my department is developing a fuel poverty strategy. I know many spoke about it. Obviously, that has to be in line with the energy strategy and the green growth strategy as well. This is also forming part of the anti-poverty strategy to address the long-term issues around fuel poverty, but poverty and inequality more broadly. And again, that sets aside the other inclusion strategies around disability, around LGBTQI, young people that will be included in the anti-poverty strategy as well, and of course the gender strategy. And many will know that I will be bringing forward those strategies before the end of this mandate in terms of implementation. While I acknowledge that the immediate response is needed to support those in need now, this will not solve the issue in the medium to long term, and I know that many members have reflected that also today. The Executive must find a sustainable solution to increasing high energy prices which aligns to our fuel poverty, energy and climate change strategies, and that balances this with the potential impact on the efforts to reduce carbon and switch from fossil fuels to renewables. I have asked my officials in terms of the current crisis to consider what my department can do to contribute to the Executive's response to those immediate and serious in need. They have had early engagement with the Utilities Regulator, along with officials from the Department of Economy and the Consumer Council, to understand and consider what can be done in the current climate. I know there were some questions asked in terms of the Bardic consequential, and again, we only got confirmation of that last week in the spending review. It's going to be £13.7 million. And as was previously stated, I have already said publicly, and I'm in the process of making a formal bid to the Department of Finance for that full amount of £13.7 million. But of course, more money will need to be looked at, because when you look at the additional winter fuel payment that we gave last year, that was over £44 million. So 13.7 will do some things, but it will do very little. And therefore there are serious questions around where that finance can come from. And I know you can say, yes, of course.
Minister, for remarks so far. Is there any way that the Minister could look through her department at looking at quantifying, and I hear what her colleague from Upper Band stated, any way we could quantify the actual level we should be looking at? Because if there is obviously an indication that there is additional monies there, and we will be aware of some of the extra monies that are likely to come over the next 3 years, where we're going to get an indication of. Could she look at that, what the quantum is likely to be, and then put in a combined bid for that?
Well, the combined bid is determining on if the money's there. Our department's willing then to give over money, because as was stated earlier, it's okay saying it's only 0.4% of the budget, but that could mean millions of pounds. So unless other departments, the Department of Finance isn't sitting with a money tree, the money that they reallocate comes from other departments where money maybe can't be spent in this financial year. And therefore then I have to rely on other ministers if the money is available. Obviously I would have to look within my own department as well in terms of looking at that. And of course we will. Obviously depending on the money, the support could be scalable. If it is 13.7 million, or we could scale it up to around 44 million that we did on a similar scheme last year. There's obviously going to be over £50 million that is going to be going out in the next month or two around the winter fuel payment. So it's additional to those payments as well. So of course my officials are currently working at pace to scope out what options are available to provide support to citizens who may struggle to heat their homes or pay their energy bills over the coming months. Any intervention will be subject, as I say, to the necessary budget. And of course, I'm looking to bring forward a scheme as soon as possible. As I've said, I'll be making a bid for that full 13.7 million. And again, if I can scale up a scheme, that will depend on the money that's coming forward and will depend on what other departments could potentially surrender. I've also recently gave out an additional £3 million payment to local councils through the Community Support Programme, and indeed we're engaging with local government, and I know there are many of them that are looking at fuel support schemes and using that vital money, as they did during the pandemic, to support people with their energy costs as well. And of course, as I said, the winter fuel payment is already starting to be paid out soon to 283,000 people at over £50 million that's being invested. So I would like to acknowledge, obviously, the contributions that have been made in the debate. This is an issue that's clearly recognised right across the House, and I'm fully supportive of the need for collective action on the part of central, local government and, of course, all of our partners in the community and voluntary sector, in the hope that energy companies are responding to the crisis. Fundamentally, though, in terms, we can make an intervention, and it's right that we do, and I'll be continuing to push the executive in terms of doing that. I am developing a scheme, and as quickly as I can bring that forward, I will. But fundamentally, we do need to challenge the economic system that creates inequality and injustice, the system that actually enables the fuel crisis, the cost of living crisis, the climate crisis. It's not by chance all these crises are happening. It's the economic system globally that's weighted in terms of creating these crises and creating the injustice. Of course, we can try and shield our citizens here to the worst effects, but we can't eradicate this on our own, and that's why we do need to stand up and articulate and demand a different type of economic system that doesn't work for the minority, because somebody's making a profit out of this, that has been said already by many in this chamber. There's a minority of people who are making a profit. We need to be turning that to ensure that it's the majority of people that actually feel the benefits, and that those profits do not go into the pockets of a minority at the top of our global system. Yes, go on ahead.
I hear what she says about systems. Does she recognise that in the Republic of Ireland, it's householders, domestic customers that, if you like, supplement the bills of large energy users, whereas in the UK it's the other way around, and in Northern Ireland it's unbiased?
The reality is the economic system is not working. The global economic system is not working. It's working for a few at the top, and it's not working for the many. And that's what needs to change. It's not by chance that we're in a global climate crisis, a global cost of living crisis, and also a fuel crisis. But there are people making billions of pounds in profit, and I just think that that's abhorrent and that needs to change. And it's issues like that we need to be standing collectively with all governments and saying enough is enough. I think also locally, of course, there's things that we can do, and I completely agree with the intent of the motion, and that we should be doing. And as I say, I'm trying to work at pace to bring forward that as well. But what this chamber and all of the parties in it can do over the next period as well is to prioritise the anti-poverty and the social inclusion the social inclusion strategies that I am bringing forward. They are being designed by the sectors involved, by community and voluntary, by our LGBT, by our women's movement, by our disability community also, and of course by our charities and others as well. So endorse those strategies when they come forward to the Executive and into this chamber as well. I would ask that this House and all of the parties agree to a standalone outcome in the programme for government on housing. We do need to deal with the housing crisis, and indeed all of those housing campaigners and those who work in the field have called for this. So again, are all the parties in this chamber going to endorse my proposal at the Executive to have a standalone outcome in the programme for government? Yes, of course.
Would the Minister agree at this time, when we're here discussing the impact of the cost of living on many people right across Northern Ireland, it's incredible that her department had to return £2 million under the October monitoring round in respect of the closure of the loopholes under welfare mitigations, and call on those parties to remove the blockade of that, and even give consideration to, in order to remove that blockade, of a 10-year initial period for the mitigations with the ability to extend where necessary?
Closing in terms of things that can be done now, Andy, so thank you for your intervention. We can also legislate now to improve workers' terms and conditions, the right to unionise, the right to a real living wage, the right to end in zero-hour contracts, and also implementing and getting the welfare mitigations across the line. It's one party blocking the mitigations from being put on the Executive table. And again, I will be calling this Thursday that that's put on for decision and not discussion. So we can do stuff, so let's get down with doing it.
Thank you. I now call Mr Mike Nesbitt to wind up the debate on the motion, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. May I begin by thanking the Minister for making herself available to listen to the contributions and to respond in a highly factual, I think, set of remarks, although the call to support a specific housing outcome in a programme for government. I'm not going to do policy on the hoof, but I do think, you've heard previously calls for specific outcomes for young people, for older people. I think in terms of the way the draft programme for government for this mandate was drafted, to go down your route is a reasonably radical change. So I think it does need to have some thought. I also thank all the contributors to the debate. And before I touch on the themes, I'd like to just step back 10 years to when I first got elected here to Chateau d'Espoir. I was asked to serve on the Economy Committee, and one of the first things that surprised me was the fact there is no energy strategy. How could you have a devolved administration without an energy strategy? And it's a point, of course, that's been made by many members. Mr Dixon made the point, but perhaps most significantly Mr Frew, saying that it is a life and death strategy. And I have to say to Mr Frew, I did get very excited in a platonic way when he became the Minister for the Economy, because I thought, well, here's a man who really understands. Here is a member who's going to do great things in terms of our economy strategy, which we still await. And I acknowledge Kelly Armstrong saying that this is the sort of thing that you might put to a citizens' assembly, and in principle I agree, because I think that we, naturally enough, work in the here and now of a 5-year mandate, whereas energy, transport, there are issues which we need to look at over a 20, 25, maybe even a 50-year period, so that a citizens' assembly wouldn't necessarily be second-guessing what we're doing in here. They would be doing something different and potentially very, very helpful. So we need an energy policy, and I know we're promised one before the end of the calendar year. Well, there's one leg of a three-stooled approach. You need policy, you need appropriate effective planning, and you also need a good grid. You need transmission and distribution. In fact, it's more than a grid, isn't it now? Because if we're going for the likes of hydrogen energy, storage, battery storage for wind and tidal, these things go together. So battery storage and a grid. for transmission and distribution, planning and policy. Something else that surprised me just before I arrived up here in my first canvass to try and get elected. I was in Newton Ards, I'll not say where, but let us say it was a small group of detached homes with 2 cars in each drive. So walking into that area, I didn't think I was going to be encountering vulnerable people as such. But a woman opened the door and she was highly distressed. She had just had to give up work to look after her husband, who had just gone through a very serious operation for cancer. And what she had to do, which she was really worried about, was heat the home 2 or 3 degrees more than normal, because he needed that additional heat to recover from the operation. It had never crossed my mind before. And she was desperately worried that she couldn't afford it. Now, we would describe her as middle class, not vulnerable. But because of her husband's medical condition, she was incredibly vulnerable. And that's when energy was in kind of normal times, when a price increase might have been 2 or 3%. But a few weeks ago, the utility regulator came to the Economy Committee and he said, look, things are dire. At the beginning of October, Firmus, who do the 10 towns, got a 35% increase in tariff. They want another 40% on top of the 35 before the end of the calendar year. And since then, he has revised it to 50%, as he's revised 16% for Power NI, up to 20% for Power NI.
Only to illustrate the point that this will not be a price blip. This will be a sustained seismic change in the way we look at energy and the cost of energy for the foreseeable future, probably in the years.
I agree with him, and I think the utility regulator agrees with him. And it's a point made by members, including Rachel Woods. And it's a point where the utility regulator, I think, is looking to us, but also suggesting to those in fuel poverty that there are other agencies, Advice NI, Christians Against Poverty, the Money and Pension Service, places to turn to, no doubt in desperation, are looking for help. So if we look at some of the main themes, the biggest one was probably that horrible dilemma. Do you heat or do you eat? And Mr. Aitken mentioned it in moving the motion. Mr. Durkin backed up with some decent statistics on fuel poverty, also referencing the lack here of the £140 warm home discount, which applies in England, Scotland and in Wales. Stuart Dixon also mentioned heat or eat. Cathal Boylan brought in low-income families. Nicola Brogan, childcare, and also increase in national insurance as part of the mix of the perfect, or as the Minister describes it, the imperfect storm, where energy costs are impacting on people. The loss of that £20 a week uplift in universal credit is affecting people. The end of furlough and the prospects of a particularly cold winter. A perfect, or as Mrs. Hargey says, an imperfect storm is coming our way. There were other impacts referenced by speakers in the debate today. Nicola Brogan, in her capacity as party spokesman on children and young people, talking about the fact that underheated homes impact negatively on the physical health of young people, to the point where they have to engage with the National Health Service. A National Health Service which we acknowledge on a daily basis in this chamber is near breaking point, which is strained to breaking point. Also, insulation was mentioned by Nicola Brogan and Andy Allen, and I acknowledge the Minister has confirmed she will bid for that £14 million fund that Andy Allen mentioned. Rachel Woods also talked about the need to bring forward a passive homes scheme. And it's not just on homes. There's going to be an impact on our public services, as Kelly Armstrong mentioned. Schools need to be heated, hospitals need energy, and the costs will go up for them as much as for everybody else. And just in passing, I know we talked about renewable energy and wind, and I think Mr. Frew was one of the members who made the point that the wind didn't blow as hard as we wanted it to blow this calendar year. We don't have tidal, but Kelly Armstrong will agree with me as a member for Strangford, CGen was a global first in generating tidal energy, and actually it generated a lot more than was predicted, with none of the downsides. So why have we come to a full stop on tidal energy? It seems we have. Mr. Story making the point that sometimes environmentalists actually object when we bring forward green energy schemes. So, Deputy Speaker, we have called for the Ministers for the Economy, Communities and Finance to work together, and I acknowledge the Minister without saying she was going to work towards the means-tested Winter Energy Emergency Fund we're calling for. She has acknowledged she wants to work with colleagues in the Executive and beyond, councils, community and voluntary sector groups, and I very much welcome that. Mr. Carroll said the 42% of households in fuel poverty will rise, and he launched the expected attack on the profits of the energy companies. But here's a question we haven't addressed in this debate. What if one of those energy companies goes bust? What happens to people who are relying on an energy company to heat their home? It's happened in GB. Do we have the resilience to look after them if it happens here? We also had a very short debate about whether Russia was communist or capitalist. I could start a debate over the last 30 seconds as to whether Sinn Féin are ourselves alone anymore, because you want Westminster to intervene. Mr. Boylan, Mr. O'Dowd, Westminster has to intervene. It's right down to Westminster. Whatever you do, Mr. O'Dowd, don't be taking your seats. Don't be making the point in the House of Commons.
Thank you. The question now is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the motion is carried. Members, just as the Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1 p.m. today, I propose therefore by leave of the Assembly to suspend the sitting until 2 o'clock. The first item of business when we return will be questions to the Minister of Justice. The sitting is by leave suspended. Thank you.
Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary.
Okay, members, the sitting is resumed. Okay, members, the sitting is resumed. It's now time for questions to the Minister of Justice. Question 13 has been withdrawn. I call Meg Nesbitt to ask the first question. Mr. Nesbitt.
Question 1.
I meet regularly with the Director of Public Prosecutions and most recently met with him at the end of September 2021. Whilst I fully recognise the operational independence of the Public Prosecution Service, our discussions include consideration of the resources available to the PPS in the context of our shared efforts to recover the justice system from the impact of COVID-19. However, as a non-ministerial department, PPS funding does not fall to my department. The Public Prosecution Service receives its funding from the Department of Finance. The Director of Public Prosecutions is also a member of the Criminal Justice Board, the main strategic oversight group for the criminal justice system. The Board meets on a regular basis and, where appropriate, includes discussion on the availability of resources.
Supplementary, Meg Nesbitt.
I thank the Minister for that answer. Has she given any consideration to the implications for the Public Prosecution Service should the Stormont House legacy proposals go ahead, and particularly an historical investigation unit?
Well, I thank the member for his question, and I think it is one that causes all of us considerable concern. I am on record as saying that the justice system, as currently constituted, is not the right mechanism through which to deal with all of the issues in respect of Stormont House. When it comes to the issue of dealing with legacy, I believe that we need a properly managed approach. I believe that Stormont House would allow us to do that over a fixed time period and allow us to do that in a progressive way which would lead to good outcomes. The Public Prosecution Service have, of course, engaged with us in those legacy discussions and with the NIO, as you would expect in terms of resourcing. And it will be challenging for all parts of the justice system, which is why it's important that any comprehensive arrangement for dealing with legacy issues is also properly funded.
I call Justin McNulty.
Minister, I just attended a gut-wrenching event out in the front where the families of the disappeared walked in silence to the steps of Stormont and laid a wreath in memory of those people who have disappeared. I was speaking to Oliver McVeigh, whose brother has been lost for so many years. I was speaking to Anne Morgan, whose brother Seamus was found 4 years ago and was buried 4 years ago, and she still pinches herself every day to say he's been found. The families are so strong, the dignity is extraordinary. Can you tell me the pressures within the system, within the Justice Department, the resources, are the resources there to help those families locate their loved ones? Are the resources there to ensure that those responsible for the disappeared will be brought to justice?
Mr. Speaker, with respect to the issue that the member has raised, I think all of us would want to extend not just our sympathy but also our solidarity to those who find themselves in what is a completely unacceptable situation. Not only have they lost a relative, but they have found themselves with no place to grieve, no place to mark that passing, and no way of actually giving a dignified burial to their loved one, and that compounds their grief and hurt. So I think that's the first thing I want to say. With respect to the recovery of remains, the member will be aware that the responsibility for the International Commission for the Recovery of Remains lies with the Northern Ireland Office rather than with my department. However, when it comes to holding those to account who took lives and who disposed of the bodies in such a barbaric fashion, I have to say that, as I answered the earlier question, I believe that the justice system is the only show in town when it comes to dealing with those who have conducted themselves in such a way at this point in time. However, the government's proposals that they have brought forward would deny that option, even were further evidence to be made available. I think that that would be the wrong thing to do for the very reason that you have spoken of today, and that is the grief of the families and the fact that it has already been compounded in their long wait for justice, now potentially to be denied. I think it is important and incumbent on all of us to find a solution to this, which offers a viable alternative and a funded alternative to what the government is currently proposing, because I don't think any of us in this House would want to be party to the pain that victims have suffered over many, many years.
Okay then, moving on to call Mark Durgan.
Question 2.
I believe the provision of effective and consistent relationship and sexuality education in all schools is vital in providing children and young people with the information and tools they need in life to understand healthy relationships, make informed decisions and protect themselves. Changes to how RSE is provided in schools does not fall within my department's responsibilities and can only be delivered by the Department for Education. However, I am keen that my officials should support such work insofar as is possible. That is why I wrote to the then newly appointed Education Minister, Michelle McIlveen, in early July, seeking a meeting to discuss what steps were being taken by her department to improve RSE. I wrote to her again on the 11th of October, but still await a response. I believe there is real momentum in the community for progress in this area, and so I have asked the Education Minister to give the matter her urgent attention so that we can arrange a mutually convenient time and date to discuss these important issues. Members will be aware that I previously met with the former Education Minister Peter Weir in March to discuss the same issues around improving RSE provision. During this meeting, Mr Weir gave a commitment that his department would lead cross-sectoral work to look at improving the provision of RSE, including a review of the minimum content order in relation to RSE. My department subsequently arranged 3 workshops in June to allow stakeholders to put their views directly to Department of Education officials about how they believe RSE provision can be improved. I understand the participants in those workshops also identified gaps in the current minimum content order and made suggestions about those elements of RSE they felt should be made mandatory as part of the curriculum in all schools. While I understand that any changes to the minimum content order will require legislation and that will not be progressed in this mandate, Department of Education officials have advised that they believe there is other work that can be taken forward in the interim, and they will report back to the Gillen Education and Awareness Group, which is chaired by my department, with their proposals.
Mark Durgan, supplementary.
I thank the Minister for her answer and indeed for her endeavours at cross-departmental working on this issue that isn't solely, if at all, under her remit. It's disappointing that her efforts haven't been reciprocated, and I think that's something that we should all bear in mind and try to get enacted. Could the Minister outline the importance of getting this done, the importance to society?
Well, I think, Mr Speaker, if we look even in recent days and weeks at a number of issues, including, not least of all, the spiking of drinks, for example, where we have seen a rise in the statistics in that regard, it is hugely concerning that we do not provide young people with the kind of relationship and sexual education that would allow them, for example, to fully understand and explore issues around consent, to fully understand and explore, for example, issues around domestic violence and abuse, and to equip them not just with the tools but also with the knowledge to be able to protect themselves and to protect those around them from abuse and exploitation. It is also important in terms of young people moving forward and having healthy relationships, both emotional and sexually healthy relationships, that they are equipped with the full spectrum of information that they need to be able to do that safely at a time of their own choosing and free from coercion or control. Without that, it's very clear that Sir John Gillen felt that without changing our RSE education, we would not be able to have the cultural shift in attitudes in our society that would lead to a change in the kind of entitlement that we see displayed when people spike people's drinks, assault people in the street, harass women going about their daily business, or indeed engage in sexual assault, and not only of women, but of many people who are out there, who are socialising and getting on with their lives, and who find themselves subject to sexual harassment and abuse. I think if we're going to change the culture, we need to start with the next generation, and it's for our generation to ensure that we provide the best possible education for them.
I call Nicola Brogan.
I thank the Minister for her answers so far. Minister, given the importance of relationship and sexuality education in tackling domestic and sexual violence and violence against women and girls, as you know, has been quite timely, given, as you just said, the recent reports on drinks being spiked in that, does the Minister share my concern at the lack of progress being made by the Education Minister in relation to sexuality education in schools?
I very much welcome the previous Education Minister's commitment to look at the minimum content order. I think that is the place to start. At the moment, the minimum content order is about as minimal as a content order can be, and therefore it leaves schools with a wide latitude to decide whether or not they will give people full sexual and relationship education, or whether they will take a very minimalist approach. I think it's hugely important that all young people, in the same way they're taught maths and numeracy, literacy and all of the other subjects that equip us for life, it's hugely important that people are taught the right skills when it comes to being able to enjoy relationships in a healthy way and in a way that isn't subject to coercive control or abusive patterns. I think school is a good place to do that, but it's also a safe place for young people in the course of that conversation to be able to speak to their teachers and others in authority that they trust about abuse that they may have witnessed or experienced, either in the home or indeed in their peer group, and be able to share that with people who then may be able to direct them to services. So by providing the opportunity to speak, we give people that extra support. It is, of course, disappointing that we haven't made more progress than we have already, but in fairness, I think that the department's officials are working very closely with mine in order to try to build up the base of evidence, and I hope that I will get the opportunity to sit down with the Education Minister in the future, because I have no doubt that she, like me, is concerned about this issue.
Call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, can you provide an update of the work carried out by the Gillen Education and Awareness Group?
With respect to the Gillen Education and Awareness Group, it is one which my department chairs, but it also includes members from a number of other organisations. So, for example, it includes the Education Department and others. We have also set up a group within that to look at RSA and particularly the minimum content order. That group is cross-departmental and multi-agency. There are a number of organisations which are helping to take forward those Gillen Review recommendations. The groups chaired by my department, Health, Communities and Education, are all represented, along with 30 other different organisations. For example, Nexus, Victim Support, the Rainbow Project, Carafriend, PSNI, NSPCC, the Education Authority, Interfaith Group, Raise Your Voice and CCEA. So, as well as work in relation to RSE, the group is also conducting scoping work to inform the development of strategic communications to challenge the myths around serious sexual offences, which I hope will be able to launch next year. So there is a huge amount of work ongoing, and if members would, when they're on Twitter, take the opportunity to share the pinned tweet on my department's site at the moment. We are doing some work around rape myths and how we bust those myths in wider society, so that when people do actually go to court, we have a well-informed cohort in the jury.
Call Jim Allister.
It is incumbent on us all to cooperate with policing, to support the police in their work, and to respect due process and independent oversight mechanisms, which are specifically designed to ensure public confidence. I will continue to work with the Chief Constable and his senior management team to help build and maintain public confidence in policing, and I would once again ask political and civic leaders to play their part as well. Public confidence in the police should be based on how they perform for the whole of our community. The recent narrative around a lack of confidence in policing seems to me to be based on perception rather than fact, and to be far from universal. So it may be helpful for the member to focus on some of the facts as they stand today. Last year saw a further increase in drug seizures, with drugs with a street value of over £1.2 million taken out of circulation. Crime rates for violent crime, burglary, robberies, vehicle theft and criminal damage have continued to show a sustained downward trend. During the month of August, the PSNI received 64,491 requests for service, processed 2,067 arrests, prepared 3,108 case files for Public Prosecution Service and travelled over 1 million miles to respond to calls from the public. And in reality, there has been a consistent increase in victim satisfaction with the police over the past 4 years, with 86% of victims reporting the PSNI treated them with fairness and respect in 21-22. Therefore, I think we should all work together to support the PSNI to progress their proactive focus on those doing harm within communities. This is what builds confidence and, in my view, what communities really care about.
Supplementary.
If the Minister thinks that there isn't a lack of confidence from the Unionist and Loyalist community and it's only a matter of perception, not reality, then I'm very disappointed by her complacency on this issue. Does she think maybe that she contributed to that lack of confidence by her action in her vote in this House a few weeks ago, when she voted against the removal of convicted prisoners from the policing board? Does she not think that feeds the view that there is and gives cause to the lack of confidence within the police arising from many in our community? And how can she justify saying to the community it is right to have convicted terrorists sitting controlling the police through the policing board?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm rather amazed that the member in question would pursue this particular line of inquiry, given his recent run-in, or should I say run-over, of a police officer doing his duty as he ought. And I am surprised that he continues to come to this House to denigrate the good work of police officers, because far more than any vote I may cast in this place, disrespect from elected members in this place towards police officers who are doing their duty, and disrespect in this House about how difficult a job they have to do, and the constant narrative around two-tier policing and criticism of the police is what undermines confidence in communities. And I say that with a degree of confidence, Mr. Speaker, because I have been to loyalist areas in my own constituency, and I have spoken to people who live there. And they do not have any lack of confidence in their local neighbourhood policing team or in their ability to respond to the concerns that they have raised. Relationships are good, though strained. I heard the same story when I travelled to the North West on Friday and spoke with loyalist communities there. But people are afraid, because of the political narrative, to be seen to engage with policing in their community. So it is incumbent on people like the questioner to take some responsibility if people are feeling a lack of confidence in policing, and to focus on supporting the police rather than undermining them at every cut and turn.
I'm going to call Trevor Clark.
Mr. Speaker, and follow on nicely from the Minister's response. In terms of those political representations, I note you didn't touch on the comments from one of the policing board members, indeed one of those people you appointed, where she talked about even the RUC being a sectarian force, and on every opportunity she talks about 50-50 recruitment. However, none of the individuals from the national side seem to go openly out and encourage nationalists to join. Do you think it's helpful, her comments around the RUC, which is now obviously the PSNI, do you think that builds confidence within the unionist community, giving her comments around that subject?
I think what would build confidence right across this community is if we did what was envisaged in the Patten report and took politics out of policing, focused on the stuff that I have talked about in my answer to the member from North Antrim, about delivery for communities, about tackling crime. And no, it isn't acceptable, frankly, for anyone in this House, from any perspective, to undermine respect for policing. It isn't acceptable. It is incumbent on every single one of us to do everything in our power to try to encourage more people to join the police service so it becomes even more representative than it currently is. There is an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, for people to do that today, to encourage people to step forward and actually join the PSNI. And I am aware that on different occasions, every party in this chamber has supported police recruitment campaigns, physically turning up to their launch and also issuing statements encouraging people to apply. So I think what we need to do now is try to get beyond the tit for tat around policing and actually focus on the job they're doing and holding them to account. And I know that as a member of the policing board, the member would obviously want that as well.
Call John Blair.
Mr. Speaker, in the week where we mark the 20th anniversary of the PSNI and the bravery and community spirit of those who serve in it, does the Minister agree that building confidence in policing is also about building confidence in the oversight structures such as the Policing Board and the Police Ombudsman's Office, and avoiding party politicking around these structures, their clearly defined independent roles and the personalities of those who serve in them?
It is incredibly important, Mr. Speaker, that at the new start we had for policing, we did not trash the reputation of what went before. Many honourable people served in the PSNI or in the RUC, and many of them gave their lives and more in service of this community. Their families have suffered a great deal, and there was no intention, and it was clear from what happened in Patton, there was no intention to undermine that record of service. But what it did provide was a fresh start for policing that would allow the entire community to buy into policing, to engage in support for policing, to encourage their communities to come forward and get involved in policing. And 20 years on, that should still be our ambition. There are, of course, underrepresented groups within the PSNI, and we should seek to address that at every opportunity, and today is one such opportunity. However, the member from South Antrim is correct. It is not just about support for policing. It is also about support for the overarching structures that are there to ensure that policing is not politically motivated, that no single member of this House has any overarching control of policing. That is how it should be. And I believe that if we invest our time and energy in the structures at the Policing Board and in support for the work of the Ombudsman's Office, then I believe that we, through those tripartite arrangements, will have the best and most robust arrangements possible to provide the confidence within communities that is needed. But ultimately, people will listen to the voices of their elected representatives. And amplifying grievance is not the way to build confidence. Addressing the issues in a constructive way is the way to build confidence, and members need to focus on that going forward.
Olsen Bradley.
I appreciate the Minister taking the opportunity to set the record straight that nationalists do encourage people to join the PSNI and have consistently done so for 20 years. And I would also use the opportunity to ask the Minister, does she believe that type of reckless, inaccurate questioning is divisive? And as we embrace a recruitment process where we try and build a police service that is truly reflective of our entire society, questioning such as that has been put on this floor today is absolutely unhelpful and does not reflect society. And in this case, society are very often ahead of the people who claim and purport to represent them.
Take a seat a second, please. I want to call for order here, because everybody is entitled to ask a question who's called. They're also entitled to be heard. Everybody else has the same opportunity to raise their hands or stand on their feet if they want to ask a question.
Sadly, I think that this entire line of questioning today has been unhelpful in terms of being able to encourage support and confidence in policing. We have an opportunity as members of this House not just to reflect what happens in our communities, but to lead change in our communities. And so it is incumbent on every single one of us in what we say and what we do to show that leadership, particularly when it comes to sensitive issues around policing. All parties in this House who have had the opportunity to do so have nominated their representatives to the policing board. They have engaged with policing in a constructive way in that forum. It is important that when we come to this House, we continue to engage in a constructive way when discussing policing issues, because what we want to do is encourage more people to come forward, create as reflective a police service as we can of our wider community, and enhance the acceptance of the police right across our community, because it is in the interests of those we serve, in terms of their safety, their security and their health and well-being, that they do have positive relationships with the PSNI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, thank you for your answer so far. And going back to the original question, which was about the promotion of confidence, given the high-profile murder of Sarah Everard, have you had many discussions with the police in regards to how they can raise confidence with females meeting police officers when they're out on their own?
It is an issue, Mr. Speaker, which we have had discussions about. The PSNI, as you will be aware, are bringing forward their own violence against women and girls strategy to take forward the work that they already do in this space. As a result of the work that we're doing around the new domestic abuse offence, there's also enhanced training going on throughout the PSNI. And again, the member will be aware from his membership of the Justice Committee that in relation to the new stalking offence, a similar training is being rolled out. It is, of course, of concern when someone in a position of authority and power abuses that power. And therefore, I have said on the record that I believe it is important that those in the police service and indeed in other positions of authority and power are held to the highest possible standards when it comes to their interactions with members of the public. And that includes with vulnerable women and girls who are only vulnerable because there are predators in our community.
Matthew O'Toole.
Question 4.
Mr. Speaker, I know every member of this Assembly finds it abhorrent that slavery in any form is happening in Northern Ireland, but sadly it is. Raising public awareness to identify and to help eradicate modern slavery and human trafficking is therefore a key priority for my department and for the wider executive. My clear commitment to tackling modern slavery and human trafficking crimes is set out in the Northern Ireland Modern Slavery and Human Trafficking Strategy for 2021-22, published earlier this year. A key part of its Prevent strand is to ensure collaborative working and share knowledge across strategic partners to identify best practice and to facilitate greater public awareness of modern slavery. My officials work with key statutory and non-statutory partners to maximise every opportunity to raise awareness through social media, information on Northern Ireland Direct, and this year we've been able to support a number of projects working on these issues through the Asset Recovery Community Scheme. The Organised Crime Task Force annual report and threat assessment also sets out the actions taken to target and disrupt organised criminality, with a specific section on modern slavery. As you all know, Anti-Slavery Day was the 18th of October, and my department worked alongside partners to mark and raise the profile of this important event by sharing and promoting social media content through public engagement events and by illuminating council and civic buildings, for example in Belfast City Hall, which was lit up red for this year. I also attended events by Flourish NI and Invisible Traffic, which raised awareness through creative and innovative projects, which were ultimately hopeful and inspiring, despite the nature of these crimes and the impact on victims. I'm committed to taking every opportunity to raise awareness, to send the message that violations of human rights will not be tolerated, criminals will be pursued and prevented from causing further harm, and victims will be protected.
Supplementary, Matthew O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, I should first acknowledge that Dame Sarah Thornton, who's the UK Anti-Slavery Commissioner, is here today in the building. Minister, the expert group on action against trafficking, part of the Council of Europe, said that Brexit has, quote, heightened the risk of exploitation of EU workers. We in Northern Ireland are at particular risk of that happening, given our geography. What specific actions is your department taking to raise awareness and to take action because of the specific risks we face? I'm afraid the strategy you mentioned doesn't say very much about the risks of EU exit, so what is the department doing in that regard? Thank you.
Mr Speaker, I'm aware that Dame Sarah Thornton is here today. I met with her yesterday and had a very constructive meeting with her, including looking at some of the risk factors that are emerging. The Department treats all organised crime and the threat of organised crime and has assessed it in relation to Brexit. It has to be said that from a criminal's perspective, whether the commodity that they are trafficking is illegal goods or human beings is irrelevant to them. Simply the monetary value is all that matters. And so the work which we have been engaged in terms of disrupting those in terms of organised crime who are trafficking any goods across our borders or trying to exploit any loopholes as a result of Brexit is hugely important. However, it has to be said that the policing arrangements and the cooperation and the future security partnership arrangements which are currently in place have given us a much greater degree of continuity of service right across the EU. Indeed, I met with the chair of the Libe Committee last week, and I will be meeting with the chair of the Jury Committee later this week to keep them updated and abreast of the challenges that we face, but also to keep abreast of the work that they are doing alongside ourselves to tackle issues such as modern slavery, human trafficking and other organised crime. It is incredibly important that we do not lose that future security partnership which forms part of the TCA, and so I hope that those who are negotiating at the moment and who are considering how the protocol can be changed and implemented differently will give due consideration to the impact when it comes to crime.
And that ends the period for list of questions, members, and we will now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. 3 and 5 and 7 have been withdrawn, and I call Carol Ní-Killen.
And I thank the Minister for questions thus far. It's already been raised here by several members in relation to the concerns around the increasing drink spiking, and particularly, in recent times there was reports of a young woman having to be hospitalised in Derry. So, Minister, do you believe that the law in this area is adequate? And if not, would you encourage a review into the law if necessary?
Well, I thank the member for her question. I have been extremely concerned by the recent reports of drink spiking and drug injecting, both locally in the Foyle area particularly, and also nationally. It's an extremely serious issue with very damaging consequences for the individual. I want to reassure not just members of this House, but also the public that there are laws in place to deal with this type of behaviour in Northern Ireland. The Sexual Offences Northern Ireland Order 2008 makes it an offence to cause a person to engage in any type of sexual activity without consent. Where it is proven that drugs or alcohol were administered, there is an evidential presumption that the person did not consent. Depending on the circumstances of the case and the nature of sexual assault, offenders can be liable to a maximum of life imprisonment. There are also a number of offences under the Offences Against the Person Act 1861, which could apply where drinks were spiked or drugs were injected where the intention was not sexual assault but was to cause harm in some other way. I would urge those affected to come forward at the earliest opportunity in order that the matter can be properly investigated. The drugs that are often used in drink spiking metabolise very quickly in people's systems. If people feel themselves becoming dizzy, disorientated and woozy, if they haven't had much to drink or the reaction is out of proportion to their usual reaction to alcohol, then it's important that they secure their glass with whatever liquid is left in it and report it immediately to both the bar and to the PSNI. That's the best way to ensure that people, first of all, get the hospital treatment they need, to ensure that they are safe, because these drugs can have long-term side effects, but also that the evidential chain is maintained in terms of being able to test for the drugs in their system and indeed in what they've been drinking.
Supplementary, Carol Ní-Killen.
Thank the Minister for her response, and she did outline some of the physical and indeed psychological impacts that this can have. And again, it's carried out with the overwhelming intention for rape and sexual assault, the majority of which are on women and girls. Would the Minister agree that this could be an issue that's examined as part of the Violence Against Women and Girls? And I'm sure she would also agree that it is terrible in the 21st century that we're having to educate overwhelmingly women and girls on how to protect themselves when the penalties for these offences should be the deterrent, not trying to teach women and girls how to be safe, going out for a drink, going for a walk, or going for something else. It's ridiculous.
I completely agree with what the member is saying and with the sentiments in terms of what she's saying, and we will listen very carefully to victims and also to the police and to other partners in the justice system. And if there is a need for us to review the law, if the law is deemed to be inadequate in any shape or form in terms of the emergent patterns of behaviour, then of course we are open to that, as we would always be. But the member is right. It is not fair for society to transfer the responsibility for the safety of women and girls onto women and girls. Women and girls are not raped because of women and girls. They are not raped because they have been drinking. They are not raped because of what they were. They are raped because of rapists. And so what we need to do is tackle those who are the perpetrators of these crimes and not transfer responsibility for this kind of behaviour onto the victims of these crimes. And it's so important that women and girls and everyone in our community is alert to the risk, but also is free to socialise without having to constantly be aware of predatory individuals who may take advantage of them. And I would encourage people who are socialising in groups of friends, in bars and wherever they may go, watch out for the other people around you, not just for yourself. Watch if you see people interfering with other people's drinks. Watch if you see suspicious behaviour, and more than just watch, do something about it, report it, because you could be the difference between somebody being assaulted and not being assaulted. And we know that in a number of recent cases, the reason those young women were not assaulted was because their friends got them to hospital and got them to help as quickly as possible and protected them.
I call Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for her answers so far. Minister, can I ask you to confirm the planned number of full-time PSNI officers and the number of part-time PSNI officers, and also to confirm the shortfall in numbers?
I will write to the member with the details of all of those. The member will know that the target for PSNI officers set out in the NDNA agreement is 7,500 officers. There is currently the funding to raise the current complement from 7,000 to 7,100, which is why there is a recruitment campaign ongoing starting today. And it is my department's role to try to secure the funding for the remaining number of officers. The member will also be aware of the budget settlement and the announcements in England and Wales with respect to the number of additional police officers for England and Wales. And I'm sure he will be encouraged to know that I've written to the Finance Minister to ensure that when it comes to Northern Ireland, we are not overlooking the responsibility we have to meet those NDNA targets as we move forward.
Robin Newton, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And welcome the fact that the Minister is going to write to me on the PSNI full-time officers. Perhaps the Minister would be able to answer the question on the shortfall in part-time officers at this moment in time.
Well, as I said, the member asked both questions at once, and I said I would return to him with the numbers. I don't have the number of part-time officers currently in terms of complement, but I'm happy to write to the member and give him those figures. However, it should be I could remind him, of course, that he is at liberty to write to the Chief Constable who is responsible for staffing, because whilst we provide the Chief Constable with funding, it is the Chief Constable who determines how many officers he has in cooperation and collaboration with members of the Policing Board. It is not my job to dictate to the Chief Constable how many officers he employs.
Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, I'm going to return back to the issue of drinks being spiked or young people, in fact, being jabbed in their arms with some sort of drug. As the mother, as you know, as a mother of a teenage girl, I'm extremely concerned that this is something that is happening at a time when nightclubs and so on are back open again. Does the Minister agree with me that it has never been more important for all of us to do what we can to end violence against women in Northern Ireland?
I do completely agree with the member, and she will have, I know, listened carefully to my answer to the first question in Topicals. The very specific experience women and girls face within society in terms of both direct and indirect violence is an issue that is extremely important to me and one that I have prioritised. It's for this reason that I recommended a cross-departmental violence against women and girls strategy to the Executive. And this cross-cutting issue, the Executive Office will then take forward, along with cross-departmental cooperation, to ensure that we support delivery that is effective. And I will do all that I can in order to support the strategy. I have asked I've actually raised the issue of drug spiking at the Executive, but I have also asked for an update at the next Executive in terms of progress with respect to the Women and Girls strategy. I've also listened to victims and have been working with partners such as the PSN on the issue of spiking drinks, and will be discussing it further with the Chief Constable when I meet him this afternoon. Again, I would urge anyone who believes that they may have been spiked or injected to report it to the police. Chief Constable is going to update me on his work to address violence against women and girls, and I've asked the Executive, as I said, for an update later this week. During this mandate, Mr Speaker, I have brought forward an ambitious agenda of activity to protect those most at risk of violence, including Domestic Abuse and Civil Proceedings Act, the Stalking Bill, and changes to implement recommendations of the Gillen Review. Has included discussions with a wide range of stakeholders. While many of the measures will affect everyone in society, they will disproportionately benefit women and girls due to the gendered nature of many of these offences.
Supplementary, Kelly Armstrong.
Minister, and thank you very much for the work that you're doing. Minister, one of the issues that has come to light for me, as I mentioned, I'm a mother of a teenage girl, is when she walks home that she faces indirect violence through street harassment, and street harassment seems to be something that is just coming up more and more often for young women. You will be aware of the ongoing harassment of women outside the John Mitchell Clinic in Newry, amongst other locations. Does the Minister agree that buffer zones or safe access zones are necessary to protect those young women accessing healthcare, as well as the staff who provide those services?
I thank the member for her question, and I think that there are two distinct elements to this. There is the more broad issue of street harassment, which is incredibly difficult to tackle through a criminal justice lens, but it is one where I'm working with others who are campaigning in this space to see if there is more that can be done to protect women from unwarranted abuse in the street. It is an incredibly frightening experience for young women to be approached often by quite bawdy individuals who are shouting abuse or making lewd comments as women are going about their daily lives. It is completely disrespectful, and I think that that is something that we need to target. I'm also fully aware of the ongoing protests that are being held outside healthcare facilities across Northern Ireland and the disruptive impact that it's causing, not only to vulnerable pregnant people who are seeking to access abortion services, but also those seeking general medical care and healthcare staff who are trying to carry out their duties. No one should have to face that kind of harassment. Everyone has a right to protest, but equally everyone should have the right to access healthcare free from harassment and intimidation. Healthcare workers should be able to go to their work free from this type of violence. I'm conscious that all trusts are reporting significant challenges in dealing with this issue, which appears to be growing. I am also concerned that some trusts are saying that they are having difficulty in terms of the location where abortion services are being delivered, in terms of resolving the issue, and that creates real disruption to their patients. I had hoped that we would be in a position to table an amendment to what was the Justice Miscellaneous Provisions Bill to provide for exclusion zones, but disappointingly we couldn't get executive agreement to that introduction. However, I support Claire Bailey's private member's bill on safe access zones and will continue to assist its progress in whatever way I can.
I call Mark Durgan.
I and I thank the Minister for her answers thus far. Minister, a prisoner from my constituency was very grateful to be granted a compassionate temporary release at the weekend that enabled him to spend precious hours with his father as he passed away. Upon his return to prison, however, his family tell me that he was handcuffed, strip-searched, isolated in a dirty cell. This man suffers from poor mental health. Getting his medication was a handling. Meals are still being pushed under a door to him, and I'm not even sure if he's been able to shower since. Can the Minister answer me, is this common practice? Is it COVID related? And would she agree with me that it certainly doesn't sound compassionate?
Mr Speaker, it also doesn't reflect my experience and indeed the kind of report that I have had of the self-isolation units within the prison service. I have to say that that doesn't tie with what we have seen and what I have witnessed in terms of the service that's being provided by prison service. Northern Ireland Prison Service has a responsibility to, as far as possible, mitigate the risks of COVID-19 for the whole of the prison population. Having safeguards in place in prison establishments is important, given the prisons are dynamic residential communal settings. As such, they are highly prone to outbreaks of COVID-19 and as the result of importation of even one single case. Prison Service has a number of processes in place to mitigate the ongoing risk presented by COVID-19 in the prison environment. This includes placing prisoners in isolation when they are newly committed or temporarily released from custody, and they are advised of that before they leave custody. The measures that NIPS have introduced have been largely successful in preventing any widespread infection amongst staff or prisoners. Using isolation is consistent with the guidance from the World Health Organization and the Public Health Agency and has been a very effective safeguard in preventing the transmission of COVID-19 into the prison environment. From the 20th to the 25th of October, Northern Ireland Prison Service have reduced the period of isolation from 14 to 10 days for individuals who are double vaccinated, dependent on receiving a negative PCR test at day 2 and 8. This change has been supported by the Public Health Agency. During their time in isolation, people in custody have access to healthcare, legal representation, showers and can maintain family contact. Prison Service takes very seriously the safety of staff and all those placed in their care and is committed to doing everything possible to prevent the spread of COVID-19 in the prison. Obviously, I cannot discuss individual cases. As with the rest of society and in common with the Northern Ireland Executive's approach, we want to relax the restrictions that apply to prisons and people in our care in a way that is timely, safe and sustainable. And I would encourage the member, if he has particular concerns, to speak to the Director-General of Prisons in the first instance.
Time is up, members. And members, please take your ease until we move on to the next item on the order paper, which is in Members, Ms Palm Cameron has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister of Health. I would remind members that if they wish to ask a supplementary question, they should rise continually in their places. The member who tabled the question will be called automatically to ask a supplementary. Clerk, please read the question.
To ask the Minister of Health, in light of the unprecedented demand and waiting times for patients and the risk to life, to outline the actions he is taking to mitigate measures on emergency departments and the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service.
I call the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for raising the question. Speaker, our emergency departments are currently operating significantly above capacity. The pressures on our trust experienced during this summer and into the autumn have been unprecedented, actually often akin to the most difficult winter pressures witnessed previously, but that's what makes the situation actually so serious. As members will recall, I made a statement on the 22nd of September that a hospital emergency department could be forced to close as a result of the pressures. Obviously, I don't want that to happen, nor does anyone working in the trusts, but we must realise that we are facing levels of pressure as never before. For several years before the pandemic, too many people were being forced to wait over 4 and 12 hours in emergency departments. The current pressures have been exacerbated by the pandemic, but they were not caused only by the pandemic. On the 22nd of October, I made a statement to the Assembly setting out my approach to winter preparedness. I've also published individual trust winter and surge delivery plans, and all of this provided information on what actions have been taken to support our emergency departments through this autumn and winter. The Health and Social Care Board is continuously working with the Public Health Agency, the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service and the 5 trusts on addressing waiting times at our emergency departments, enhance flow through the system and facilitate timely discharge. The Health and Social Care Board is also coordinating smoothing to better manage our ambulance service flows. Speaker, following a further allocation in the recent October monitoring round, which was confirmed and announced on Friday, I am investing a total of £21.2 million in the No More Silos Action Plan this year. The key initiatives that will support management of unscheduled pressures. That includes Phone First and urgent care centres, the Timely Discharge Initiative, ambulance handover bays and hospital at home. Phone First is currently available in the Northern, Southern and Western Trusts, with an interim service in the Down, in South and Eastern. The service was also recently introduced at Lagan Valley, and from the 1st of December 2020, more than 134,000 patients have utilised the service. Of these, 29,500, equivalent to 22%, were discharged with advice to refer back to their GP. Around 60,400, roughly 45%, were scheduled for an appointment at an emergency department. Urgent care centre alternative pathway, and some 40,300 patients, or 30%, were referred directly to an emergency department. I also recently announced a package of £5.5 million to support service delivery in primary care throughout this winter. That includes £3.8 million to support additional patient care, covering both general practice and out-of-hours service, and up to £1.7 million to improve telephone infrastructure. Again, these measures will help to alleviate pressures on our emergency departments. But I must also stress that we all have a role to play in supporting our emergency departments and our wider health system. I encourage everyone to take up both the COVID-19 vaccine and booster and the flu vaccine when offered. There is a real tangible step we can all take to support our emergency departments now and into the winter. Finally, it's important to recognise that the issues that we are currently seeing in our emergency departments cannot be resolved by one-off, non-recurrent funding. What is needed is recurrent investment over a number of years to improve capacity and bring forward meaningful change.
Supplementary, Palm Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and for accepting this urgent question today, and to the Minister for coming to the Chamber. This is not about party politics, this is about people. On all sides of this House, we need to be in this together, and we need to work together to fix this. We have heard through the media an ED consultant from Alton Galvin Hospital apologising for the appalling service over the Halloween weekend due to the huge pressure and lack of capacity. Yesterday, the Northern Trust said we are on the cusp of an emergency department in Northern Ireland having to close its doors. I asked the Minister what action is he taking to ensure that EDs do remain open for life-saving emergency services. For example, has he asked for any further assistance from the military whether for ED or other areas of the health service, to free up a vital resource? And is there any further update on the most recent workforce appeal?
And again, I thank the member for her comments, and actually in reference to the two consultants she referred to, in Elton and Galvin and the Northern Trust, we're actually reiterating and reinforcing the statement that I had made on the 22nd of September, because this is something that we have seen coming. It's something that we knew where this winter was going to take us, and that's why I had put into the October monitoring round a bid for over 20 million to actually support the No More Silo structure, which is actually predates COVID, predates the pandemic, in regards to the work that needs done actually to direct and rectify the challenges that we've already seen in our EDs. Unfortunately, the pressures that we're seeing now are not new, but they're a direct result of underinvestment in the health service, both financially and in workforce over a number of years, over the last 10 years. And in regards to the specific functions that money will bring forward, and as I stress, this is only money that became available to me on Friday when the monitoring round was actually agreed. That money will be spent on actually increasing first and urgent care centres, the timely discharge initiative, ambulance handover bays and hospital at home. So that's the steps that we have taken directly. In regards to the MACA request, we haven't made an additional one because, as the member will know, that serving unit only returned over a week ago, and they're not currently available for redeployment, but it's something that we continue to keep monitoring on when they are available, if they are available, and how we can use them. Actually engaging with some of the serving medics before they returned home, I think, was a true testimony to the additional service and support that they have brought to our health service. And the phrases like, I was glad to be here because I was able to support my own in their time of need, I think was a true testimony to the support that they have provided.
Before I call the next speaker, I need to remind members when they're asking a question to go almost directly to their question, because if a dozen members want to contribute, they all can't within the time limit available to us. So on that basis, I call Colm Gildernew.
Minister, I asked in June around the publication of the urgent and emergency care review. I haven't received an answer to that, but could you advise when that review will be published, Minister? And also, has the time not now arrived to convene a health summit as requested by the Royal Colleges and unions to get everyone into the room who have an awareness of the problems here and the part of the solution?
I thank the member. In regards to the agency and the different Royal Colleges and trade unions who have indicated the request for a summit, between that request being made, I've met most of them, either individually as Royal Colleges or through the trade union workforce structure that I currently have. What I have indicated to them, and I've indicated to some executive colleagues as well, I'd be minded to do that once I see what the budget settlement will be for health. On an ongoing basis, because I think it would actually be premature to bring everybody into a room at this stage and then 2 to 3 weeks' time actually find out what our long-term funding for health is going to be. I think that's the wider discussion that needs to be had at that health summit. In regards to the urgent and emergency care review, I am expecting to receive that piece of work updated shortly in regards to what can be done, as it blends into the No More Silos piece of work that was originally instigated a number of years ago, but again has been reliant on piecemeal, hand-to-mouth funding. And as I've said many times from this dispatch, from this place, that's no way to resolve the structural challenges that our health service has found itself in over 10 years of underinvestment.
Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for responding to this question. Minister, you'll be well aware of the pressures that exist in GP surgeries. Phone lines have been log-jammed, and as a result, more and more people are presenting at A&E, creating a crisis situation there, and as you could see at the weekend how that unfolded. Has the Minister given any thought to putting in place a similar system to that of England through what they call walk-in clinics, where you can walk in, be triaged there and then? It's determined whether you go to a hospital, see a GP, see a nurse or see a mental health consultant. Takes away that pressure, and it worked quite well there. Has the Minister given any consideration to that system?
We consider all systems as they are developed elsewhere, but our challenge is always that of workforce and who's actually eligible to deliver it in a timely and fashionable manner. There's no point of displacing one patient from one section to another, and that's why we've actually introduced the phone first system as well. And the original answer I gave the member, the numbers, actually how many people are actually utilising that system, which allows them to be directed to the correct place at the correct time. And in regards to GPs, just to let the member know, for the week ending the 15th of October, our total practice teams consultations, that's MDTs and GPs, actually had consultations with 233,412 people over that weekly period, of which 116 per 1,000 of our population, and over 50% were actually face-to-face. So I've often said in here that sometimes the narrative around our GPs not being open is one that's not correct. The member did make a statement yesterday, I think, to the House that there was no plan. I had no plan in regards to how we were actually tackling elective care. Can I refer the member to the elective care strategy that was published at the start of June? Maybe inform him of actually the work that has been undertaken, but it actually needs funded, and it needs cross-community, cross-executive support to fund it.
Well, Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his responses thus far, and I especially welcome the additional funding in recent days for no more silos. Primary care has a huge role to play before people take the decision to present to an emergency department, and so a well-resourced primary care network is essential. Can the Minister provide an update on the number of GPs currently coming through the training pipeline? And could I, once again, Mr. Speaker, place on record continued appreciation for the efforts of all our health and social care staff? Thank you.
And I thank the member. In regards to just the GP workforce pipeline, I would just reiterate the additional funding that has been put into primary care as well, that I announced a few weeks ago in regards to that £5.5 million to support primary care through the winter. But in regards to the workforce, it's often been said in here, and I think it's been supported by all parties now around this House, that the crisis we're currently in isn't just because of COVID, it's due to the underinvestment for the past 10 years in our health service. And I don't just mean bricks and mortar, I mean the actual people working in it. My department has continued to invest in our GP workforce, and in recognition of the increasing demand for primary care services, there has been a steady expansion of GP training programme places over the past current years, and that has culminated in an intake of 111 students into the 2021 programme. That actually represents a 71% increase on the 2015 intake, where there were only 65 trainees. But whilst this investment in workforce has seen the overall number of GPs working in Northern increase, more individual GPs are now choosing to work less than full-time hours, with the result that their overall GP workforce, as measured in whole-time equivalents, has actually decreased by 8% since 2014. And having recognised this, I have asked for a review of GP trainee places to make sure that there are enough GPs to meet our primary care needs into the future. But I do have to reiterate that it does take time to bring those medical professionals forward.
Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, given the pressure on emergency departments and predictions regarding a winter crisis in our hospitals, can you explain why you were content to support reopening nightclubs? Nightclubs, I understand they're under a lot of pressure and they would need to open at some stage, but without any mandatory mitigations in place, and having witnessed the queues at the weekend at our hospitals, do you still believe that this was the right decision?
I think the member, although it is it's slightly off for the original question, but I will refer back to the autumn and winter contingency plan, which was supported by all ministers, which has actually referred to the development of appropriate enabling infrastructure to underpin a system of COVID status certificates is underway. As the member will be aware, as I said earlier on, we launched that yesterday. The Department of Health has committed to bringing forward the domestic COVID certificate, where it was actually deployed and when it will be deployed as a policy directive for the entirety of the Executive.
Jim Allister.
Is part of the problem here not the lack of coordination on the handover of patients from the ambulance to the hospital? We have cases where ambulances sit for hours with patients on their trolleys, and if they were transferred to the hospital trolleys, the ambulances could get back on duty. Is that not part of the problem? Do we not need a proper coordination of that?
I think the member, and it is actually a very valid point, and it's one that I've seen now in operation, where we have what we are called HALOs, Hospital Ambulance Liaison Officers, where a member of NIAS is actually in place and embedded within emergency departments, so they can coordinate that handover. While a patient may transfer onto what he calls a hospital trolley, they still remain a patient of the ambulance service until they're fully integrated into the trust and all the checks that are necessary are actually being able to be undertaken. So that handover has been done. One of the things, one of the recent changes we've actually seen and referred to it in the original answer is that of, and it's a clunky term, but it's that of smoothing for our ambulance service, where a patient is actually taken to an ED that has a shorter waiting time rather than simply the closest ED as well. So it smooths out the pressures that our EDs are actually seeing, and it releases those ambulances quicker than they would be should they simply have to go to the closest ED. And that's why we see, our Northern Ireland Ambulance Service is a trust that actually covers the entirety of Northern Ireland and isn't solely constricted by our trust make-up of the 5 geographical trusts that we have.
Well, Jerry Carroll.
The situation faced by those who work in and rely on ED is stark and concerning. I'm concerned that we keep on doing what was done and get the same results again. Of that new money that the Minister announced, what proportion of that is being spent on the private sector, private organisations and private healthcare?
Actually, in regards to the money that I did announce, in regards to the package that was given in regards to supporting No More Silos, the 21.2 million, that's all solely for our health service. It all is to support those pieces of work that need done, that were indicated through No More Silos, in regards to how a patient is transferred through the entirety of our system. So it's all about investing in the Northern Ireland Health Service, and it's it includes Phone First and urgent care centres, the timely discharge initiatives, ambulance handover bays and hospital at home.
Carol Nichillen.
Count Cullion, and thank the Minister for coming to the House today. If the 21.2 million is for emergency care, with respect, I don't think anybody waiting on a hospital trolley 30 hours is going to understand what No More Silos means. So I think we all accept that, and I'm not being panicky, but if it is for emergency care, then say so, because families are sitting with their elderly patients in cars outside. Their elderly parent is sitting on a trolley 30 hours waiting to get a bed. So I think we need to be clear. And the other thing I've just asked the Minister to be very mindful of, the Children's Hospital in the Royal, I spoke to a nurse at the weekend who worked in Africa, and said to me that both the emergency department in the Royal and the Children's was akin to scenes that you've seen in Zambia. So I think our health and social care staff are under a massive pressure, and if they're getting additional support through this 21.2 million, then I'd like the Minister to clear that up.
Thank you.
The member and Speaker, maybe just to be clear, that 21.2 million is an investment in No More Silos, which is our strategy. It's the department's strategy before me on how we address pressures in our emergency departments. So I'll make that clear to the member. That's where that investment is going. It's going in those steps that are. It's for all those services that are actually there. It's for early discharge. It's for first and urgent care centres. It's for our ambulance handover bases, and it's for hospital at home. So it supports that entirety of the system as it works through. But, Mr. Speaker, that's only part of the monitoring round monies that I actually got on Friday as well. So that's the bit that's specifically to address the problem that was raised in the initial urgent oral question. In regards to the support, I did get 70 million that was able to get back to get our health service workers the 3% pay rise that have been indicated through the independent monitoring body that looks at that. So that allows me now to take that to the next step as well. So there's additional investment needs made. I've said that many times from this place. But what it doesn't solve is when it simply comes at this time of the year to be spent in March to address a problem that has been there, has been systemic, and has been getting worse over the last 10 years, rather than doing the structural reform that we all know in this place needs to be done and needs to be done now. And that's where we need that recurrent budget. Should it be for 3 years, should it be 5 years, to give us the surety to make the transformations that we need to make.
Call Trevor Clark.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your answers thus far. In one of your comments you did say you've seen it coming. I think for many of us we all seen it coming. I know of an infant on 3 occasions over 6 weeks the GP refused to see them. The parents of that child took that child to the A&E, and the A&E doctor was appalled that the GP had refused. How many other examples are like that, where GPs are refusing or trying to do diagnosis over the phone, and parents are been deciding to take their children to the A&E, where A&E doctors are telling them the GP should have seen them in the first instance?
And again, I'll refer, if there is a specific case there, can I encourage the member to either contact the patient-client council or refer it directly to the trust on an individual basis, so that that case can be looked into. In regards to the narrative of our GPs not being open, I do want to reiterate to the member that £5.5 million invested into our GP primary care structures over this winter, but also to refer the member back to a comment I made earlier in regards to the number of people who are being seen by GPs, in regards to what was even there in the week commencing the 15th of October, where there was 233,000 people had been forward for a GP consultation in regards to how they can be best directed as well.
Matthew O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, the strongest reason for doing vaccine certification, as my party has called for, specifically in hospitality settings, is the fact that our health service is close to buckling. As we've been discussing today, it is buckling. Minister, one of the reasons that was given, including by yourself, for not recommending vaccine certification was that the app wasn't ready. As you've said today, the app is ready. Will you now be advising the Executive that we move speedily to vaccine certification in specific settings in order to protect our health service?
I thank the member for the point that they continually raise, and I know we were here to talk about emergency departments, but the SDLP want to go in a different direction in regards to what we're actually talking about. In regards to certification, the member is also aware, and I'm sure if his minister has briefed him, as he seems to have briefed others in regards to this, he will be aware as well that the head of the Northern Ireland Civil Service has also said that that policy development work has been taken under their direction as to where it should be, because that's where this lies. That's where I've always been clear that this lies. Health is supporting the minute, and in the autumn and winter strategic plan that came from Executive, that was supported by all Executive ministers, clearly stipulates that in the initial work on developing the app should be done. We delivered that yesterday. Legislation is being drafted and prepared as to what it could look like. The member and the member's minister is aware of the timeline that was laid out that would actually take to draft that. And it was indicated earlier on, Mr. Speaker, when we were talking about regulations, is about the small team within my department that is left to actually draft those regulations on behalf of the entirety of the Executive.
Paul Bradshaw.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Speaker, Minister, you'll be aware that the Royal College of Emergency Medicine are keen to see the Getting It Right First Time programme introduced. Obviously, that relates to sharing of clinical best practice across different ED departments. Can you give us an update on that? And also, is your department going to be working with Public Health Agency around some messaging this winter so that people go to the right place for their healthcare?
In regards to the last point, very much so. In regards to making sure people get to the right place to be seen. And that's also part of the benefit of Home First, because before somebody presents to an ED, they have the opportunity actually to engage that in that direction. One of the directions of travel of No More Silos is that we have a single number for the entirety of Northern Ireland, so akin to the 111 service that there is in England and Wales, that we could have something there, and that would actually take some of the pressure out of ours as well, when you start to get that amalgamation across the entirety of our service in itself. The member will be aware, and if she's been talking to the Royal College of Emergency Medicine, the publication of the review of urgent and emergency care is actually there at this minute in time, and the publication of that report actually sets out the findings and recommendations of the review of urgent and emergency care. Unfortunately, that again was delayed by the pandemic. However, I do plan to publish the report and consult on its findings shortly, because it does tie in again with the recommendations from No More Silos.
Paul O'Leary-Flynn.
I can't call you, and thanks to the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, you had quoted that 233,000 people have been seen by their GP via appointments, which is great, but I would like to ask, does the Department have evidence that this lack of GP access or lack of GP provision is actually contributing to the crisis that's taking place at the moment in urgent and emergency care?
We don't have any direct evidence to that, and I know your party did conduct a GP survey, and I thank the member for the party for sharing with me the findings of that. In regards of those 233,000, 50% of them were seen face to face. The rest were triaged by telephone or online services as well and directed to where the GP thought was appropriate for them. So that work continues to be progressed, and again that's why we're also putting additional monies into the telephone and online consultation ability, so people don't have to wait to contact their GP to get that initial consultation.
Thank you, and I want to thank the Minister for coming to the House and his answers so far. Would the Minister agree more specifically that the deficit in GP cover for out of hours is adding to the pressures at emergency departments, and what is his department doing to address this? For example, in my own constituency over the weekend, a constituent tried to gain GP out of hours on Thursday, and I understand that there was no GP out of hours cover, hence why they then attended ED on Saturday night.
I thank the member. I'm aware of the continuing pressures faced by GP out-of-hours services actually across the entirety of Northern Ireland, with demand increasing and actually difficulties filling GP shifts. An effective out-of-hours service is a priority for me, and my department continues to work closely with the Health and Social Care Board and the out-of-hours providers to address those current challenges. Service improvements continue to be introduced, and that includes adjusting the skills mix of clinicians, increasing levels of nurse triage provision, employing more nurse practitioners, paramedics and pharmacists, and increasing flexibility in shift times. My department has continued to work closely with the Health and Social Care Board, the out-of-hours providers and key stakeholders to address the current challenges in out-of-hours services across Northern Ireland, and to redesign the out-of-hours service to be aligned with the recommendations in No More Silos. And the aim of that is to have a more stable, sustainable and integrated service that will better meet the needs of the whole population, and that includes consideration of a regional model for delivery of the service.
Justin McNulty.
I thank the Minister for coming to the House today to answer this very important question. Minister, what hope can you give to people and to the families of people who are waiting for cancer operations, who are waiting for hip replacements, who are waiting for a scan, who are waiting for a gallbladder operation or for a consultant appointment? What hope can you give those people now?
And again, I thank the member for raising this. In regards to the elective care strategy that was published in June, again, I needed money from monitoring round bids to be able to fund that, and that's why I was thankful for the Finance Minister in funding my bids in regards to health, and that money wasn't diluted in any shape or form, because that allows me to continue with the work that is there in the elective care strategy. Over 65,000 people have now been seen through waiting list initiatives. 1,800 people have been seen through mega clinics, and another 4,000 have had OP assessments through GP federations. So the hope I can give is actually supported by getting funding for monitoring round bids for my elective care strategy.
Mr Speaker, Minister, given the fact that the Northern Trust has the lowest number of intensive care beds, has a business case that has been sitting now for months in relation to 49 additional beds, and given the fact that in its winter plan it says that the initial projections show a potential shortfall of over 200 beds across the acute hospital sites in the Northern Trust, what practical steps is the Minister taking to ensure beds, so that what he described earlier in relation to what's happening in regards to the ambulances is brought to an end, because there's provision for beds in the hospitals?
And I think the member makes a valid point, and I think we've often said in here it's not just the investment in infrastructure or bricks and mortar or physical beds, it's actually the staff that it takes to support those beds as well, not just the doctors and the nurses, but the porters and the administrative workers that are there to support them as well. And that's when, when this place actually came back in January of 2020, the additional 300 nursing training places over the next 3 year period was welcome. That increased our nursing training places to 1,325 per year. But like everything else, it takes time for those nurses actually to come through to be able to support those beds. There are a number of capital bids in from the Northern Trust as to how they can actually expand. As the member will be aware, not only as a constituency MLA, but also as Minister of Health, I'm supportive of those bids at all times, and the member will see that through the modern round bids that I continue to make to improve the long-term investment in our health service. It can't be done in short-term, non-recurrent budgets, so that's why I look forward to a longer sustained budget that allows both capital and revenue so that we can do that planning and actually recoup some of the underinvestment that has been made under the last 10 years.
Members, that concludes this item of business, and will members please take your ease to move on to the next item on the agenda.
Order members, will members resume their seat? The next item in the order paper is the motion on housing crisis. I'll ask the clerk to read the motion.
That this Assembly recognises the severe impact that the housing crisis, which has made housing unaffordable for many and placed home ownership out of reach for a generation of young people, has had on people and families across Northern Ireland. Notes that the average price of housing in Northern Ireland has increased by 30% since 2016. Further notes that the cost of renting has increased by 25% since 2016, and this is having a material impact on the capacity of people to save the deposit needed to secure a home. Regrets that the First Minister and Deputy First Minister have yet to publish a programme for government with a specific housing outcome, supplemented with relevant indicators, and calls on the Minister for Communities to recognise the supply of social and affordable housing in recognition that the security of a home has an immediate impact on the health and well-being of citizens.
Thank you. And I call Mark Durgan to move the motion.
Moved.
The Business Committee has agreed to allow 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and a further 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. And I invite you to open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to propose this SDLP motion on the deepening housing crisis and specifically the numbers of people displaced from an increasingly costly private rented sector onto a shamefully long social housing waiting list with now 45,000 applicants on it. We believe that an overhaul of the housing system is required to ensure every family and individual in the North can access a sustainable, affordable and safe home. Access to a safe and secure home is the foundation on which people build their lives. It's intertwined with health, education, mental well-being, job opportunities. There isn't one policy area that housing doesn't affect. Yet the current rate of social housing build is woefully inadequate, denying people the basic right to a roof over their head. At present, as I've already referred to, there are almost 45,000 individuals and families in housing need, with nearly 31,000 of those determined to be in housing stress. Given the current rate of building, A simple assessment of this situation means that at the current rate of supply, it would take in excess of 34 years to clear the current waiting list. That wait will be even more profound for applicants with disabilities, considering that just 164 social housing bungalows were built in the last 5 years, despite over 8,000 applicants currently awaiting ground floor accommodation. That's just staggering. We can't place further barriers on people with disabilities, especially when it comes to securing suitable housing which would permit some semblance of independence. The housing system as it stands is denying people and their families dignity. The housing crisis pre-existed COVID, and it pre-exists this Minister. Let me be clear that this motion is not an attack on any person or any party. But it is clear that the crisis has deepened significantly over the past 18 months, as evidenced by the 25% increase in applications. My own constituency of Foyle has the highest number of social housing applicants across the north, standing at over 4,500. This represents an increase of over 800 people over the course of the pandemic. Housing is a historic issue here, and it remains the case that so many families and their children are left without a place to call home or find themselves stuck in overcrowded properties wholly unsuitable to their needs. Many have already given up hope of finding a home of their own. Housing is yet another example of the deprivation that people here have had to endure. We're witnessing a new generation of children here who believe that housing, rather than a basic right for all, is something that has to be fought for tooth and nail. It's important that we never lose sight of the lives beyond the statistics, and I've no doubt that many members here will have lost sleep over harrowing housing cases of their constituents, particularly in recent months. I know I have, and we're just listening to it. People are living it. One which comes to mind to me is that of a young single mother, a frontline health worker who worked tirelessly throughout the pandemic caring for COVID patients. She would visit my office between shifts, exhausted and broken by the toll of the past year. Her young children had just about come to grips with their anxieties about their mum's safety at work, yet here she was, pleading for help as a private renter, unable to meet rising rent costs and left with no option but to leave her home due to affordability issues. The children were split between the homes of family and friends. This young mother had no option but to resort to sofa surfing after long shifts at the hospital. Where is the fairness here? How can I tell this family, who have already been through so much, that they need to be patient, to build up their housing points and hope and hope and hope that a property becomes available? But this case is far from unique, and the link between poverty and low-income renters is well established. The private rented sector in the north is the fastest growing across these islands, accounting for 19% of all housing here, with many being forced into the sector due to a lack of social housing stock. It's important to note that single-parent families who are renting privately are the most at risk of poverty, disproportionately affecting women. They too will be more adversely impacted by the cuts to universal credit, the local housing allowance cap and the economic impact of COVID, for example, working reduced hours or taking off time to care for children. A housing executive report highlighted that a number of private rental sector households in receipt of housing benefit were more at risk of poverty than social tenants. That's 56% compared to 41%, further underscoring the importance of protections for private renters, including addressing the wider issue of welfare support and identifying the most at risk households in terms of fuel poverty. In the context of rising living costs, support mechanisms need to be stepped up in the time ahead to prevent poverty, all of which contributes to the loss of accommodation, pushing more and more people into homelessness. The Private Tenancies Bill, I'm sure, will help in part to regulate the sector and provide wide-ranging protections, but it's imperative that this legislation is passed swiftly and backed up with adequate welfare protections, including the now the mythical almost bedroom tax mitigations, and lifting the cap on local housing allowance to reflect rising rental costs. That so many private renters have been forced into the sector in the first place due to insufficient housing stock is testament to the need for an urgent housing supply strategy for the North. Yet, as already aligned, tackling growing levels of housing need goes far beyond just building homes. The focus should be on creating sustainable, affordable tenancies. But more than that, the Executive must do more to support the younger generation onto the property ladder. Tackling this crisis demands creative thinking. The Housing Supply Strategy and Private Tenancies Bill will play their part, but drastic action must be taken before housing need spirals even further out of control. People have been waiting long enough, and vague words and promises mean little to those in need of a home. Co-ownership has been supported by the Executive as a means of supporting people or helping people afford new homes. We support that, but think more work needs to be done to explore what levers at our disposal can be creatively used to increase housing supply and reduce housing stress. I've raised previously the need for a mortgage support scheme. Many homeowners are struggling to pay their mortgages. We spent this morning discussing unsustainable increases in the cost of living and the economic carnage of COVID. By helping people stay in their homes, we will keep them off our ever-growing housing lists, and we will save families from the trauma of homelessness. I'd like to hear from the Minister if such a scheme has been considered or looked at, and what work is being done to bring empty properties back to life as homes for families and individuals, and what work has been done to identify and eradicate abuse of the social housing system, where homes have been allocated but aren't occupied, and even in some instances are being sublet. This practice does exist, and it is far from a victimless crime. We do welcome the Minister's stated commitment to and vision for housing. She deserves credit for that vision. We support the removal that the Minister wants of the impediments to the Housing Executive building new homes. The Right to Buy scheme ended just last week for housing associations. We can't afford to keep hemorrhaging scarce social housing stock. Could the Minister give us a wee update on her work to end the right to buy in housing executive properties? And finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's an indelible stain on the Executive's record that a programme for government with a specific housing outcome is yet to be published. It would have gone a long way in the prevention of homelessness and provided assurances during this precarious period. How can we tell families waiting in desperation that the leadership here hasn't seen fit to make it a priority? Improving access to the housing goes hand in hand with supporting mental well-being for our citizens. It needs to be a priority for this Executive and those hereafter as we emerge from the fog of COVID. We must unite to ensure Executive strategies are as comprehensive as they need to be, and that our institutions remain stable to deliver them and deliver much-needed positive change for people. I ask you to support the motion.
I call Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Speaker. I stand to support the motion, which I believe is very fitting today, given that it will be, I think, a year tomorrow that our Minister outlined in the Assembly the most ambitious and the biggest shake-up in housing in the North since 1971. It's been in my lifetime, and I think in everybody's lifetime sitting here this afternoon. Our Minister, Deirdre Hargey, has not only laid the strong foundation for a much-needed revival of the housing sector, but she's also made sure we are all together planning strategically for the future and to ensure that every household can access to a good quality, affordable and sustainable home that is appropriate to its needs. We know that at the beginning of the pandemic, it was the Minister, Deirdre Hargey, who not only stepped up to protect renters from eviction, but she also went on to introduce the first of many proposed pieces of legislation into the Assembly in the form of the Private Tenancy Bill, which not only proposes to ban rent increases within annual contracts, but also to extend the notice to quit period for tenants, to reduce the cost of heating homes for families and workers, to prevent deposits being charged in excess of 1 month's rent, and to provide for electrical, fire and carbon safety standards within the social and private rented sector. All of these are firm starting points from which we can all expand. We will see the Housing Executive with the power to begin building homes again, and our Finance Minister Conor Murphy has allocated $162 million to the Housing Executive, delivering the biggest housing budget in a decade to build even more homes. Work has started on over 2,400 homes, smashing the building target by 30%. There has been increased support for co-ownership over the past year, which has enabled the organisation to help an additional 400 families between last May and this upcoming March. And we currently have the Department for Communities consultation on intermediate rents, looking at alternative avenues to home ownership, which are genuinely accessible and affordable to workers and our families. In addition, the Department is leading on the development of the housing supply strategy, which our Minister is bringing to the Executive, which will provide the long-term basis for sustainable improvements across the entire housing market, with a specific focus on equality, sustainability and on increasing housing supply and housing options for those in greatest need. Overall, we all know that over the course of almost the past 2 decades, the numbers in housing stress have risen by over 1,000 people per year, impacting students and young professionals, impacting workers unable to afford to make repairs to their own homes, impacting on families and older and more vulnerable groups with lack of available social and affordable homes, driving more and more into insecure, unsuitable accommodation. The status quo is not an option, and Sinn Féin have been vocal in our support for a stand-alone specific outcome in the programme for government on housing, supplemented with indicators to provide a continuous specific focus on ensuring every household has access to good quality, affordable and sustainable homes appropriate to their needs. This remains our position. This was the commitment in the New Decade New Approach, and that remains the ask of our housing bodies who are working day and daily in this area, including Homeless Connect, Housing Rights and the Federation of Housing Associations. The importance of constructive cross-collaboration in this area cannot be overemphasised, and the all-party group on homelessness established this year, which I was delighted to be able to attend, showcases the importance of developing policy in this area with the lived experience of individuals and families experiencing housing difficulties and homelessness, and this should be at the heart of everything that we do. Tackling our housing crisis and ending homelessness for our most vulnerable citizens and for all must be made a priority for every member of this Assembly. And equality in housing cannot wait. It is a moral imperative fundamental to delivering a more equitable society post-COVID. Thank you.
I call Paul Frew.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and again, housing is a fundamental. Where else can we go for safety if we cannot go home to safety? And there is an issue that I think every single MLA in this place, either in this chamber at the minute or outside of it, must see when they're out and about meeting constituents and knocking doors, and that is the state of some of our housing. If you don't see that, you're spending too much time here. Because what I see is I see a stock deteriorating year in, year out. There have been positives. I think we could all talk about positives in our own areas, and that is good and positive. But for so many, they are still left homeless because their home is not fit for purpose. And we talk a lot here about health and about supporting health and spending health. And it is good, especially in the short term, that we can give more money to health so that people in the health service get the service they deserve. But what about spending money to keep people out of hospital? What about investing in people's welfare to make sure they stay and remain healthy so that they don't need the health service at that acute end? Sounds novel. We all talk about it. but do we do anything about it, and do we really see action? It's hard to prove. It's hard to prove preventative spend, the value for money. But that doesn't mean that it's not worthwhile to do. So I think we need to get to that point where we're serving people's interests best by spending money up front. And one way to do that, Mr Deputy Speaker, is to invest it in housing and construction. And that needs a concerted effort. There is absolutely no doubt about it. And Mr Mark Durkan, who brought this motion, said this isn't going to be an attack on anyone. And to be fair, I agree with him in this regard. Because I believe housing is such a fundamental issue that it should be an executive-wide issue, and it should be part of the programme for government, because there are so many items and issues that impinge on housing, not least the water and sewage capacity problem, which we're all facing at the present time. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to talk about the positives in my own constituency of North Antrim, particularly Ballymena, where we have seen over the last number of years advancements in brownfield sites in our town centre area where we have had social housing built. But that leads on to another problem, which again affects people's standard of living who move into them. There is something fundamentally flawed with our housing allocation system, whereby when we build a new block of social houses or homes, or flats, apartments, whatever they may be, and we allocate those homes all at once, and we take the top of the list and move everyone in at the same time. It's not an easy subject to talk about, but I see the ramifications of that daily. If you move someone off the top of a list and move them into a settled area, chances are the person that you've just moved has a chance to settle. If you move 30, 40, 50 families, people, into a brand new complex, well, in some cases, in many cases, there's hell to pay for years until that community settles down. And we all know the reasons for that. So I think, when I speak to housing associations and housing executives, they all tell me the same. They're sick to the back teeth of protesting around how houses are allocated. So something must happen, something must change to give those people a chance, those law-abiding people who just happen to need accommodation, to give them the chance of a secure home, a new home, a safe home, and a safe environment. And at the minute, I'm not saying that for the people who I represent. Thank you very much.
I call Andy Allen.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and be no surprise to members across the House that I speak in support of the motion brought forward by the member opposite and his colleagues, and I thank them for bringing this important motion to the House. It can be said there are times in this House where we all don't agree as parties, whether that be the goings-on at the Executive in relation to the universal credit uplift, what happened behind the scenes, etc., or what's happening in relation to welfare mitigations and the blockade. But what we can agree on is our endeavours to support the most vulnerable right across our society. I think we'll also agree that we are in the midst of a housing crisis. And I've heard the Minister acknowledge that on many occasions. She hasn't shirked that responsibility in admitting that there is a housing crisis. And I do welcome the various different initiatives that she has taken forward in her short time within the department to try to tackle the spiralling housing waiting list. But if we look at the housing waiting list, and I looked at my own constituency of East Belfast, we've some 2,500 households on the housing waiting list. 1,500 of those are deemed to be in housing stress. If we take that in the context of Northern Ireland, and that figure being replicated right across every constituency, bar maybe 3 or 4, where that number is nearly double, that equates to some 45,000 households on our social housing waiting list. 31,267 deemed to be in housing stress as at the 30th of September this year. The Minister will recognise this comment from the adjournment debate that we had in this House some 2 weeks ago, in which I posed the question, is 45,000 households on our housing waiting list the true reality? I don't believe it is, and I'll tell members why I don't believe it is. A number of months ago, I posed a question to the Department for Communities, asking how many individuals had been taken off our housing waiting lists. It revealed that some 28,000 households had been taken off housing waiting lists due to no reply to a renewal reminder by the Housing Executive. 28,000 households taken off our waiting lists. In a follow-up question, I sought to ascertain how many of those applicants that have been taken off subsequently reapplied. Some 7,000. So that leaves 21,000 people who gave up on our flawed and failed housing system. A system they've recognised isn't going to house them or their families. A system where I speak daily with constituents who've been on housing waiting lists for years upon years upon years upon years, with no prospect of being housed. Individuals who feel that they've been driven with no other choice to a private rented sector, where there are increasing costs. And in this House we spoke earlier on about the cost of living. And the cost of living is acute, it is real for many right across our constituencies. We've many families and individuals having to top up their rents with their social security payments. But it also posed to the Minister the question in relation to the welfare reform mitigations and moreover the loopholes. Does the Department have any statistics or figures? And I would emphasise statistics and figures. Those are individuals and families who have lost their homes as a result of our inability to close those loopholes. Is that being monitored? And can the Minister advise whether we know has anyone lost their home due to our inability to close the loopholes? Also, it was posed during that debate, and I didn't get a suitable answer, and I'll pose the question again. I'm sure members will resonate with the fact that when we have constituents who engage with the Housing Executive, and I will put on record the Housing Executive staff, that the entire team at every level of the Housing Executive are doing tremendous work under limited circumstances and limited resources in terms of delivering houses. But when an individual approaches the Housing Executive or their housing officer for a particular area, quite often they're advised that the turnaround in that area is very, very low. There are areas that are hugely sought after and the turnaround is low. So that naturally leads an individual to revise their areas of choice. So when it comes to housing associations approaching the Housing Executive to determine housing need in a particular area, it's skewed. It's skewed because it is not reflective of the reality. And what I would pose is there monitoring of that, or are we going to look at that flawed approach to assessing where there is housing need? Also, the member touched on the various number of constituents that's come into his constituency office. And again, I'm sure we could all point to similarities right across our constituency office and how we're all overjoyed for constituents that we managed to support.
Would the member draw his remarks to a close?
What's wrong, sorry?
Would the member draw his remarks to a close?
Close remarks.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of Alliance, I can confirm we will be supporting this motion on housing crisis today, and we thank the SDLP for bringing it forward. In fact, I expect the whole House will support the motion. Earlier today, the Minister for Community confirmed that she will be taking forward a housing outcome. I welcome this. Why wouldn't I? All 5 parties of the Executive already agreed that there would be a housing outcome in New Decade, New Approach negotiations. It is astonishing that we do not already have a specific housing outcome, given how vital an issue it is for all citizens across Northern Ireland. I have to say I'm not surprised that the Executive Office have not brought forward a new programme for government. This close to an end of a mandate, I expect that after negotiation, the new programme for government will be brought forward by the next Executive. Truthfully, I believe we will have the current draft programme for government until the new mandate and until the new programme for government is negotiated. This means I do not expect to see a housing outcome being introduced before the pre-election period from the end of March. And that's just my honest opinion. With regards to the cost of housing, as we all know, the cost to buy a house has increased. The increase has placed this option out of the scope of many who are trying to get on the homeowner ladder. There is an issue with co-ownership. In co-ownership's website, it confirms the types of properties you can access to have support for. It confirms, for instance, you cannot buy a one-bedroom home using co-ownership. Surely within the bedroom tax situation, you should be able to buy a one-bedroom home. You can also not buy incomplete homes or homes that do not front onto an adopted road through co-ownership. Well, in my constituency, that's basically every new build that's happening. So what I would say is we need to review that. We need to see if co-ownership is actually able to offer the support when people need it. Moving to renting, the increase in rental costs are placing more and more into debt just to afford to rent a home. Thankfully, the Department and the Minister and the Committee for Communities are working on the private tenancies bill that will seek to cap deposits on how often rental increases can happen. And it's likely we will work to limit the amount of rent to be paid in advance. And it's likely, that work will help to deal with some of the issues that groups like Renters' Voice have brought forward. And while I fully support the Minister's work to protect renters from eviction during the pandemic, that protection is in place until May 22. But what happens after May 22? If the private tenancies bill passes in time and royal assent is completed, there may well be a longer notice period, but as the definition of homelessness is staying the same, it means that the person being evicted, even with notice, who cannot access another place to live, is not defined as homeless until they're 4 weeks away from having to sofa surf or go to a shelter or sleep in their car. To stop the housing crisis, we need an effective housing supply strategy and action plan. We need effective area planning and community plans, and that means local government working with the housing sector to ensure need is met and housing is planned to develop community and enable access to public services. We also need our local planning offices to progress planning applications within time limits and not with the years of delay that we currently have. We do need to reform the housing executive, that has been mentioned before. We also need to sort out the points system and what mechanism will be used to allocate social homes. We need to consider if homes are able to adapt to the changing needs of society. More citizens present with housing crisis in their later years or when they need adaptations to suit their disability. We need homes designed to suit all life, not part of life. The housing supply strategy must embrace those agreements already made to ensure shared housing is prioritised. Homes should be a safe place for every citizen, not some citizens. Homes should be available for everyone, not some people, because areas are presumed to be of one culture or another. We have a housing crisis. We have a lot of work to do, and I support this motion in calling for the housing crisis to be moved forward quickly.
I call Anya Murphy.
I welcome the opportunity to speak on this motion today, and I am in no doubt that there is joint consensus in the Chamber that we need to address the housing crisis that has gotten increasingly worse year on year. The cost of rent and property has skyrocketed over the last number of years, putting low-income families, young people and workers under serious pressure to try and secure a home. These individuals can't solely depend on the housing executive, and in many situations they will be placed on waiting lists until a home becomes available for them. As a result, many can be plunged further into debt as they pay extortionate amounts of rent just to have a roof over their head. There is also the risk that some may unfortunately become homeless. To tackle this, in November 2020, Karen Lee Cullen, as Interim Minister for Communities, outlined a sweeping transformation plan to overhaul the North's housing system. This was the first radical and robust approach taken in relation to housing for the first time in 50 years. This project was required due to the outdated housing stock, poorly maintained existing stock, the increase of demand and lack of new builds. Minister Hargey overseen the commencement of 2,400 new homes last year. This smashed the current house building target by 30%. This is a primary example of the Minister's commitment and steadfastness to this project. The Minister also recognises that tweaking around the edges just isn't going to cut it, and is to be commended for her ambition and leadership. This is a body of work that requires cooperation and support from all of us here. Sinn Féin has been on record previously supporting a standalone specific outcome in the programme for government on housing, accompanied by indicators to provide specific focus on ensuring that each household has the ability to access good quality, affordable and sustainable housing that is appropriate to their needs. We will not be found wanting when it comes to the inclusion of this in the programme for government. Therefore, I conclude by offering my support on this motion today.
I call Stephen Dunn.
Speaker, access to a safe, secure and fit-for-purpose home is indeed a basic and fundamental human right. However, a roof over our head is much more than that. It is vital to the physical, mental and emotional well-being of both adults and children. who without a stable, safe, comfortable home are less likely to succeed academically, more likely to end up in poorly paid employment, be potentially led into a life of crime and even suffer from a higher mortality rate. Some of the things defining how important adequate and suitable housing is. In short, the lack of a stable home environment which affordable housing can provide can impact upon all aspects of a person's life and in turn have a catastrophic effect on society as a whole, putting a significant strain on our economy, community welfare and physical and mental health. And indeed my colleague Mr Frew touched upon this, I suppose, getting the priority right in terms of getting housing to have a knock-on impact on our health service and reducing that impact. Indeed, the cost to the NHS in dealing with issues relating to inadequate housing conditions is estimated at around £40 million per year. As the motion states, there does indeed need to be an increase in the supply of social and affordable housing here in Northern Ireland. Given that the average price of housing here has increased by 30% since 2016, with the average house price here now being over £153,400, which is simply unaffordable for so many, with many people struggling to make that first step onto the property ladder, even before the pandemic began. But obviously the pandemic has had an even greater negative impact on those trying to get onto the ladder. Even meeting deposit requirements is another considerable challenge, and I understand that only one local bank in Northern Ireland is currently offering the 5% deposit scheme, and that's only on new builds, not on resales. The cost of renting has also increased so greatly, with around 25% estimated increase, which hinders many young people from saving that all-important deposit when it's simply used for rental payments. The number of private lets are also in short supply, and we have seen examples of landlords cashing in on the ever-increasing the rising property prices, which has obviously had an impact. Rents are rising by 5.7%, and many simply can't afford to privately rent, turning instead to the Northern Ireland Housing Executive, which is an organisation just simply not able to meet demand. During 1920, over 4,500 people were placed in temporary accommodation here. In 2021, that figure had risen to over 9,700, and unfortunately those figures are only going to get worse. My constituency office, like so many others across this chamber and beyond, hears heartbreaking stories daily from families living in one room, multiple children sharing a bedroom, those with mobility issues unable to negotiate stairs, and really desperate to secure a more suitable property to meet their needs, and many homes simply not fit for purpose on a never-ending waiting list for work to be done. Damp and mould continues to be a real problem across the housing executive stock, and more innovative ways from the Minister are needed to tackle this problem, including improved insulation and energy efficiency measures. Families who have been brought up in their local area often find it impossible to stay within that area, as they simply cannot afford to purchase a home, or there is simply no suitable social housing available. In August of this year, it was reported that the Housing Executive had a backlog of over 500 million worth of repairs and maintenance waiting to be carried out. Add to this the current trends of landlords selling on properties from under the feet of private tenants to cash in on the property boom, and we have a real recipe for disaster, leaving many families with serious mental health issues and even breakdowns. As I've mentioned, improving energy efficiency of homes and tackling fuel poverty must be a key priority for the Minister, and we need to see action on this, not simply words. The pandemic has hit hard. Its effects on jobs and livelihoods will be long-lasting, and a more permanent remedy must be sought to protect our most vulnerable. We need to look at improving existing stock and acquire existing residential and non-residential properties to add to the stock. We need to see real investment. It also provides key economic opportunities going forward, not just in the construction sector, but across many other sectors. Our housing crisis is not just a result of COVID-19. We are in this desperate state because of a lack of investment and strategic planning from the Minister, and the lack of provision of adequate social housing over many years.
Will member draw his remarks to
Yes,
close?
longer-term solutions are needed, and we need to see action. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Ciara Hunter.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity today to bring forward this motion alongside my colleagues and to speak on it. Over a third of young people around my age, aged 20 to 34, are still living at home with their parents, often moving back due to soaring rents, financial hardship, or lack of economic opportunity to save for a mortgage deposit for their first home. Mr Deputy Speaker, I truly believe we are entering dangerous waters here for the future of our young people. In my constituency of East Derry, in the last year, only 58 social houses were completed against a backdrop of 2,538 applicants. These statistics are worrying and show the scale of the problem that we are faced with here with the growing populations, and we know it will only get worse. I have been contacted by many constituents across East Derry and indeed across the north about housing, as have other members. Many with different jobs, backgrounds, ages, renters and buyers, homeowners and people who are still having to live with their parents. For the caseworkers in my office, housing is the #1 area that we're contacted about, many of whom are trying to get social housing as a result of being handed a notice to quit as the landlord has decided to sell the house throughout the pandemic. It is of the utmost importance that we must increase housing stock to tackle the long and ever-extending waiting list that people here are facing. The average value of housing has increased dramatically, especially over the last 12 months. With the 2 council areas in my own constituency, for example, we have seen prices increase in the Causeway Coast and Glens Council by 16.9%. That's nearly 17%, and in Derry City and Strabane District Council, increases of 6%. Many tenants across Northern Ireland are being evicted by landlords who wish to sell up, with my constituency office receiving many phone calls from worried constituents, especially with small children. And they have a fear of becoming homeless, and they really have nowhere to turn, as eloquently put by my colleague. In Portrush and Portstewart and those more popular tourism kind of areas, local people are being pushed out of their childhood towns as a result of landlord greed, spiralling rent prices and lack of available, affordable social housing, priced out of their own communities. I know I'm a Portrush resident, but within the wider North Coast, areas like Castle Rock, Portstewart, Port Ballantrae and even Benone, we're seeing an influx of second homeowners who rent out their properties in the tourist season and are pushing local people away from their town. There are no affordable homes for local residents. Communities here are being eroded, families forced to split and to live in different towns. The SDLP believe that we can and we must do better. It is deeply worrying and disturbing seeing the impact of the housing crisis on young people across Ireland, with the average cost of a rental being £729 in 2021. How are young people meant to be convinced to stay here with housing prices that are continuing upward in this trend? According to NISRA 2021 statistics, Causeway Coast and Glens had the lowest earnings of local government districts, with employees earning just £452 a week compared to £618 a week in Belfast, meaning that the area with the highest increase in housing prices is actually the area with the lowest wages and wage growth here in Northern Ireland. Mr Deputy Speaker, I am truly worried for the health and the well-being of my constituents who are faced with the threat of insecure tenure and the threat of homelessness that hangs over their head. We are already staring down the long road of a mental health crisis that already exists here, and the added pressures of unaffordable housing will impact the overall health and well-being of all who live here. I hope that this motion, that this Assembly finally recognises the housing crisis that we are all faced with, and that as an Assembly we can all work together to give our young people here the chance to go from a place they just live in to a place in which they can call home. Thank you.
I call Mervyn Story.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Principal Speaker, and I welcome and I thank the member opposite for bringing the motion to the House. And I come to this House this afternoon, and there's one thing that I'm always thankful for, and that's corporate memory, because it seems as though that there are some people have very short memories. And while I would prefer not to make it a political issue, let's face up to some realities. And there's some truths has to be told to some new members in this House who make glowing statements like cross-collaboration. Let's all work together to achieve an outcome. Well, it's very funny that the current minister's party had no interest in working together when I was Minister for Housing. The happiest days that I spent probably in this House, while the most challenging, was when I had the privilege of being the Minister for Housing. But the greatest challenge that I faced was the obstruction, the denial, the delay of the party opposite. Because there had been the Saville report. The Saville report told us in terms of what was needed to be invested in our housing stock. And when the party opposite decided to pull this place down for 3 years, they weren't interested in housing. And when I then, still working as a constituent MLA, wrote to the then Permanent Secretary, Leo O'Reilly, let's remember what he said in 2018. In the letter to me then, he said it would take £3 billion of investment over a period of 11 years to deal with the maintenance backlog. So let's not have this sort of view that somehow this problem has creeped up on us. 50 years ago, nationalists were complaining about poor housing. So were unionists. And it is an indictment of us all collectively that we are in 2021 and there are people living in absolute squalor and there are people living and can't even get houses. So, why was there delay? Let's go to the issue about delay. And I was fascinated by what, and disappointed he wasn't in the chair, the previous Speaker, or the Speaker of the House, who was in the chair earlier, he said, because remember he was Minister in DSD, he said in 2012, we must use whatever financial levers we can to increase supply to those most in need. When I became Minister in 2014, he was the very person who obstructed the financial arrangements to change the model, to give the Housing Executive the money that it needed to do the work that was required. Why? Because it didn't suit Sinn Féin at the time. But now, because there's an election, I hope sooner rather than later, and they want to convince their own people that they've done something about housing. It's time they faced up to the reality that Sinn Féin as a party has let their people down in Londonderry, let their people down in West Belfast, let their people down in other parts of the country because they have failed. And now what do they want? Oh, we want a stand-alone executive issue to address the need. Well, it's time they come clean. They also have to come clean on another issue. Where do they stand in relation to housing associations? Because when I was Minister, I went with 2 members from West Belfast to visit houses in their constituencies. The ones that they showed me that were good examples were the ones that were housing associations. But the housing associations are the very thing that the party opposite has problems with and difficulties with. Yes?
Visiting with me a new rural housing association out at Derrymore and the splendid work there was in relation to fuel poverty and the work that actually was built in for sustainable houses at that time.
The member for an extra minute.
Thank you, and I welcomed that opportunity. And what I said then and what I say now is still the same. It is not a it's not a one-size-fits-all. It's going to be a combination of private, housing executive, housing association, and a variety of other methods and means that we can ensure that we deliver good quality homes for the people of Northern Ireland. The City of Londonderry had the great joy of going to the scheme done by Apex, where we saw many houses built in that city. But I have to say that the party opposite bears huge responsibility for years of delay. It's time now to end the rhetoric. It's time now to end the denial. It's time now to end the delay. Let's see, Minister, your plan. We'll assess the plan and we'll determine whether it's good for Northern Ireland PLC and for housing.
I call Mike Nesbitt.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. I hadn't intended to speak in the debate, so this is probably more of a long intervention than a 5-minute speech, just provoked by something Mr Frew said. But before I get to it, can I just endorse my colleague Andy Allen, what he said, and absolutely support the motion. There is a crisis in social housing. We do need to act on it. What I don't get is this bedroom tax, the social sizing. And if you're building a house, you need a kitchen, you need a living space, you need a bathroom, you need a bedroom. So a second bedroom, it seems to me, is virtually, it's not a big spend, it's not a great percentage to put on a second bedroom, but it adds huge flexibility as to how that social housing can be used over the course of its lifetime. But the point I want to make is Mr. Frew said something interesting, which is we should be investing in construction. And I do agree. I absolutely agree with him. But the thought I had, Mr. Frew, was gender budgeting. I don't have the figures here with me, but it is clearly established that if you spend, say, 1% of your GDP on construction, the vast majority of the jobs you create will be for men. Conversely, if you were to put that 1% of GDP into social care, the vast majority of jobs you create would be for women. So I'm just saying to the Minister, while I absolutely support her if she's moving to address the social housing crisis, if she would do it not in isolation, but encourage her executive colleagues to think about the impact of gender balancing and perhaps the need to balance the investment in construction with an investment in something like social care so that the gender budgeting implications are met and we have a fair distribution of job creation between men and women. Thank you.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Deputy Speaker, and I rise along my party colleague Kelly Armstrong to support the motion. I am going to come at it from a slightly different angle, mainly that of health and well-being, as referenced at the end of the motion. Many speakers have already outlined the issues around supply of housing and the need to build more homes. That is true. It is pertinent to note that while housing has become a significant issue across the border, it is not prioritised in public debate as much here. I cannot help but think that that is because the impact is felt here in terms of predominantly social housing rather than a sense that people are being priced out of a market at the same degree. Nevertheless, a quick glance at average wages and average house prices does suggest that even here there is no room for complacency. However, for me, there is an additional consideration which arises from the opportunities we are wasting within our supposedly integrated health and social care system. In the past few years, some of the English city regions, notably Greater Manchester, have also taken steps to integrate health and social care. However, by integration, they do not stop at providing health and social care services from one department. They mean actually integrating them to the extent that health and welfare become part of the same package. This is pertinent when we consider that the issue with housing in Northern Ireland is not just that we need more of it, but also that we need better quality. Even something as apparently basic as dampness or poor insulation can have a very significant impact on health and well-being. In Greater Manchester, the integrated system means that in primary care, a specific housing intervention can be prescribed. Housing, in other words, is not just a service to be provided, but a very real extension of that well-being. In a small area such as Northern Ireland, this should not be hard to replicate. However, it will mean getting on with it. It may be necessary to find ways to convert brownfield sites more quickly for new housing, for example, thereby renovating and reinvigorating locations in that process. Fundamentally, what I'm talking about here is a resident-first approach with a focus on well-being, particularly since the programme for government is now supposed to be an outcomes-based approach. This should be something we set out to accomplish urgently, and there would be very significant benefits from it. Thank you.
I call Claire Bailey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And yes, of course, I rise to support the motion, but I also want to put on record that housing hasn't just been an issue for Nationalists and Unionists. It's been an issue for all of us. And Mr Nesbitt quite rightly points out the flexibilities that having a second bedroom can give to someone, but we also need to be cognizant that the welfare reforms that went through, supported by many in this House, have legislated to remove that flexibility for a lot of people. But I'm rising to urge, not to maybe go over the points made, but to urge this executive to commit to developing legislation for a Northern Ireland specific rent control scheme. And we cannot continue to run the risk of becoming like Dublin or London, where increasing numbers of people are priced out of our cities and long-established working-class communities become gentrified. I also don't believe that everyone should want to own their own home. I'm a renter, I'm a social housing tenant. I was one of those A1 priorities that were mentioned. I was at the top of the list. I was resettled, absolutely fine, but it was a lengthy, bruising and torturous process. And our long-established communities who already face the chronic shortage of housing will be further impacted when some landlords do realise that they can make a heftier profit if they rent to students or young professionals rather than to people from within communities. And the rent control model shows, that market force and that private rental is also sold as a real great boost to people to help with their pension incomes. And I think that's also quite a wee bit brutal when pensions are under attack and they are dwindling. So it's hard to blame people sometimes for going for that model, but housing is a human right. It's not an economic lever. And let's understand it as exactly that. Wake up to the encroachment that we're allowing to happen that's putting so many people at risk. And knowing this, the Green Party really do support rent control measures. And for those unaware, rent controls are a series of government regulations which seek to limit the amount a landlord can rent their property for. Policies themselves can come in different forms. Regulations might include capping annual rent increases so that they do not increase beyond a given figure, preventing landlords from increasing rent during a tenancy, increasing a rent or creating a rent ceiling or upper limit which specifies the maximum amount that a property can be let for. So rent controls are not a new phenomenon. Private rental market in the UK, for example, was regulated for most of the last century, the last of the regulations being abolished in 1989. Paris caps rents so that they cannot be 20% more than an area's average. Berlin introduced plans to freeze rents for 5 years. In February 2020, Berlin introduced a 5-year rent cap for all apartments built prior to 2014. So I'm also aware that the rent-to-buy scheme will be ended in August next year. Just want to take this opportunity, the Minister's here, to let her know that I can assure you, Minister, that I've received the written notification from my housing provider, which is good news that the notification's going out. And hopefully this measure will go some way to stem the loss of the public housing into private ownership. It's bizarre that we spend public money building public housing that we sell off at a lower value to go into private ownership, and there's no requirement for the public stock to be replaced. That needs to stop. And even in public bodies, how are rent rates set? When we talk about affordable housing, what is it we mean? Because I'm not aware of any public or private rental rates being set using an average income rate. How bizarre is that? As far as I'm aware, all rents are set in accordance with the market value. Well, the market value is unaffordable, it's unsustainable, and it needs stopped as a measure for what is a human right. Human rights should never be a commodity, but that's exactly what's happening, and it's happening under our watch. Thank you.
I now call on the Minister for Communities, Deirdre Hargey, to respond to the debate, and you have 15 minutes.
Thanks very much, and to the contributors of the debate, and obviously the opportunity to come to speak on the motion. Aware of the housing crisis that we face, and many members have discussed it here today, and indeed I haven't shied away from saying that it is a housing crisis. Members will recall the statement that was made almost a year ago to the day when plans to address the challenges we face in our system were outlined. And these include looking at the housing stress, increasing the supply of social and affordable homes, and looking at the change in population going forward. I've outlined previously how I will deliver on these challenges. These include proposals for legislative and structural change, which may transform what we do in order to address the housing need. My ambition is to ensure that every household has access to good quality, affordable and sustainable housing that is appropriate to meet their needs. I'm pulling out all the stops to get more homes built in every area where there is a housing need, and tackling housing stress is the top priority for me. Last year, 2,403 social housing units were started, the highest figure in a decade. During the same period, 1,318 social housing units were completed, and that exceeded the target of 1,200.
I have secured an investment budget from the Finance Minister for new social housing. I've made £162 million available this financial year, and this is an increase of £26 million on the previous year's budget. I'm considering what policy changes are needed to increase the capacity of the social housing development programme, and I will reintroduce ring fencing to ensure that areas of acute housing need are prioritised. I am working with housing associations and have been encouraging them to identify land that is available for social housing. And I'm also conducting an exercise to identify surplus public land that would be used for social housing developments. And this again is where council, through their local development plans, can play a key role in making sure that the targets around social and affordable housing are met. Because I know that there are some within some councils, and gladly it's a minority, that didn't want any minimum threshold. And indeed, we need to be getting it up to 20 or at least into 30 to 40% as a minimum. The COVID pandemic has impacted on the construction industry and the cost of materials. To ensure that we protect the delivery of new social house building programmes, I've recently approved a mid-year review to increase the cost to allow these projects to continue. This will take account of the increased costs affecting contractors on newly tendered schemes. And for schemes already on site or tendered, housing associations can claim for increased costs between April and September of this year. I will also continue to help people into home ownership if that's their choice, through the support for shared ownership schemes such as co-ownership. Co-ownership has helped more than 30,000 families into home ownership, and it's currently assisting well over 1,000 people a year to purchase their first home. Over the 4 years until 2024, I will have provided £158 million of financial transactions capital loan funding to co-ownership. This will help deliver more than 4,400 homes under this successful scheme. This includes £13 million that was allocated in January of this year to assist those who were negatively impacted by tighter lending conditions as a result of the pandemic. I have been clear that more needs to be done to provide people with a greater range of affordable housing choices. And my department published the definition on affordable housing in April of this year. The changes are designed to facilitate a greater range of affordable housing products and support the delivery of mixed tenure developments as a key area of focus for councils and their LDPs. I have launched a consultation on the delivery of one new such product, intermediate rent. The consultation sets out my proposals to deliver a new supply of affordable housing for rent, offering homes which are affordable for lower income people and families. Meeting the challenges posed by our housing crisis requires us to do more, deliver more social and affordable homes, and also to protect the homes we have. In June 2020, the Assembly passed legislation to end the house sale schemes for housing associations, and that will come into effect in August next year. And members were written to in October of this year informing them of the change. I remain committed to launching the consultation on the future of the house sale schemes, addressing the need to do much more within the housing executive stock as well. I have put this proposal to the executive and it hasn't progressed. So again, I'm calling on that proposal to progress, to go out and consult. You're also aware of the huge and long-standing investment challenges faced within the housing executive. I'll come in at the end, sorry, because I want to make sure I finish what I have here first. My officials and the housing executive are continuing to work in partnership at pace to provide me with the advice to enable me to bring a recommendation to the executive by March next year on how to tackle the challenge. We need to make the private rented sector a more sustainable option. And indeed, the sector was one of our most urgent areas of intervention as the pandemic hit. An emergency bill was drafted from a blank piece of paper and passed in the Assembly in less than 5 weeks to extend the protections around the notice to quit, and indeed I've extended those again until May of next year. I am bringing forward new legislation to improve the safety, security and quality of the private rented sector, and I'm putting the needs of tenants at the heart of this approach. Private renters should have access to good quality affordable homes with peace of mind over the length and conditions of their rental contract. There needs to be improved health and safety to keep families and people safe, and I want to see restrictions in rent increases, and I want to extend the notice to quit period so that we protect tenants when it comes to evictions. I have included a clause in the bill to alter the notice period up to a maximum of 6 months, and my officials are also exploring ways to make better use of private rented homes, examining the potential for long-term leasing scheme in the private rented sector. This will allow tenants to avail of longer tenancies in better quality, well-maintained homes, with tenancy support services available where they need them. I've prioritised an action to improve our response to homelessness. Our future homelessness policy continues to build on the lessons learned on how we have dealt with the pandemic. This will include a rollout of an interdepartmental homeless action plan and continuing to support the Housing Executive to deliver on its statutory responsibility for responding to homelessness. I am pleased that I was able to secure an additional £9.3 million this year to continue the public health response for the very vulnerable groups. This will allow the Housing Executive to continue to deliver actions in its COVID reset plan, which was published in November 2020. The plan sets out a framework to build on the lessons learned since March 2020, while also considering the wider strategic impacts. Work is continuing on the development of the new homelessness strategy, taking us from 22 up to 2027, with public consultation set to be launched this month. Housing is an integrated system, as many have said. This means that the impacts of one or more parts of the system, for instance restrictions on private house building, impact on the need and demand in the other areas. It also means that the barriers to increasing the supply of social and intermediate homes are much the same of those affecting housing supply more broadly. My department is leading on the development of a housing supply strategy. This will focus on those whole system issues that act as a barrier to the supply of housing. It will also consider those wider issues about quality, sustainability and affordability in the context of changing demographics and household formation trends. The strategy will provide the long-term basis for sustainable improvements across the entire housing market, but with a specific focus on equality and on increasing housing supply and housing options for those in greatest need. And that will be coming forward before the end of this year in terms of that consultation. I've also obviously covered a number of important issues. Some of those are deep underlying issues which have been there for many years, if not decades. I am taking on the challenges through the most radical transformation of our housing system in over 50 years. Tackling our housing crisis requires collaboration across government. This debate today highlights the need for a standalone housing outcome in the programme for government, and I do believe that's fundamental. I know it was discussed in the other debate, because the right to a house impacts on so many other things. And I do believe and I support the housing sector and those campaigners in having a standalone outcome. My position on that is already known. I've raised it at the Executive. I will continue to raise it, and I've also put it in writing as part of the draft programme for government outcomes framework. I've also, in a minute once I finish, and then I will give when there's a bit of time, sorry. I've also spoken to the Deputy First Minister, Michelle O'Neill, and she too has confirmed her support and indeed has told me that she's signed off on the programme for government outcomes framework that was brought forward by officials. This programme for government document has been through numerous departmental discussions, stakeholder engagements and consultation exercise. It does represent not only a ministerial and departmental roadmap, but also one that has been endorsed by wider civic society and a range of stakeholders. And indeed, I know from speaking to the Deputy First Minister, she has clearly set out this position publicly in executive meetings. So I know the proposer's intent in terms of housing, but if they do speak to their own minister as well, Nicola will know what has been raised and said at the executive meetings. So therefore, that means that there is one area that this is being blocked from being brought forward and one part of the Executive Office. So I would say, rather than trying to promote a false narrative that it's two sides of the House, that we do work collectively to ensure that our people benefit from good quality housing policy and improved rights for all of those. And indeed, I would call on the programme for government to come forward to the Executive for decision, and also my consultation on the right to buy scheme as well. Just quickly, I know some of the issues, if I have a bit of time, in terms of the housing supply strategy I've covered. We're going to be going out to consultation soon on that. The right to buy scheme, I do have a consultation proposal in the executive. I've had it in for a number of months and it still hasn't made it on the executive agenda. There's obviously a trend here if you look at the issues. In terms of prioritising health, I completely agree. Health and housing has to work together. There has been greater working together throughout the pandemic. There's a memorandum of understanding that was signed by myself and Robin. That ends in December, and I want to see that continue. I want to see it broadened even beyond the pandemic. I visited a homeless accommodation in South Belfast last week, and you can see clearly the links between housing and health, and particularly around addiction and that wider wraparound support. So I want to continue to work with the Health Minister in terms of making sure that we're addressing these issues collectively. I know there were some issues raised around the allocations and points system, and members will know that my predecessor in this position, Carl, when I was off, had brought forward changes to the points system. 18 out of the 20 recommendations were approved, and that work is ongoing with the Housing Executive to put the systems in place for those changes to take effect. Some of those will start to be rolled out next year, and then that work will continue shortly after that as well. In terms of the loopholes, I don't have the specific details or targets, but obviously people are being impacted the longer that these mitigations and the loopholes can't be closed. Again, I have already asked the Executive that this is placed on the agenda for decision, not discussion, at this Thursday's Executive as well. I think the other bit around gender and budgeting, I mean, obviously I'm responsible for developing the gender strategy. We've looked at gender budgeting, participatory budgeting as well, and indeed I've looked at in terms of the sectors. It's not just a case of putting more money or resources into social care. It's about fixing the terms and conditions within social care, because a lot of those which are female, I agree with you, working in social care are women, but that's the lowest paid sectors. And when you start to look at that and track it across, I mean, I attended a Housing Executive presentation a number of months ago with the Human Rights Commission, who were looking at this in terms of apprenticeships. Those higher paid apprenticeships were predominantly in male kind of orientated sectors, and that's what needs to change. So I completely agree with you, but we need to change the fundamentals, and again I'm more than happy to look at that in the time ahead. I know there was a comment made in terms of the institutions, and this is critical around housing, because I think any form of discrimination in terms of how budgets are allocated or decisions are taken, discrimination of any sort needs to end, and there shouldn't be political interference in trying to discriminate in public policy. And I do agree, I mean, Mervyn, I get on with you, but you're a different person in here than what you are out in the corridor, just truth be told. And I'm more than happy to have a conversation with anybody when I'm finished, with anybody in terms of this room, but very few of you have actually come. Some have, and I give it to them. Very few MLAs in this whole assembly have come and asked to sit down with me to discuss housing. You wait until you come into the chamber and say it, and I know, like, many of you are genuine about it, but come and speak to me as well.
Remarks to close.
And just to conclude, I mean, I know the proposer of the motion said that he didn't want this to be political, and I totally agree. But then you went outside and done a video to make it political. So again, straight after raising it. So again, I would ask, I mean, I've no problem with being held to account.
The Minister's time is up.
But work with me and be open and genuine about it.
Order. I now call Dolores Kelly to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion, and you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for being present for the debate, and for all of those members who made a contribution. And it's very clear throughout all members' contribution of the linkages between housing and good health outcomes for everyone, and indeed the change in demographics in terms of society here, with the need for a much more diverse type of housing accommodation to be made available, both for people who are older, people with disabilities, and if Cara Hunter doesn't mind me saying, the boomerang generation, having been being the parent of such a generation, I'm very familiar with the difficulties that young people have in trying to get affordable homes, whether that's to rent or to buy. And it is something I think across all constituencies we're finding increasingly over the last number of weeks and months, where people are presenting as homeless because of landlords actually taking advantage of the rise in prices of houses. And only the other week I had a family who had been given just after Christmas to find a new home, and I think the member across the way in Upper Bann will know there's not very many places left to rent in Upper Bann, but yet we have a huge public land ownership. We have stacks of land in the centre of Craigavon in the Brownlow area in particular, where we could build homes, but yet in our constituency, where there were 2,908 families and individuals on the waiting list last year, only 4 homes were built. And Minister, I can tell you, as an elected representative, I have regular meetings with the Housing Executive. I want to put on record my thanks, because many of those staff work tirelessly and actually are passionate about finding good homes of good quality for their staff. And I also want to place on record my thanks to the Housing Rights Council, because I'm sure I avail of their services on a weekly basis in trying to advocate on behalf of my constituents and to seek their advice on how best we can do that. And very often they pick up the slack that we have in terms of the advice and the legal services that they have available to them. And of course, COVID has taught us all about the value of having a bit of space around our homes, about space in the gardens and about space in the house, and about having a good home. And so therefore, I think the old saying about every home as being your castle, and many members have said about how you need to feel safe and secure in your own home, and that's very true. But I didn't think I'd ever say this in the public domain, Deputy Speaker. I am glad of the intervention of Mr Story, because I began to think I was living in some sort of parallel universe where, you know, we didn't have 3 years of a collapse of the Assembly. There was no decisions on health or education or on waiting lists. And we heard earlier today about the crises in our health service. We're hearing now about the crises in housing. And yet we had 3 years where housing wasn't something that drove people back up to the chamber here and in, around the executive table. I will give way.
If I'm the same person in here as I am out there, I'm quite happy to talk to anybody. I may enjoy a bit of banter in this house, but my message will be the same out there as it is in here. But it was worse than that, to the member from Upper Bann. For the 2 years previous to that, the Sinn Féin movement decided not to move on the issue of housing. So they're playing a game of bluff, and now all of a sudden it's a rush to get everything into the House so that they can get it on the election manifesto that they have done something for housing when they've sat on their hands for the past 10 years.
I thank the member for his comment, and I think it was Ms Bradshaw who made the remark that housing is an issue right across this island. But I think what's different in terms of why it's not in the in the public discourse to the same extent here in the north as it is in the south is because it's whose responsibility it is. I mean, housing is the responsibility of Sinn Féin in the north, but Sinn Féin, of course, are the opposition parties in the south, where housing is a key electoral strategy in terms of Sinn Féin. And some of the remedies which the Housing Minister in the south has advocated are the ones that we are to congratulate the Housing Minister on here in the north. And I think it's very strange that all of a sudden having a housing-focused outcome in the programme for government is so important now, but it wasn't important in January last year whenever we sought for it to be within the programme for government for the past year. And might I say, whenever Margaret Ritchie and Alex Attwood were the social development ministers, that they actually increased the demand for housing of 2,000 new homes each year, and they built, I believe, under their tenure in office, more houses than any minister subsequent to them. So housing, it is quite right and proper to say, it should be something that is in all our minds because of those very linkages around health and how it creates vibrant and sustainable communities. And of course we have, I think, across Ireland a huge need for people to own their own homes, but as Ms Bailey said, in terms of being a renter, it's equally okay to rent and to want to be a renter. And indeed, Ms Bailey referred to examples across in Europe where there are protections.
To use the microphone.
Sorry, where there are protections in terms of capping rents. That is something that we need to be looking at. But I actually feel very sorry for not just the people who are most vulnerable and marginalised in terms of the types of houses that they have to live in, but I also feel very sorry for people who actually can't get on to the social housing ladder at all and have zero chance of getting to own their own home. So I think in terms of how housing is designed and is created, and the strategy going forward has to meet the needs not only of the most vulnerable and marginalised in terms of having a good affordable home, but is to help your children and my children and the children of the teachers and the nurses and the care workers and the factory workers. Is to help everyone. And I think we have to start building a different type of society where we're saying it's okay to rent, but it's equally we should be looking at how co-ownership can help those who do want to get on to the housing market. And of course there are issues about how land is often banked, sometimes by developers until it's the opportune time to build. So there are, I do fully understand, as the Minister said, there's much more that is not in her gift and requires collaboration across government. And that's very clear, and I accept that. But so too, it is very clearly, I think, some honesty around what has been delivered. It's not the number, like 4 houses out of 2,900 on a waiting list. It's not just about starting to build, it's actually about when the houses are built as the true stat that we need to understand. Can I just say, Mr Deputy Speaker, I do welcome the Minister's flexibility in terms of contracts, because she'll know that new builds, particularly around schools, have fallen foul in my own constituency in relation to the increased cost of construction. But I would ask the Minister to look particularly at disabled persons facilities grants. I know she also has looked at some flexibilities there, but in terms of people getting an assessment from occupational therapy to start off with, to kick-start the process, it is... sorry? I will continue. Yeah.
Because we are actually looking at that in the Housing Executive. We're running a pilot to look at doing a lot of that assessment in-house. There's been brilliant results around disabled facilities, and we're hoping that that will then be extended across the board. So I'll be able to update you separately on that.
I thank the Minister for that clarification, and that's some good news, and it's something that we have talked about in this House for a very long time. As a former OT myself, I just wonder why it hasn't been done before, and I wish the Minister well. I do know that the pilot has shown some good results, but it is critical as more and more people in terms of health and community care, and the focus will be on care in the community. It is necessary that once people are ready for discharge from hospital into the community, that the support mechanisms and that wraparound service swings into gear very swiftly. But we are, as the motion says, in a housing crisis. Far too little has been delivered over the last number of years, and I do hope that the strategies which the Minister has outlined will see the light of day, and also will be quickly implemented and be resourced to do that. But it's very clear to my mind that we need to have a much broader overview in terms of meeting the needs of the whole and all of our citizens across society in terms of their aspirations, whether it's co-ownership, whether it's social and affordable housing in terms of renting, or indeed for people to be able to remain in their own home after injury or illness. So I thank all of the members, Mr Deputy Speaker, for their contributions. Thank you.
Members, the question is, the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I would ask members to take their ease for a few moments before the next item of business.
Okay, members. I have received notice from the Minister for the Economy that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members here in the Chamber that in light of social distancing being observed by the parties, the Speaker's ruling the members must be in the Chamber to hear a statement if they wish to ask a question has been relaxed. Members participating remotely must make sure that their name is on the speaking list if they wish to be called. Members present in the Chamber must also do this by rising in their places as well as notifying the Business Office or Speaker's table directly. I remind members to be concise in asking their questions. This is not an opportunity for a debate per se, and long introductions should be avoided at all costs. I also remind members that in accordance with long-established procedure, points of order are not normally taken during the statement or the question period afterwards. And I now call the Minister of the Economy. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I would like to take this opportunity to update members on the progress of the High Street scheme. I know there is much interest in the Chamber and indeed across Northern Ireland, but I would like to begin by putting this scheme in context. Throughout these challenging economic times, my department has been at the forefront of the Executive's response to the economic impacts of the pandemic. We have delivered unprecedented financial support, enabling thousands of businesses to keep their doors open, securing tens of thousands of jobs, and providing hope for families and communities. We have provided around £500 million to over 32,000 businesses through a number of essential support schemes, all of which were delivered and developed in unprecedented turnaround times. Working with Invest Northern Ireland, we introduced new schemes to support businesses, and alongside Tourism NI, we weighed in with support for that sector too. We also provided much-needed support for higher and further education students. I have no doubt that had it not been for the various interventions at both a national, UK and local level, we would find ourselves in a very dark economic place today. Thankfully, the work of my and other departments helped us through the darkest days of COVID and out the other side. With the launch of the Economic Recovery Action Plan in February past, we clearly and deliberately shifted our focus from crisis response to economic recovery. The ERAP, which was supported by the Executive with funding of £286.8 million, is an ambitious suite of decisive actions designed to stimulate recovery. It has been widely endorsed by our business community, and now it is leading the way for the Executive's recovery plan. In delivering a multifaceted approach to recovery, incorporating skills, trade, innovation and the green economy. This includes the development of a flexible skills fund, widening access to apprenticeships by removing the age cap, developing proposals to implement an artificial intelligence centre of excellence, accelerating delivery of city and growth deals, which will inject over £1.5 billion into our economy, stimulating tourism through targeted marketing and capacity building investment, and developing a Green Innovation Challenge Fund. The initiative that has received the most attention, however, Mr Speaker, is the High Street scheme. Our local retailers, hospitality and service sector are among those that have borne the brunt of the economic downturn. Their ability to trade has been severely hampered by the stop-start restrictions that have been implemented over the last 18 months. Many also suffered the devastating impact of consumer drift to online shopping that lockdown incentivised. For the most part, the shops, cafes, restaurants, salons and pubs that make up the lifeblood of communities in all our constituencies survived the pandemic, but they needed our help to attract their customers back and to recover, and we were there to provide it. We knew that by providing every eligible adult in Northern Ireland with a prepaid Spend Local £100 card, we could stimulate economic recovery on our local high streets and town centres, and at the same time protect jobs. This would mean that 1.4 million people would receive and spend an extra £140 million in local businesses throughout Northern Ireland and shift consumer spending from online to physical locations. We could see the multiplier effect it would have both in bringing many more customers back through the doors of local retail, hospitality and other sectors, and in leveraging spend over and above the £100 on the card by people who will use it as part of a payment for a larger purchase. However, no one should underestimate the scale of the task in delivering the High Street scheme. In a matter of months, we put in place a system to accept, verify and process applications from every eligible adult in Northern Ireland, and that is over 1.4 million people. We implemented a process to manufacture, dispatch and deliver cards which were unique to every applicant, and we worked with traders to ensure their understanding of this scheme and to incentivise sales into local businesses. This had never been done before in our history, and I can share with other members that other jurisdictions are watching on with keen interest in how we have managed to deliver this. It was important to me that as many people as possible could access the scheme and that their journey through the process was as straightforward as possible. We launched an applications portal on the 27th of September. Then, on the 11th of October, we opened a telephone support service to support applications from people not able to access or use the online portal. The later opening of the telephone service was implemented to encourage more people to apply online and avoid using the telephone line, leaving it available for those who needed it most. We also introduced a system of trusted partners to enable asylum seekers and the homeless to apply. Mr. Speaker, the portal and phone line closed on the 25th of October, by which point we had received over 1.43 million applications, very much within the range of our predictions at the outset. It was and continues to be essential that we verify the identity of every single applicant, as we have been aware from the outset that a scheme of this nature is open to potential fraud. No member would want that. Unlike Jersey, we do not hold a citizens' database, and therefore we have to use what databases we can access to verify applicants while assuring at all times that we are GDPR compliant. We asked each applicant for information which we initially attempted to match against the data held on the electoral register. For those who are not matched using the electoral register, we then attempted to verify their details using driving licence data and Department for Communities Benefits data. Over 1.264 million applications, which is 88% of the total applications, have been verified through these automated checks. There were, unfortunately, around 160,000 people whose details we were unable to verify via the database's use. Now, none of these applicants, and let me repeat, none of these applicants have been rejected, and every one of them have been given an opportunity to submit evidence that they live in Northern Ireland and are over 18 years old. Mr. Speaker, the Assembly can be assured that we are applying maximum flexibility on the information that can be provided to confirm that they are eligible for a spend local card. That means where there is a genuine attempt to provide information, where there is a clear link between the application and the documents provided, and a reasonable level of confidence that the person is eligible, they will be verified, providing that the information returned is clear and legible. To date, over 90,000 people have submitted this additional evidence. Despite some negativity from the usual quarters, it looks likely that around 98% of those will get their application approved. There is still a sizable group that have not yet submitted evidence of eligibility, and a reminder email has just been sent to everyone who has not responded, and we will continue to reach out to those people via social media and other channels to encourage them to respond to the email as soon as possible. The quicker we can receive their information, the quicker we can issue them with their card, and they can use it to support local businesses. Now, I would like to specifically address erroneous accusations that have been made that I, my department or this scheme have acted in any way to discriminate against any groups. Let me be absolutely clear once again, no one has been rejected for a spend local card. And I find it particularly difficult to comprehend how anyone who, in their own words, doesn't know the ins and outs and doesn't know the intricacies of how the policy has been implemented, can go on to a public forum and say there is a very strong case that sexual discrimination has occurred. I would expect more from the Chief Commissioner of the Equality Commission. Had she contacted me, I would have informed her that there has been a relatively small number of cases where a birth certificate had not initially been accepted as proof of date of birth, as a maiden name does not match the name on the application form. However, I took action early and decisive action to address this issue and can now assure members that applicants will not be facing this issue. Mr. Speaker, let me repeat again. The purpose of the scheme is to get as much stimulus into our local businesses as possible. The best and only way to achieve that policy goal is to get the most number of eligible people supporting their local businesses with their Spend Local card. And my department is demonstrating maximum flexibility in its consideration of the documents we receive to ensure we meet this objective. The process of verifying people's identity who have not been matched against the automated checks is ongoing, and we continue to listen and make changes to the list of verification documents that are acceptable as proof of identity and age. And this includes letters from trusted partners, including care homes, that can be provided rather than documents of proof of address and date of birth. The Department is working as flexibly as possible and will continue to refine this process if required. In instances where older people and people in care homes may have difficulty in providing this information, I would encourage family members, friends, care home staff and other organisations to support them through the process if they have permission to do so. My department is also working closely with the Commissioner for Older People and other trusted partners to ensure we make the customer journey as simple as possible for older people. To date, over 1 million cards have been dispatched, over 580,000 of these have been activated, and over £26.5 million has now been injected into our local economy. These are remarkable statistics, and while it is still early days, I think it's fair to say that the process of recovery on our high streets is now underway. By the end of this week, cards will have been dispatched to at least 95% of applicants that we have been able to match on the information held on databases. And by the middle of next week, cards will have been dispatched to all those verified to date. It remains the case that most people will have 4 weeks to spend their card, but I recognise that this will not be the case for everyone. Therefore, in order to offer these applicants a fair timescale to use their card, I can today announce that I am extending the deadline to use the Spend Local cards by 2 weeks, from the 30th of November to the 14th of December. I know this is something that members on the Economy Committee had requested, and I am happy to agree. This will mean that the vast majority of people will have at least 4 weeks to use their card. This means spending their card in local shops, from Belfast to Enniskillen, Cookstown, Newtonards, Portadown, Bangor and everywhere in between. In order to maximise the benefit to our local businesses, including retail, hospitality and service sectors, it is vitally important that everyone spends the full £100 on their Spend Local card. And the extra 2-week period will also allow cardholders who have some balance left on their card, no matter how small, to spend it in local businesses. And so for anyone that has any balance left on their card, no matter how small, my message is, please go out and spend it locally. Buy a coffee, a breakfast, a newspaper or a magazine, or even a small present for someone this Christmas. Maximise the Spend Local card. Every penny spent will help. Mr. Speaker, the objective of the High Street scheme is to stimulate recovery in our local businesses by encouraging increased spending rather than online. And by extending the deadline to use the Spend Local card, we can encourage more people to purchase Christmas presents, Christmas decorations and even food for Christmas dinner in their local area rather than online. And I have consistently encouraged all cardholders to use their Spend Local cards to support businesses in their local area that have been impacted by the pandemic. And I have been hugely encouraged by the level of engagement not only from the public but also from our retail, hospitality and service sectors. And many local businesses across all parts of Northern Ireland have further incentivised spend on their premises by offering additional savings or rewards. By helping themselves in this way, they are also helping their staff, their suppliers and their neighbouring businesses. Spending a little does have a big effect. Mr. Speaker, the journey to recovery for retail, hospitality and the service sector has just begun. And as more and more people receive their Spend Local cards through their letterboxes daily, I would urge them to activate it as soon as they can and then spend every single last penny on it. And finally, I would say, please, please spend local. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for that. And I now call the Chairperson of the Committee for the Economy, Kiva Archibald.
Margaret Cancorlia, and I thank the Minister for his statement, and I do welcome that he has today extended the scheme to give people the opportunity to spend their or to be able to spend their Spend Local card for an additional 2 weeks. I think that's important, and I do think it is important that the Minister has set out explicitly in his statement that the policy goal is to get the most number of people who are eligible for the scheme to be able to get the card. And just to put on record my thanks to his officials who have been constructively engaging with us to resolve issues over the course of the past number of weeks. And just to ask the Minister, I have had contact from a number of constituents who are having some difficulty inputting their details to get their PIN. And have also had some difficulties then accessing the support via the phone and the email, and if that is something that he would look at in terms of ensuring that people can get that. And then just to ask, are there any additional costs with the extension of the scheme?
Well, first of all, can I thank the Chair of the Committee and indeed the whole Committee for the constructive way in which they have worked with us on this scheme. And I appreciate the words about my officials, because they have worked very, very hard, not only in this scheme but on other schemes that have come before it as well. And they have done a fantastic job in how this has been rolled out, and I appreciate her words. I am aware of some of the difficulties that people have had over recent days in terms of the activation, and there have been some issues, I think, with the phone number as well. I think she'll appreciate that this has been a particularly busy time. This is the week where we had most cards that were sent out. Earlier on last week we had about 600,000. Now we've got over 1 million. So this has been a key point. So I would urge people to be patient. I would also encourage people to use the text message function to activate their card as well. In terms of the extension of the scheme, I don't anticipate any further costs as a result of that. However, she will be aware of the additional contingency that has been set aside to deal with potentially more than we had expected applying for the scheme. We're in and around where we thought we would be, in around 1.4 million, a little bit over that, but we have the contingency built in to deal with it.
Call Keith Buchanan.
Thank the Minister for his statement in the House today. Minister, this has obviously been an incredible scheme, and I do not underestimate the challenges to roll it out. And a lot of people obviously can sneer from the side, but to try and do this scheme in the short period of time, to be fair, there's been a few small issues, but obviously that's to be expected. You referred to, I think it was £26.5 million has been spent so far in the local economy. From what you're receiving, is that making an impact on it? Is it having the desired impact that you expect it to have based on the amount spent so far?
Well, I thank the member for his words, and yes, the experience that I have had so far as I've walked around my own constituency has been incredibly positive. I've been speaking to retailers who have said they've noticed the difference. They have said that people have been coming in solely to use their card they wouldn't otherwise have been in. People have come in and spent above and beyond what was on the card in some cases. People have came in, used their card and said that they're coming back again. Some have said that they've gone into other shops having spent their card in one. Retailers have been telling me they've come in because they were on the high street and they saw what was on offer. So certainly from what I'm hearing, this is ticking all the boxes, which is positive. In fact, I was speaking to one retailer in my own constituency who said that in the last week their sales were up 40% on the same time in October 2019, before the pandemic hit. So certainly from what we're hearing so far, it is ticking all the boxes in terms of the benefit to retailers, but of course it's something that the public love to have as well.
Well, Matthew O'Toole.
Speaker, Minister, I certainly support very much the spend local message, and I welcome the fact that absolutely everybody who's eligible for this card will have the opportunity to receive it. But will he at least acknowledge, in terms of the initial purpose of this scheme, which was economic additionality, a multiplier effect, and creating economic stimulus where none would exist before, that very few economists anywhere would suggest that the best time to create economic additionality in retail is in the month of December?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the scheme, yes, certainly we want to have that short-term boost into the high street, but what we're also wanting to do is see a longer-term benefit in return from it, as we try and pull people away from the online retailers back into the high street again, and that's something I hope will have a long-lasting impact. I was speaking to retailers in Armagh and Portadown recently who were saying to me, actually, this has been the best time for us, not only because they feel it is pulling some people into the high street for their Christmas shop, but they had the little bit of a good time over the summertime. That had dipped coming into September and October time, and they felt that this was just at the right time. The member talks about December. I actually think we will see the vast majority of the spend take place in October and November time. Most people now have received their cards. Spend is accelerating every day, and we're peaking again at weekends. I think we'll see that trend continue. So I think it is providing a boost now when they need it. And I think we have to remember as well just the tough time that so many of these retailers and those in hospitality and those in entertainment and in leisure had. And many of them got the support from the UK government, got the support from this executive and from my department. But some of them had to still dip into their savings to keep their businesses going. And they have said that this has been what has made a difference. And this has actually has helped them through those previous difficult periods. So I think it is actually ticking all the boxes. And if he speaks to those that are benefiting from it, they're happy with the timing of the scheme.
Mike Nesbitt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank the Minister for coming to the Chamber with a statement, but it does remind me of the famous quote from Shakespeare's Hamlet that the man perhaps doth protest too much. In terms of the practicalities of this scheme, Minister, I was told it would be over before people started spending for Christmas. Not the case. I was told it was going to be additional to Christmas spend, and now you're encouraging it to be used for Christmas spend. You told me nobody had told you they were going to use it for a £100 Amazon voucher, but they are doing just that. And the committee was told the overspend margin was £2 to £3 million, and yet you're holding back £21 million in reserve. So why are you continuing to argue, that this is a well-run scheme delivering on its policy intents?
Because that is the feedback that I'm getting from the people that are actually benefiting from this scheme. And I think if the member were to go into his constituency and speak to the businesses that had to close for so long, and if he were to listen to the impact that they are saying that the card is having, then he would see that it is having the impact that was intended. So I think it absolutely is fulfilling the policy intent. I think it's pulling people back into the high street. The key objective for me at the start of this scheme is that whenever we were at that low point in the year, that it would provide that boost. Now, I'm more than content that boost will continue. I'm pleased that we're getting to the point actually where retailers are saying to me this is a good point, a good time to have it, that they're pleased that it's actually pulling people into the town centres ahead of Christmas time. So although it was our original intention for this to be completed by the end of November, and I still believe the vast majority of money will be spent by the end of November, I don't have any problem with allowing it to go in another 2 weeks in order to make sure that the money is used up, and that those who perhaps got their card a little bit later than everybody else still had 4 weeks to spend it. So I think it's actually a proportional response to the issues that we were facing. And that's what I've done the whole way along in this scheme. There have been a number of challenges that we've met along the way, and I've been flexible and I've tried to do the right thing so that we can address them, all so that we can hit the policy intent of the scheme. The last issue that he raised was the contingency that was put in place. I think it was prudent for me to do that. I have a wider economic recovery action plan. I've held some of that back in case there were any overspends with the scheme. That was the last thing that I wanted to see happen. It looks as if of that 21 million right now, we're probably going to spend about £8 million of it, but any of that money that's not been used can be used for many of the other priorities that exist within my economic recovery action plan.
Stuart Dixon.
Speaker, Minister, many of my constituents, and indeed yours in East Antrim, are using their cards to pay for gas, electricity and oil, and essential for household living today, unfortunately. So can you explain to the House how that spending fits with the objectives of your scheme of supporting local businesses through the Spend Local card and stimulates local businesses?
Yes, well, Mr. Speaker, first of all, I will just respond to the other point that's connected from what Mr. Nesbitt had said about the Amazon voucher issues. I've certainly had no one say that to me, but I think that that's just because that's been said in the media. But it relates to Mr. Dixon's point, which is, look, ultimately, I will encourage spend locally where I can. I will encourage spend for those that have found it most difficult during the lockdown periods. But ultimately, it's not my job to tell people what to do, and I didn't have the ability through the coding system within the cards to block some of those other issues that he has raised. If people feel that they need to spend their cards in certain ways, that's up to them. But of course, anywhere that it is being spent, it's being spent in a local business. And all local businesses employ people, all local businesses have suppliers. But I think the member will realise, if he's being fair, I have done everything in my power to encourage, because I've said it time and time again, I've visited retailers, hospitality, leisure, entertainment facilities right across Northern Ireland. I've done everything in my power to encourage people to spend that money where it can have most impact and most effect. He's shaking his head, but that's what I have done. I've encouraged that. And I think that's actually been appreciated by an awful lot of businesses. But ultimately, it's up to people to decide themselves where they spend their card.
John O'Dowd.
Minister, you've taken umbrage with the Chief Equality Commissioner in your statement because of her comments around the strong possibility that there was sexual discrimination against married women, and worse, if the Commissioner had contacted you. If the Commissioner had contacted me, I would have told her that your department is not carrying out its equality duties in line with best practice as published by the Equality Commission. Your department carries out equality screening at the end of policy development instead of part of the policy development. And if your department had done that, then you may have identified the issue in relation to married women much earlier. Will you undertake to ensure that you contact the Equality Commission to ensure that your department is carrying out its equality duties in line with best practice?
Mr. Speaker, I believe that my department has carried out its responsibilities in accordance with the law, and in no way does this scheme break or breach equality guidelines in any way.
Well, Stephen Dunn.
Speaker, and certainly can I thank the Minister for his welcome statement today on the extension, and I think it'd be remiss not to acknowledge his enthusiasm for delivering this scheme. Can I just ask, and certainly I know the retailers in my own constituency are delighted with this scheme and have seen a positive difference already, and that's certainly the feedback and experience that I've received, and I think the vast majority of people have bought into the Spend Local messaging. Just in terms of, can I ask the Minister, is he confident that everyone who was eligible for a card has applied at this stage? And also, just to resolve any outstanding issues, if you can just touch upon the phone line service. Thank you.
I thank the member for his enthusiasm for the scheme as well, and for what he has done to promote it locally. I do think that we have certainly done everything in our power to ensure that everybody who is eligible has applied for the card. We have ran extensive media campaign on this. I have been out and about all over Northern Ireland trying to encourage people to sign up. We had a 4-week window to do that. There was a telephone option during that time. There was the ability to apply online. There was the ability to apply for other people online. So I've tried to make it as easy as possible over as long a period of time as possible as well. So I am confident that everybody who wanted to apply had the opportunity to apply. Our estimates and the estimates of NISR suggested we're in around 1.4 to 1.5 million people in Northern Ireland. 1.43 have applied, so I do think that we are there. He had also asked in relation to the telephone line, and I just want to put on record my thanks to those who are being very, very patient. I know that many people are trying to get through to the telephone line. Some are wanting issues resolved. Some are wanting their card verified. PFS are dealing with all queries to do with the card. They're the card supplier. And I know that there has been a period of high demand, especially over the last week, as I said to the Chair of the Economy Committee, because this was the week where most applications have come in. But I hope that it reassures people that if you're having issues or difficulties with the card, we have this extra period of time now as well, though we would just ask for a little bit more patience through what is a very busy period.
Agus buchas leis an ara Soctor Righteous and Sean you. I thank the Minister for his statement here today. The Children's Law Centre has advised that denying under 18s access to the High Street Voucher Scheme is in breach of the Department's own equality scheme. Will the Minister take that on board now and extend the scheme to 16 and 17-year-olds?
Yeah, well, Mr. Speaker, I know the concerns that have been expressed in relation to this scheme only being available to adults in Northern Ireland. I think I've set out the reasons before why it has not been possible for us to extend it to children. One of the reasons being the difficulty in verifying those under the age of 18. I think that we've seen how some people have struggled because of the lack of identification that they have, and I think that would be even more of a challenge for those under the age of 18. There were some other GDPR issues as well in there. So to answer his question, it's not going to be possible to extend the scheme at this period in time. That would require an incredible new infrastructure to be put in place, a completely new way of dealing with this in order to verify those applications and to get those cards out in time. So as an executive, we made the decision to allow this to be a scheme for adults, and that's how it's progressing.
Well, Jonathan Buckley.
Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his answers thus far, and indeed the Department's rollout of this scheme. I have no doubt it will be an economic stimulus to many of the businesses who have been impacted so hard by COVID-19. But would the Minister agree with me that it was disgraceful for the Chief Commissioner at the Equality Commission to come on the radio and make ill-informed and outrageous comments about the scheme, serving only to sow seeds of confusion and doubt? And would the Minister further clarify and give assurances to the House that no legitimate applicant has been rejected or will be rejected from this scheme?
Well, I thank the member for his question as well, and certainly it is very frustrating whenever we're trying to encourage people to provide the right evidence, whenever we're making it as easy as possible for people to apply, when we have already changed the criteria to ensure that an issue that was coming up has been dealt with. Very, very disheartening then to have people go on the radio and accuse me and my department of sexual discrimination, and to perhaps even put doubt in people's minds that they're not going to get their card. And it caused an awful lot of panic as well, because some people thought, well, look, I'm a married woman, does that mean I'm not going to get my card? So I think it's incumbent upon all of us to be really careful about the words that we use. And I hope as members around the House can testify that where there have been issues, I've been willing to speak to them directly. I've been willing to answer their queries. It's in my interest that MLAs and the rest of the public are informed about this scheme and have the up-to-date information, and picking up the phone would have been, I think, a useful first step. Certainly, I hope now that we can get to the place where everyone who is eligible will be able to provide sufficient information, and we will be using as much discretion as we can to ensure that those who are eligible will get their card. And I want to send a very clear message to the public today that I'm not trying to stop anybody from getting their card. I want to do everything in my power to make sure everyone who is a legitimate applicant can get verified. I hope that provides some peace of mind, and I'm certainly willing to work and do all that I can within the department to make sure that that's the case.
I call Daniel McCrossan.
Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for giving the statement to the House. Minister, there is no denying this is an extremely popular scheme, popular with members of the public, popular with businesses. I can't say I'm overly excited by the fact that my in-tray is filled with problems as a result of it, but there's a number that I could raise. For instance, people's national insurance numbers being used and having difficulty in applying. But where I'm going to focus, Minister, is on elderly and vulnerable people who have turned up after the closing date of the applications to say that they didn't have a means to apply online. They didn't quite get on the phone line. What do we say to those people, and how many, Minister, have not applied in exact figures?
Well, Mr Speaker, unfortunately, that's not something that I can answer. I don't know how many people didn't apply. We think that the vast majority of adults in Northern Ireland who are eligible have applied, and certainly I think that we have done everything in our power to make people aware of the scheme, of its opening date, of its closing date, and of the different ways in which you can apply, that other people can apply on your behalf. And we've worked very closely with the Commissioner for Older People and with other representative organisations to ensure that we got that message out as much as possible. I commiserate with him as well on the inbox issues that he is having. I can tell you that it's probably not just for him or for other MLAs. I think it's certainly the case for all of us, and there have been queries and people have got in contact with us, and unfortunately my constituency staff have been at the receiving end of that and have received some outrageous abuse from people. And it really has been a very, very difficult time for them. And I think that we need to, some people just need to be a little bit more patient. And certainly there may be an issue or two, but it's never right to take it out on our staff. And I want to put that on the record.
John Stewart.
For his statement and his questions or answers so far, and I echo what he said. I was out in East Antrim as well at the weekend, and it is being well received by both the traders and by those who so far have received it and are being able to use it. But I would echo the calls to extend the helpline. I think I perhaps went a bit overboard last week when I said it was useless, but it certainly was no better, I felt, Minister, than a glorified automated service. It cannot give updates on actual applications. And we've got people turning up in shops not being able to use it because it's been turned down. We've got people being told that the 7 days has gone past for the verification. They start to get worried, so they do come to us for answers. Can I please ask that, especially as we're now seeing smaller numbers, the more difficult cases, that is put into a dedicated actual helpline so that people who are really struggling can get advice on the phone?
Yes, no, I understand the concerns around that. They've been concerns that have been expressed by other members, and I know that a lot of people have tried to get in contact with email in particular, and we haven't been able to give instantaneous responses to those queries. It has taken a little bit of time. We've cleared 25,000 emails in the last few days. We're still getting through those, so I know that that has been a difficulty, and I know that the issue around the helpline as well has caused some concern, and I believe that has now peaked. We're starting to see a lot of those calls being dealt with, but I do understand the issue that he has raised in regards to the phone line, because it cannot deal with the life status of an application. It can just advise about the next steps or what it is that they need to do. I just want to provide a wee bit of clarity as well in terms of the 7-day deadline. We're encouraging people to get back with us as soon as possible, but that is not going to be an absolute cliff edge, so maybe people can be reassured that if it does go on beyond the 7 days, we're not going to automatically shut that application off. We're just trying to progress this as quickly as possible.
Call Linda Dillon.
And thank the Minister for his statement today. As an MLA for Mid-Ulster, which has an outstanding independent retail sector, I am glad for anything that encourages people to spend local, and I always spend local, and I would encourage people after this scheme to continue to do so. However, there have been some challenges and some difficulties, and I think the communication strategy here, Minister, is the issue. You've just talked about, you know, the 7 days not being a cliff edge, but if people don't know that, then to them it is a cliff edge. So I think it's important that that communication strategy is improved. It's not just about that encouraging to spend local. People need the information on how they do that and how they access their card. But just one other question in relation to out-of-date passports. A number of constituents have contacted me and said that their passport was not acceptable because it was out of date. This is a time when people are not renewing their passports because they can't travel, but also because they cannot afford to renew their passports. So can you confirm that out-of-date passports will be accepted as they are by the Electoral Office currently?
Well, Mr Speaker, I am aware of all that Mid-Ulster has to offer because Keith Buchanan invited me there and I feel like I was in every single shop in Mid-Ulster with him. We were in Mackara and Cookstown and Macrofelt and all over the place, so I certainly agree with what she said in terms of what is on offer. In regards to the communication strategy, we have certainly been putting that information out through the media. We have our frequently asked questions on our website. We've been trying to pump that information out, but anything I can do to make that easier, I certainly will, and I feel that hopefully today will have provided some additional information to members as well. On the issue of passports, that is something that I had identified last week, and I had instructed officials to change that so that that can be allowed. Again, it goes back to what I said earlier about maximum flexibility. I'm wanting to make sure we do everything that we can to ensure that if somebody is who they say they are, that we can accept them. And an out-of-date passport, in my view, isn't a reason for us not to verify someone. So I can confirm that I've now instructed officials to change that.
Robin Newton.
Mr Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for coming to the House with his statement. I also like to thank him and his staff for two things. First of all, I think this is an extremely innovative scheme that has indeed, no doubt, been many challenges around, but I do believe it is delivering on the ground. He came to my constituency, we walked around with the retailers. I've again visited those retailers and additional retailers, all of whom confirm that they are indeed benefiting from the scheme. Minister, the scheme will be, I believe, has made a contribution. We need to maximise the potential of the scheme and ensure that, if I can use your words, spend every last penny. So how can we make the encouragement to say that there will not be a balance on the card at the end of the card's life?
Yes, absolutely. And again, I thank him for the kind words in relation to the scheme. I can't take credit for the genesis of the scheme, but I do want to place on record my thanks to Diane Dodds and the work that she had done in the early stages of the scheme and for securing executive approval for it. In regards to what he said about spending every last penny, that is really important. We're giving people the opportunity to help local businesses here, and you may think it's only £1 or it's only a couple of pounds left on the card. What can I do with that? Well, there's plenty of places that will be more than willing to take it, and with 1.4 million people, you can see if everybody leaves that unspent on their cards, you can see the missed economic opportunity for businesses right across Northern Ireland. So that's a message I certainly want to get across today, is go out and make sure that we spend all that's there on that card.
Nicola Kelly-Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'd like to start off by thanking the Minister. I know, Minister, you mightn't get that too often, but I did contact you by email. You phoned me back. The issues have been resolved for those constituents, so thank you very much for that. I had also written to you to ask you for an extension, and you've done that, so there's two things. But as a married woman, what I will say, I'm not sniping from the sidelines. I think we need to learn from this. Gender needs to be brought in. I've had it quite often in life where my birth certificate is sort of not my married name and people don't realise that. So I would ask that we learn from this and we carry through a bit of gender consideration, and we're developing proposals. But just to follow on from what Mr Newton has said, we hope that every single person will spend absolutely every penny that's on those cards. But if they don't, will there be a wash-up period before the end of the financial year to spend those last few pounds in Northern Ireland?
Well, Mr Speaker, first of all, I thank her for her thanks and want to emphasise the point again that as a Minister, my door is always going to be open, and if MLAs have queries, I want to be able to address those. I understand some members did take up the offer that I had for members to get a briefing on this and they will be aware of the dedicated MLA email address for specific queries and concerns that people have. So I can send that out to members again if that would be useful, so that those concerns can be addressed. I also take into account what she has said. There was an issue that was identified in terms of the maiden name. We responded very quickly to that and ensured that it wasn't an issue anymore. In terms of the end date of the cards, it has now been extended. It's been extended for a couple more weeks, and I think that is giving extra time for that wash up and to ensure that people can get rid of it. That being said, my experience talking to those that have got their cards and those businesses where those cards have been spent, people don't need encouragement to spend it, and a lot of them got £100 on them one minute and nothing on them the next, which is what we like to see. But if there are monies remaining at that stage, that will go back into my Economic Recovery Action Plan, and we have many initiatives in there that can go towards some that are reruns of previous initiatives that we have done as well. So I would encourage people to spend before the end of the deadline.
Ciara Ferguson.
Minister, thank you also for the update this evening, and obviously we do welcome the extension. Minister, as other MLAs have mentioned this evening, there have been reports that the High Street voucher is being used to purchase Amazon cards and cards for online spend, which goes against obviously the principle of the card and the boost it should give to the High Street and the local economy. So has the Department any way of recording how many of these online voucher cards have been purchased using the High Street voucher scheme? Thank you.
So I've certainly heard it being talked about in the media. It's not something that I have heard actually happening. I think one of the ways in which I think people are dissuaded from doing that is because of the incentivisation schemes that have been offered by many businesses, where you get that little bit of extra money. Plus, I think people genuinely want to help local businesses as well, and people see the policy intent of that. We will have some data that comes back to show us where the cards have been spent. I will need to clarify at what level we can get that down to. Certainly, I know we'll be able to have information available on the types of shops or stores or businesses that they were spent in, but whether we can track it down to the level of cards are spent is something I will need to find out.
Niamh McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your statement to the House today. And can I put on record as well my appreciation by your team, because they have dealt very efficiently with some of the problems that have come through my constituency office. I want to say as well that the scheme is very welcome by retailers and citizens alike, and I too would encourage, please spend local. The scheme is now live, and I want people to spend local, and particularly to the businesses that were closed during the pandemic. And that is the original purpose of the scheme, and in order for us to maximise the value of it, then it depends on the behaviours of people who are spending. So my question to the Minister is really about strategy rather than the scheme as it stands. This scheme has been beset with problems from day one, and it's broken every one of its own rules. On the 25th of August, we got a briefing in the Economy Committee from your officials about the timing of the scheme, and they told us that businesses were concerned that the scheme might displace some of the Christmas spend, and your officials indicated that they did not anticipate this happening at all because a large percentage of the spend
Could the member get to the question, please?
Sorry, I'm coming
to
you. Sorry.
Get to the question, please?
You give a lot of leeway to other people, Mr. Speaker. Anticipate large percentage of spend in the Christmas period in November.
Would you resume your seat, please?
Okay. Will you get my drift?
Resume your seat, please. Resume your seat. You'll not be called again this afternoon. I call Roy Beggs. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for his statement. And there has been delays with the scheme and considerable frustration from some in trying to overcome the administrative hurdles to apply. And I think if constituency received a return email saying 7 days to provide information, they provided information, they got another email saying 3 days to provide information, and links that didn't work, no telephone number, no email address. thankfully, we were able to point in the right way, and thank you for the civil servants who have helped some of those. But my question is, will you assure me that no one will be disadvantaged because of any administrative failings, and that these time periods that were given will not be held against them when there were not constituents' difficulty? It was because of a lack of working links that were provided to them.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I want to do everything in my power to ensure that those who applied on time and are able to provide the evidence will get their card. I understand some of the frustrations that have been experienced, and he's mentioned some of them, but certainly the approach that I have taken at every stage when we have faced challenges like this has been to make it as easy as possible, because again, I go back to the policy intent of the scheme. I don't want to stop anybody from getting their card if they are entitled to it, and again, if they're individuals that he has that he's concerned about, I would of course encourage him to get in contact with the department if he's not having success. That being said, although there have been a number of people that have expressed concerns, I think that we have to look at the facts, and that we have had over 1.4 million applications, and out of those 1.4 million applications, well over 1.3 have now been verified, the vast majority by the automated checks, others now as well by the manual checks that have taken place. I think we're going to get an exceptionally high verification rate, and I think that overall this has been an exceptionally good scheme that's doing what it intended to do.
Member Patsy McGlone, call Patsy McGlone.
And I thank the Minister for his replies, and also it's a very prudent move to extend the scheme, Minister, as well, in light of the circumstances. I have a query here. I have 17, I think, maybe with your office currently at the moment, but I have another query that has come in today, and I would appreciate your advice on it, Minister. Two elderly ladies with learning disabilities, and they work via an appointee. The appointee made the application for them. Now they've been asked for additional information. Because of their circumstances, none of them have, neither the two of them, I should say, have any documentation with their names on it. They don't have driving licence, they don't have passports. So I'm seeking your advice, because I can appreciate that they're definitely not going to be on their own in circumstances like this, where they've been asked for something which they can't provide because those documents are in the name of the appointee.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the member's question, and as I have said, I want to make it as easy as possible for people to get verified, and if possible, we will be able to use supporting evidence from other partners, perhaps in the healthcare sector, whatever else it might be. So if they would be prepared to send something in verifying that they are over the age of 18 and that they are resident in Northern Ireland, I will work with the member to ensure that they get their cards. If they are eligible, and they clearly are, I want to make sure that they get it, and I want the scheme to be open to everybody.
I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for making the statement today to the House, and I do appreciate how much correspondence will be coming in, both on the helpline and over email, but many constituents are at their wits' end, not being able to get through, or not, or getting on an automated line, or not having emails replied to. So I wonder if the Minister can tell me if there's a specific contact number for MLA, so we can try and rectify issues on behalf of constituents, given it is the more complex and urgent ones that are coming into the offices, as we have had some difficulty getting information back on the MLA email. Thank you.
Okay. Well, Mr. Speaker, I hopefully today we have reassured people in some way that we want to do everything in our power to make this as easy as possible. And again, I know I'm repeating myself, but I wanted to be very clear that we want people to have these cards. I understand there have been some difficulties. I'm sorry to hear about the MLA helpline or the email address, and certainly if she's individual cases that she's not getting information back on, I'm happy to chase those up. Unfortunately, we have been impacted somewhat by people who have emailed in and they're asking, when's my card coming? And I still haven't got my card. And we're triaging at those to make sure that we're getting those that are most in need. But the first thing that she can do is reassure her constituents that these will be dealt with. May take a little bit more time. As I said before, this is a week where we have lots of cards going out, lots of people trying to activate, etc. And I'm more than happy to work with her in individual cases if that's necessary.
Members, that concludes questions on the statement. And the members, please take a raise for a moment or two before we move on to the Final item on the order paper. Okay, members, item 5 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn, and in conjunction with the Business Committee, I have given leave to Mr Andrew Muir to raise the matter of water quality and safety at North Down coastal bathing areas. Before I invite Mr Muir to introduce his topic, I can advise you that I have received apologies from the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. Although this topic comes under his remit, he is unable to participate in the debate due to ministerial business in Glasgow. He has asked his ministerial colleague Gordon Lyons, Minister for the Economy, to respond on his behalf. I welcome Minister Lyons and thank him for agreeing to provide a response. And I call Andrew Muir, and you will have up to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and also thank you for the Minister for coming here to respond to today's adjournment debate. I am very grateful to have the opportunity to highlight what I feel is an incredibly important issue that has become an increasing concern for many people living and visiting my constituency of North Down, namely the need for increased water quality testing and safety measures across North Down's ever-popular coastal bathing areas. We are extremely lucky to have a number of beautiful coastal bathing areas on our doorstep right across North Down. These spots are used by sea swimmers, paddleboarders, kayakers and other open water sports enthusiasts. Open water swimming has become increasingly popular in recent years, and especially since the beginning of COVID-19 lockdowns. Running, as I often do, it's great to see people taking the dip, including my good friend Colin and many more. Colin finds a great solace in the open water, taking an open water plunge, and is encouraging me to take a jump into the water too, but maybe one day, I promise. Seeing his head bob up and down near Brompton one morning made me say to myself, fair play, and then on I dashed, feet firmly fixed to the ground. There are now a number of organised groups that meet regularly to swim together, ranging from the cont'd Chunky Dunkers, Helen's Bay Watch and the Brompton Bells and Bow. Members of these groups and others from the area have helped to highlight some of the issues that we will cover here this evening, demonstrating the importance of water quality, safety and the local environment to North Downs bathing water users. Sea swimming has become an invaluable outlet throughout the pandemic, and many regular swimmers highlight the positive impact it has had on both their physical and mental health. As the pastime only continues to become ever more popular, it is vital that we ensure that swimmers are bathing in areas that are clean, safe and pleasant for those brave enough to enter. Currently, water quality testing takes place between the 1st of June and the 15th of September each year at 26 designated bathing water sites across Northern Ireland. It only takes a quick glance at Helens Bay Beach, Brompton or any of the other key swimming spots in North Down to see that this is not just a seasonal sport. In fact, the presence of jellyfish throughout many of the summer months means that many swimmers choose to avoid the water during this time. It is also important to note that many of North Down's most popular bathing areas are not listed as bathing waters where water quality is tested during summer months. Brompton Road in Bangor and Skippingstone Beach, also in Bangor, are not designated bathing areas, yet are very popular all year round, as is the area around Orlock and Groomsport. Brompton and Skippingstone even have specific ladders and railings that make them a perfect spot for getting out in the water. Whilst I very much welcome the progress that was made with the pilot EU swim project at Ballyholme, by providing water quality sampling throughout the bathing season and making this information easily available through an app, projects such as these need to be implemented and expanded to cover all coastal bathing areas and to ensure that sampling takes place throughout the whole year. One of the main concerns of local bathers is the lack of communication on water quality, and the EU swim app demonstrated how easily this can be remedied. Last year, a significant amount of pollution made its way from a field into the river and then into the sea at Crawfordsburn Country Park. A number of local residents had been in touch with my office, highlighting the lack of notice of this contamination on the beach, and in response to question, I was told that it was down to relevant authorities and councils to alert public to these matters by the erection of signage. In this day and age, we should have much more in place to alert the public to pollution in their bathing areas. Just around the coast from Crawfordsburn Beach lies Helens Bay, another incredibly popular spot for water sports enthusiasts. Also located on this coast is a wastewater pumping station, and current guidance states that for all bathers to avoid the water for 48 hours after heavy rainfall in the area due to large spills potentially being released into the sea. As we all know, heavy rainfall is not uncommon for us here in Northern Ireland, yet many sea swimmers try to visit our coastal bathing areas on a daily basis. Simply telling people not to enter the sea for 48 hours after heavy rainfall is not good enough. The public should be able to access information about the activity of the wastewater pumping stations so that they may make informed decisions about when to enter the water. There is now a critical need for regular and wide-ranging water quality testing across North Down and beyond. As one person told me recently, we can all tell when we are swimming in sewage, but usually not until we're in the water and we can see or smell the film on the water. It is much more difficult in darkness. And then we need to rush home and wash it off. It's really not pleasant at all. A couple of swimmers have told me recently that they've been ill for 7 days after unpleasant experiences such as in this water, and that was a person reporting the issues around Helens Bay and the wastewater pumping station. On a daily basis, there are hundreds of people swimming in coastal areas, and it is vital that any possible risk to their health by swimming in polluted waters is identified before they choose to take the plunge. Through the EU Swim project, we saw just how easily this can be done, and with the passion of regular swimmers, it is so clear that local swimming groups are even prepared to volunteer to do the water quality sampling. There is also an urgent need for increased investment in promoting safety and sea awareness across North Down. At a council level, there has been progress in this, with Ards and North Down Borough Council, in conjunction with Sport NI, delivering open water safety awareness webinars. Information sessions such as this are a great way to ensure that those who regularly use the water are informed and are aware how to stay safe. However, I believe there is a need for visual information at bathing sites that can be easily accessed by all. Increased investment in bathing water infrastructure, such as bathing shelters, seawall railings, ladders and slipways, will not only ensure that the users of coastal areas can do so safely, but these are also inclusive spaces that can be accessed by everyone. We have also heard calls from local swimming groups for the installation of defibrillators. The lack of regulation around recreational and personal watercraft such as jet skis and small motorised boats also poses a huge risk to those swimming in our coastal bathing areas. Throughout the summer months, I was contacted on a regular basis by constituents who have witnessed near collisions and accidents between those on motorised watercraft and people swimming in the sea. It is, I fear, only a matter of time before a serious incident occurs due to the lack of regulation on this issue. Early this year, I was pleased to hear from the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs that his department is developing options for bylaws to regulate the use of jet skis in marine protected areas. Minister Poots also highlighted the issue of jet skis and sea swimmers' safety would be raised at the Better Beaches Forum, which is due to take place last month. I look forward to hearing about the progress that was made on this incredibly important matter. The Department for Transport in London has also been consulted on proposed changes to legislation that would make personal watercraft and other recreational watercraft subject to similar safety obligations that exist for the operators of ships, giving enforcement authorities additional powers of prosecution in the cases of deliberate and negligent misuse. In response to the consultation, I welcomed the proposed changes and highlighted that many of the issues we face across North Down with regards to lack of regulation surrounding watercraft. In conclusion, I am proud to both live in and represent an area of outstanding natural beauty that people are making the most of. Let us take the opportunity to support our local community by ensuring that regular water sampling at all our popular bathing areas, good communication of this information, visible safety messaging and enforcement action against those endangering the safety of others to ensure that everyone has an enjoyable, but most importantly a safe visit to our coastal areas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, and I call Stephen Dunn, and all members have 6 minutes each.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the member for bringing this important issue to the floor today, and also to thank the Minister for coming and staying with us this evening. Sea swimming has indeed become an incredibly popular activity for people of all ages, and North Down indeed has some of the best and most beautiful areas of Northern Ireland for open sea swimming. Areas like Helens Bay, Ballyholme, Brompton, Crawfordsburn, Orlock, Grimsport, Donaghadee and Sea Park are amongst some of the most popular and spectacular areas to enjoy such activities. These are all accessible from our spectacular North Down coastal path, which is such a wonderful attraction right on our doorstep. It is certainly great to see the levels of interest, and it does have many benefits, particularly for people's physical and mental health and well-being, which is of such crucial importance now more than ever. The pandemic and the subsequent lockdowns has undoubtedly led to an increase in the people out cold sea swimming. When there was periods of gym closures where some parks were closed and people spending long periods of time at home, this all led to a great increase in interest levels in terms of those seeking exercise on our seas and waters. I do welcome the latest 2021 Bathing Water Compliance Report, which was announced recently by the DAERA Minister some 2 weeks ago. This confirmed that almost 3/4 of our bathing waters here have met excellent standards and continue to improve. Whilst this is welcome news, as with many issues, there is always room for improvement. Helens Bay, Crawfordsburn, Grimsport and Malile, all within our constituency, all achieved the excellent standard, and that was certainly a step forward in the right direction and an improvement on past years. I also welcome the commitment recently from the DAERA Minister that his department continues to work with NI Water to improve the water environment through targeted investment in improved sewage treatment and with the agriculture sector to administer a number of agro-environment incentive schemes. I do believe there is room for more regular and increased water quality testing, particularly at these key hotspot areas and at more regular times. There are areas that are very popular for swimmers which are not being tested as they are currently not classified as beaches, and they can be things such as harbours, slipways or other unclassified natural areas of beauty. Whilst the bathing season normally runs from 1st of June to mid-September, many keen and some would say very brave swimmers are indeed out all year round on a daily basis. And indeed across the entire coastline area of the Ards and North Down Council area, DAERA, the department, only monitor the water quality at 6 locations, although I understand this is the most of any other council area, but there is certainly capacity to do better. There are also capacity issues affecting our water and wastewater network, which I appreciate is not under the remit of our Minister in attendance today or DAERA, but indeed lies with the Infrastructure Minister, and there are certainly issues that need addressed there that affect parts of our constituency. We have seen a number of overflow issues, with raw sewage being impacted by blockages, which is a concern and something we need medium to long-term solutions for, and indeed short-term solutions. I also welcome recent initiatives coming forward from Ards and North Down Borough Council, with the marine safety training schemes currently being rolled out for sea users, including cold sea swimmers. This initiative, along with other initiatives looking at recreation areas for shared usage to create better separation for swimmers and those using motorised use of the sea. It is important that measures like this are carried out with consultation with user groups. There is certainly great potential to develop this, and it is important that we support those who enjoy cold sea swimming, as I've said, and it is becoming such a popular pastime. Indeed, there are risks with it, and unfortunately we have seen a number of tragedies over the last number of years locally, and I think that is a reminder of both the danger of the water and the need to do better in terms of protection. All in all, I welcome this debate, and I would call on the Minister to continue to work towards improving our water quality and safety right across our country and indeed in our North Down coastal bathing areas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Alan Chambers.
Mr. Speaker, North Down has a history of coastal seawater pollution, mainly brought about by the population boom in the early 1970s, when so many families moved from Belfast to live in North Down. The area had an outdated sewage system that released all the sewage produced in North Down through an outlet at Orlick. It was totally untreated, but flowed through a grill that was meant to capture solid material, and some poor Northern Ireland Water employees had to scrape those grills clean twice a week and take away that material to be incinerated. So for those who use the waters around Groomsport and Ballyholme will remember those bad old days. It was so bad that fishermen had to disinfect their ropes at the end of a day's fishing, and groups like local youth groups had to cease all inshore water activities because of the unsightly and the unaccepted flotsam that polluted the waters particularly around Ballyholme. Now, the investment by Northern Ireland Water of a new wastewater treatment works outside Donaghadee was a game changer. But they decided that they would give the sewage secondary treatment, which was, I would describe as silver-plated, and they were going to extend the outlet at Orlick to pump the waste, the treated waste, further out to sea. But they found logistically they couldn't do that. They couldn't extend the pipe. I don't know what the problems were, building problems. But anyway, they decided then that they would upgrade the treatment being provided at the new works to what was called tertiary treatment. And that's the treatment where the water that leaves the wastewater treatment works is drinking quality. I haven't put it to the test, Mr. Speaker, but I'll take their word for it. And that's gold-plated activity from there. Now, Ballyholme continued to be a problem because the sewage that was coming from Bangor down to a pumping station to be pumped up to the new treatment works, at times of heavy rain, couldn't cope with the sheer volume. And they had to have release valves. And if they didn't open the release valves, literally there would have been an explosion within the pumping stations along that line. So to avoid that, the valves were opened, and whatever sewage was in the system, rainwater and sewage, straight out into Ballyholme Bay. That was unacceptable and spoiled the whole project. So what they did was they made a huge investment, and they introduced 3, I think it was, large sewage retention tanks along the line, so that in heavy rain, the water could be retained. It didn't have to be released out into the sea. It could be retained there, and then when the rain eased off, it could be pumped up under control to the treatment works. And I know that in the last year, Helens Bay, Crawfordsburg and Groomsport have all been getting absolutely A1 pollution results, and certainly low in bacteria results in those coastal waters. So why is Ballyhome still a problem? Well, it's not solid matter, sewage in the water, it's bacteria. You can't see it. You look at the water, it's clear, it's clean. Take a mouthful of it, you probably will be sick. So it is a bacteria problem. Where does the bacteria come from? There's a river that flows in called the Cotton River. Some people call it the Ballyhome River. And I asked a question back in 2016 to the Minister of Agriculture and asked whether any domestic wastewater or street rainwater is piped directly into the Cotton River from that pumping station. And I got a very honest answer that there's only one asset along the Cotton River, and it has an emergency overflow that is piped directly into the river. So that problem has never been addressed. There's a lot of talk about it, but it's never been addressed. So there's sewage from time to time coming down that Cotton River, flowing straight into the sea at Ballyhome. There's also a pumping station at Sandringham Gardens, which services all the sewage from Ballyhome. All very mature old properties that have a single storm drain and sewage system, and it overflows from time to time, and it's only a couple of 100 yards away from the sea, so it's practically raw, untreated sewage straight down into the sea, and that is increasing the bacteria levels. So what's the answer? The last piece of the sewage jigsaw in North Down is that cotton pumping station, and that does have to be addressed. It needs a storage capacity where in heavy rain it can retain the sewage rather than releasing it in an emergency situation into that river. That's the answer, and that's the last piece of the jigsaw. And that'll fall under the Minister of Infrastructure and through Northern Ireland Water. And I hope that in the near future they can address that. And also, it would be remiss of me not to mention that Donegal is still experiencing problems. I've spoke here in the House before about it, so I'm not going to rehearse that. But Donegal has problems from the fact that there's 20 outlets south of Donegal that have licence to release untreated sewage into the sea, coastal waters around there, in emergency situations. That has been resolved by a huge investment that has been announced in the last number of months, and that will, in the coming years, will be addressed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thanks very much. I take it you weren't on a tourist board there a number of years ago, and I call it Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for bringing this matter for debate in the Chamber today. Much of what I will say other members have covered, and I think this shows that this is an issue that we've all dealt with as constituency MLAs before. But as we do know, there are hundreds of people swimming off the beautiful North Down coast every day or taking part in the wide variety of water sports that are on offer. Although not a regular, I have been known to jump off the pier at Kinniger on Boxing Day to get rid of the cobwebs, and swimming off our beaches or having a paddleboard around the loch, which usually involves a wee bit more time in the water than on the board. But I, like Mr. Chambers, remember being told not to go into the sea or go into the loch, not because of the jellyfish, but because of the pollution or the water quality in certain areas. And my memories are from the Hollywood area in the Kinniger, where you frequently were in and saw items coming from the sewage pumping or the pipe floating past you. It wasn't the most pleasant of experiences. But despite successful attempts to stop sewage going into the loch, for example, which was and is welcome, it seems that the water quality in certain bathing areas does need serious attention, and hence this adjournment debate today. And I also want to raise through just experience in the last couple of years is the rising number of pollution incidents that I'm dealing with that have been reported by constituents along the North Down coast. And so there's much more that needs to be done between people, communities, council and the departments to ensure that our waters meet the best standards for people and environment alike. And we need to look beyond the loch itself and the coastal area to improve our water quality. And there's, last year, for example, as Mr. Muir's already covered, a slurry spill at Crawfordsburn River, which is a protected area. In April this year, there was a diesel spill in Malile, which a number of members I know were dealing with, and the efforts and concern of the volunteers who helped clean up the area is a testament to how much local people care about our natural environment and want to protect it. Diesel spills, as we know, are extremely dangerous for marine and bird life, and the impact on fish and shellfish long beyond when the diesel has left the area and has been washed away. But it's important in this particular instance for those that were using the area in Malile that it showed the need for improved signage and communication with groups and people that were using the area. And in August just past, visible pollution was reported in the river at Sea Park in Hollywood, and it was found that the blockage was caused in the sewerage system due to a build-up of grease for commercial premises. And my appeal to everybody would be, please do not pour grease or other materials down the drains. These so-called fatbergs are very costly to remove and can cause serious disruption and damage to our water infrastructure, which, as we know, is already under pressure. And we know that despite the investment, Ballyholme's water quality was low this summer and included a spike in bacteria in the water that was tested. We know that Ballyholme has improved in recent years, as Mr Chambers has already outlined, but it had failed to reach minimum standards in both 2016 and 2017 and has been consistently graded as sufficient just ever since. I will not repeat all of the issues that Mr Chambers has raised and what needs to be done. We do know what needs to be done to address those issues at Ballyholme, so I would encourage the Minister to work with the Minister for Infrastructure to do so. We need to know if our processes need improved on communication, specifically for this area, if there was something inappropriate coming from the countryside or from the hills after heavy rain, for example. But we do need to ensure our water quality standards are met and that our natural environment is given our best care. And I remember on council many years ago discussing the idea of putting nets around drainage pipes to collect larger waste items and that being turned down. But why? I, of course, would argue that those items shouldn't be in our pipes or sewage systems or being thrown away improperly, but littering does end up in our sea and on our shores, and it is a big problem. And anyone taking part in the many of the litter picking groups active across North Down will tell you, we know from the recently published Marine Litter Report, there's an average of 375 items of litter observed per 100 metre of beach, and 67% of these items recorded were made of plastic. So there is, again, a body of work to be done here with the Minister for Infrastructure, and I would encourage the Minister to do so to address water quality and mitigation measures and solutions for the long term, perhaps through the blue-green infrastructure funding. This could be looked at maybe to provide water safety and rescue items along the coastal path as well. But as has been noted, the bathing season normally runs from 1st of June to 15th of September, and I would suggest to the Minister that this is revisited. Bathing season is now every day, every month of the year, and certainly I would welcome testing and monitoring over the winter period as well, as the expansion of testing to areas where, despite not being designated, are actually used by people. And I've also read in previous bathing water reports from 2016, for example, that the general advice is not to bathe during or for up to 2 days after a heavy rainfall event. But is there any public awareness of this or advice going out? And also, what is a heavy rainfall event? I mean, it was lashing over the weekend. Does that mean that we shouldn't be swimming on Sunday or Monday? It's certainly not something that I would have any information directly on. But there is much more that we can all do to ensure we make further improvements to our water quality in and around North Down, but also across Northern Ireland. And we can learn from places like Switzerland and New Zealand. And if we need regulatory reform to improve standards, then let's do it. And our coastlines on beaches are there to be enjoyed, to provide as much needed access to the outside and to be looked after, maintained and ensure the environment is as healthy as it can be. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Alex Deason.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I would say thank you to the member for securing this adjournment debate, so well done for that. And also thank the Economy Minister for hearing adjournment debate as well, so thank you for that. I'm pleased that this year water quality in North Down never fell below satisfactory. That's maybe not good enough, but it's still an improvement, as members have said. But in most places, for the vast majority of bathing season, water quality was rated as excellent by the department. This is an improvement upon last year when Ballyholme in my constituency, for example, only achieved an overall rating of sufficient.
I note that the water quality in Ballyholme has improved significantly over the last 5 years. In 2016 and 17 it was rated as poor and failed to reach compliance with the 2006 Water Bathing Directive. However, it remains vulnerable to pollution from agricultural runoff and overflows from the wastewater treatment network, which has seen 5 recent pollution incidents that I'm aware of in Hollywood, Crawfordsburn, 2 recently in Ward Park, the river that flows into Ward Park and then out into the sea, and also, as my colleague mentioned, in Malile, which was quite a serious incident. And I noted that there was an incident reported in the local Spectator newspaper on Helens Bay just only last week. I know that this is something that the Department has been investigating, and I am pleased that there is ongoing work to the sewage systems in Bangor that may contribute to improving the quality of water at Ballyholme Beach in particular. However, there are other forms of pollution affecting not just Ballyholme, but all areas of the North Down coastline that are, in my view, far easier to take control of. For instance, dog fouling, littering and fly tipping are issues raised constantly with me in North Down. They are not always related to our coastal areas, as it is a more general problem, but they often are. Dogs run free on the beaches, and owners do not always pick up after them. Litter is unfortunately all too common. Fly tipping near rivers and our beaches is not an uncommon sight. I appreciate that signs have been put up in place by the local council, warning people of the fines that they may receive for such actions, but I question how often they are actually imposed in such areas. Visible neighbourhood policing is a wider problem, but I do feel that the lack of policing and oversight at our coastal areas means that there are no deterrents for these actions. It's all well and good to have signs in place, but no one will adhere to them if there is seen to be a lack of enforcement. However, one aspect of this issue which does require more promotion is, in my view, how the public can go about reporting incidents of pollution at the coast. I do not think that this is a common thing, something that is common knowledge to people, something that people instinctively think to do, and of course that would be of great help. The investigations triggered by such reports can close the bathing areas in the interests of public safety if water quality is found to be unsafe until it improves. Of course, water quality is not simply about the quality of the water itself, but the greater environmental repercussions of changes to our marine ecosystems. I would therefore like to take some time to discuss the impact of water quality on marine life and its implications for people. Pollution is clearly an issue for marine life. It's only a few weeks ago that we saw distressing images of a seal in Belfast Lough with a tin can stuck to its lower jaw. It goes without saying that this seal was in danger of serious injury or death. This was a horrible incident that none of us here would like to see repeated, and I would hope that better enforcement or harsher penalties for littering incidents along our shores could go some way in preventing scenes like this again. I was glad to see that that seal was actually picked up in Scotland and that tin can was removed, so that was something to be very thankful of, the vigilance of what was going over in Scotland. However, commercial fishing is also a huge problem on Belfast Lough that negatively impacts on our marine ecosystem. I have previously called for a marine protection area in the North Down area, and this is something that I would like to reiterate. For instance, the thornback ray was once abundant in Belfast Lough. Now, having had discussions with local anglers, it is clear that the population has been decimated, in fact, is probably extinct in Belfast Lough. It's my belief that a thorough survey of marine life in Belfast Lough is needed. This would give us a better idea of wildlife population numbers as well as information regarding pollution and water quality. It would also potentially enable us to reintroduce fish and animals such as the thornback ray in large numbers, which can be bred at our own Explorers Aquarium in Portaferry. That is extremely possible to do. It is also our duty to ensure that the sustainability of Belfast Lough and maintain the overall water quality for our marine life for those who use it, such as anglers, and for those who enjoy it, like the public. There's no reason that Belfast Lough cannot be a hub of wildlife, and it's our job to attempt to correct the damage that has been done for generations following behind us, leaving them with a safe and thriving coastline area to enjoy. This is an issue that I am very passionate about, and I will continue to push the Department on it. In conclusion, Mr Speaker, I am pleased that water quality in North Down appears to be improving, but it is my belief there is still some way to go. This can be done in smaller ways, such as better sewage infrastructure and better enforcement of existing laws surrounding issues like littering. However, I also think that we need to be ambitious and think of conducting a survey of Belfast Lough or introducing marine protection areas. These things are not unrealistic, and we must strive for them. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Sinead Annis.
While not a constituency MLA in North Down, South Down does share a common coastline with colleagues in North Down, so I do have a vested interest in this topic. So I want to thank Andrew Muir for bringing this important issue to debate this evening, and also thank the Minister for the Economy for sticking around to hear us out. As other members have said, I genuinely feel so lucky to live and work and represent the communities along the County Down coast, an area famed throughout Ireland and the world for its beauty and its unique marine heritage. Murlough and Dundrum Bay and Carningford Lough are home to some of the most beautiful bathing spots, but our County Down coastal waters are also home to some of the most important marine habitats and species. We have sea pens, basking sharks, seals, shellfish, eelgrass, many species of birds and fish, commercial fishing industries and shipping, bathing waters, special areas of conservation and special protection areas, and coastal ASSIs, all existing side by side. I'm delighted that 3 of the North's most recent Blue Flag Beach Awards went to beaches in my own constituency, Cranfield, Murlough and Torella Beach. This means that those beaches scored highly in terms of environmental education and information, water quality, environmental management and safety and services. In terms of water quality, the criteria states that no industrial, wastewater or sewage-related discharges should affect the beach. Cancorla, I would argue that none of our beaches should be affected by industrial waste or sewage-related discharges. The reason we have clean, safe beaches at all is because of EU directives on pollution, bathing waters and urban wastewater. If it was left to the British government, they'd no doubt still be dumping faecal waste, sewage and other chemicals in the water. And from what we witnessed in the last few weeks, which saw Brexit Britain dumping tons of raw sewage into its coastline, it seems that old habits die hard. Cancorla, improving water quality and maintaining that quality protects public health and the environment, but it also has an economic benefit too. We have witnessed a marked increase in tourism along the County Down coast in recent years, and that is good, and I want to see that continue in a sustainable way. East Coast Adventure, a company based in Wormpoint, are opening up Carningford Lough to locals and to tourists alike. They're educating people and also providing an outlet for people to get into our coastal waters and enjoy our rich marine heritage. We are perfectly positioned to open up the County Down coast and to increase our tourism product, but we need investment in infrastructure, sustainable practices and to ensure the quality of our seas and coastal waters. The explosion in popularity of open water swimming over the last few years has brought many swimmers to County Down. Unlike myself, who's a fair weather swimmer at best, open water swimming is becoming a year-round activity, and that is why we need to increase the frequency of water quality testing. We want to ensure that County Down's coastal waters are pristine all year round and not just during the designated swimming season. And I would concur with remarks by other colleagues that the water quality testing, the season where that occurs, should be re-examined. Some local councils have recognised the popularity as well as the health and economic benefits of investing in our bathing sites. And I would call on my own council, in particular Newry Morning Down Council, to make more improvements to bathing sites within our district. Make investments in amenities and provide information about bathing sites. Invest in more signage, litter collection, access points, car parks, lifeguards and, importantly, changing facilities. And I would call on governments, both local and central, to do more to protect, promote and enhance County Down coastal waters for the enjoyment of future generations. Gurmagat Cancorla.
Thank you. And I now call the Minister, Gordon Lyons. The Minister has up to 24 minutes, if you so choose to use that.
I probably won't, Mr Speaker, but I welcome the opportunity to speak on water quality and safety in North Down, and I want to thank the member and congratulate him indeed for securing the adjournment debate. North Down is widely known for its outstanding coastline and popular beaches, just like your friends across the loch in East Antrim. And that, of course, is supported by the number of beaches which have received awards this year, including Helens Bay, Crawfordsburn, Groomsport, Ballywalter, Malile and Clochey. Unfortunately, Minister Poots cannot be here this evening, as the Speaker had said. He's attending COP26 in Glasgow. But he has indicated that he remains fully committed to the ongoing development of our beaches, and I believe that North Down's record of high standards will continue. In looking at water quality and safety at North Down sites, I want to draw your attention to the work that DAERA is doing in a range of areas, working in partnership with the Council and others. DAERA has been leading a partnership known as the Better Beaches Forum over the last 10 years, as the proposer of today's debate had mentioned. Partners are Keep Northern Ireland Beautiful, Northern Ireland Water, local councils and other landowners like the National Trust, who all have a role in managing our bathing waters and beaches. The forum has developed an action plan to focus on 3 main areas. First of all, improving water quality. Secondly, improving beach cleanliness, facilities management and signage. And thirdly, keeping the public and media better informed. I believe that these are actions that underpin our coastal economy and tourism offering. This evening I will take these areas in turn to give you a flavour of the work, with a particular emphasis on the North Down area. The first area of the Better Beaches Action Plan is improving water quality. Minister Poots released the 2021 bathing water results on the 22nd of October, announcing that all 26 of Northern Ireland's bathing beaches have met minimum standards of water quality. Of the 26 beaches, 19 were classed as excellent, 5 as good and 2 as sufficient. In North Down, 6 of the beaches at Helens Bay, Crawfordsburn, Groomsport, Malile, Ballywalter and Clochey are classified as excellent status, with Ballyholme remaining as sufficient status. Although the result at Ballyholme is disappointing, we are seeing year-on-year improvement in water quality at Ballyholme, reflecting the continued improvements that Northern Ireland Water continues to make around the North Down shoreline, recently investing £30 million in the area. Now, the problems at Ballyholme are not solely down to wastewater issues. Agricultural pollution incidents have also been recorded in the Ballyholme catchment. DAERA continues to investigate all pollution incidents causing bathing water failures, and I believe that this is what is leading to the year-on-year improvements that I have just mentioned. Turning to the second area of the Better Beaches Action Plan, which is improving beach cleanliness, facilities management and signage. DAERA continues to work with partner organisations like Keep Northern Ireland Beautiful to promote clean and safe beaches and to tackle the scourge of marine litter. In most cases, it is the councils and National Trust that lead in this area of the action plan as the statutory bathing water operators. However, in North Down, DAERA is also the bathing water operator for Crawfordsburn and Helens Bay, 2 of the busiest sites in Northern Ireland, and so the Minister fully appreciates the challenges that the councils face. We are all aware of the particular issues over the COVID period, with unprecedented numbers at all of our beauty spots. Although it is great to see everyone appreciating our beautiful outdoor spaces, we all know that not all of our citizens leave no trace. I am pleased to report that the 2020 Marine Litter Report, produced by Keep Northern Ireland Beautiful, suggested that litter levels reduced during the year. Although levels are still unacceptably high, and 2020 was a highly unusual year, it will be interesting to see if a trend is emerging. In a new effort to tackle marine litter, DAERA pledged funding through a Marine Litter Capital Grant Scheme to a number of initiatives in the North Down area in September. These include funding Clochey and District Community Association to provide water fountains at the beachfront and encourage the use of reusable bottles. Also funded was an initiative by the Donaghadee Community Development Association, which encourages an additional programme at 4 local schools. This involves the installation of a litter picking station, which allows the children to undertake periodic litter picks and then to analyse the litter collected. The children will also collect water samples for analysis using water testing kits and digital microscopes and record findings. These will be compared across the period and against the results recorded by the other schools. Alongside this activity, a series of talks and visits will be arranged involving organisations such as KNIB, W5, Ulster Wildlife, Peninsula Kelp, QUB and Portaferry Aquarium. I am confident that initiatives such as these will contribute to the quality of people's visit to the coast of North Down. In terms of facilities management, I want to turn to safety issues at our beaches. We have seen increased reports all around Northern Ireland and indeed the whole UK coastline about the problematic use of jet skis in areas used by swimmers and also causing disturbance to marine wildlife. There have been incidents reported in the North Down area as well. Although marine safety is a reserved matter, local councils do have powers to manage harbours and slipways under bylaws to prevent danger, obstruction or annoyance to persons bathing in the sea or using the shore. Some councils are now using permitted slipway systems to identify users and make them aware of any restrictions or complaints. DAERA has powers to introduce bylaws, but only where there is a risk of disturbance to marine wildlife, and is currently considering options to develop more bylaws to regulate the use of jet skis in marine protected areas that are considered at risk. DAERA is committed to a collaborative approach in tackling this issue and has developed links with councils to produce advice and guidance for jet ski users. The management of jet skis was discussed at the Better Beaches Forum on the 25th of October 2021, and there was an agreement to establish an advisory group that will help develop complementary measures by councils which focus on public safety and by DAERA to protect marine wildlife from disturbance. And I believe the first meeting will be taking place soon. The third area of the Better Beaches Action Plan is keeping the public and media better informed. You may be aware of an EU-funded project to predict bathing water quality at 6 sites across Northern Ireland. These are Castle Rock, Portrush, Curran, Waterfoot, Newcastle and 2 other sites within North Down at Ballyholme and Ballywalter. The EU Swim Project partners of University College Dublin, AFBI and Keep Northern Ireland Beautiful have developed models to predict bathing water quality for all of these sites, as well as signage and a smartphone app to ensure that bathers are informed about predicted water quality before they choose to swim. And I hope that addresses some of the concerns that have been raised. And this is a major step forward, as bathing water quality had only been able to be provided retrospectively. I want to conclude my remarks by informing you about a current consultation and one planned for the near future. The first is the UK Marine Strategy consultation, where UK Marine and Fisheries Ministers are currently seeking views on the measures being taken across the UK to address the issue of marine litter pollution and other issues. And the consultation is currently live and is on the DAERA website. It closes on the 29th of November, and I would encourage everyone with an interest in our coastal environment to take part. The second is that the Minister is planning a review of bathing waters during 2022. He is aware of the huge increase in wild water swimming and is planning a public consultation during the winter period to take views on whether new sites need to be considered for identification for where it is safe for the public to bathe. The consultation will also address matters such as the length of the bathing system, as he is aware, as others have mentioned, that people are enjoying swimming all year round, though enjoying is perhaps not a word that I would use in every month of the year. All councils, including those with possible inland bathing water sites, have been contacted in a pre-consultation exercise. So I'd encourage you to get involved and to watch out for this consultation. Mr. Speaker, the contributions of members had a consistent theme, and I don't intend to mention all of those that were addressed by members during the debate, but I think it is important to recognise just a few comments that were made by members. And first of all, the proposer of the motion, he, like others, realised the importance and growing importance to many people of sea swimming. And of course, not just the physical, but the mental health benefits that come from that as well. And these were comments that were echoed by Stephen Dunn as well, not just in terms of the need for people to be able to engage in open water swimming, but also the need for that increased testing as well. And that's something that I will certainly pass on to the department. Mr. Dunn had also mentioned the need for the department all to work together, and in particular the Department for Infrastructure. I think we can all agree that a cross-departmental approach is required. Mr. Chambers, in graphic detail, gave us a history of sewage infrastructure in North Down. Every day is a school day, and I certainly know a lot more about this subject than I did an hour ago, so I'm grateful to him for that, but he certainly does raise some important issues, and I think it is only right that we look at the quality of our infrastructure system, because that directly impacts on how we enjoy our coastline as well. And as Economy Minister with responsibility for tourism, it's obviously something that I want to see expand. And to that end, I was delighted yesterday to meet with the team from North Down and Ards Borough Council, and they were at the World Travel Market in London, and they were telling me about all of the sites that I'm able to enjoy in North Down and Ards. So your council is doing a very good job, and many of those were actually water-based activities as well, and they've encouraged me to come paddleboarding, and it's something that I may well take up in the near future. But as other members have mentioned, Mr. Moore and Mr. Dunn, there is so much potential on that water, and we need to make sure that we have that as clean as we can possibly have it. I'm also grateful to Mr. Easton for the points that he had raised, and in particular in and around the importance of wildlife. We've spoke a lot about the impact on us as humans as we try to enjoy our coastlines, but he's absolutely right to highlight the impact on wildlife, and I appreciate him raising that issue. And of course, the ever-present issue of dog waste in our communities, and for the life of me, I just can't understand why this continues to be an issue and why we can't see more responsible people, because it impacts on us all. Ms Woods in particular mentioned the impact of pollution, and it's absolutely right. It's not just wastewater issues, but there are also pollution spills and incidents and diesel spills and fatbergs and all of those things that she had mentioned, which is why we need to make sure that we have responsible consumers and businesses and members of the public as well. Sinead Ennis had also spoken. She's left us now, but I can congratulate her on turning a debate about North Down into a debate about South Down, and also being able to bring Brexit into it. But that being said, I think it was an important contribution when she had mentioned the need for not just government departments to work together, but for all of us to work collaboratively around this, because it does touch on many different departments' responsibilities, but also the issues that will be faced in North Down and in South Down and East Antrim and other constituencies are similar, and it's only right that we work together on that. So, Mr. Speaker, may I thank members who contributed towards this debate. I hope I've addressed all of the issues raised. If not, we will of course be in contact with members, but please be reassured that the Department for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs will do all that it can to improve water quality and safety at beaches in North Down and right across our beautiful coastline. We will continue to do this, and if necessary, additional steps will be taken. I'd like to close this debate by reminding you of the live consultation on the UK Marine Strategy, which includes measures to tackle marine litter, and also to encourage you to take part in the impending consultation reviewing our bathing waters. I hope that this has been useful to members, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank Mr. Muir again for bringing this to the attention of the House.
Okay, members, I want to thank the Minister for attendance here, his attendance here this afternoon, and thank all the members for your contributions, and the Assembly is adjourned. Thank you.